February 6, 1996, Raymond, Washington. 11-year-old Loukthayoth Phiangdae, or as he went by, and what I will call him, Luke, was spending the evening at home with his family, which was rather large. Luke shared the home with 7 other siblings who were all very active in school sports, while his mother worked at a cannery in town, and his father, Bualong, was at home taking care of the kids, and he had a particularly interesting story as to how he had even gotten to the States, because it was in 1965 that Bualong, who was from Laos, which borders Vietnam, would actually sign up as a guerrilla soldier to help the US during the Vietnam War. Unfortunately, he was eventually captured by Communist Lao forces in 1975 and spent 12 years as a prisoner of war, where, coincidentally, he would father 6 of his 7 children. By 1987, though, he and his family were finally released from prison, and the following year, 1988, he along with his family were granted US citizenship largely due to his help in the war, and he soon found his way to the States, where he would move to the small town of Raymond, which had a pretty substantial amount of Laotian and Cambodian families, which brings us around to the day of our mystery. On the evening of February 6th, 1996, just a little bit before 6 p.m., everyone in the family, except Luke's 17-year-old brother, was at home. The brother was actually playing at a basketball game for the school, while his sisters were sitting in the living room, one of them on the family computer, and Luke was roughhousing around with his youngest brother, 6-year-old Robert. While they wrestled around, Luke's father would come into the room and tell the boys to knock it off, and kids being kids, especially boys, they would stop for a few minutes, only to wait for their father to quit paying attention, and they would begin wrestling again. This led to Bualong coming back into the room several times, telling them to stop roughhousing. But the boys persisted, and just like a lot of parents, eventually you can lose your cool, and Bualong had enough and went back to the room and yelled at Luke, telling him to go take a shower and get ready for bed. While this is not uncommon for most kids, it was for Luke. He had never been scolded this badly by his father, and his sisters would record later on that he looked emotionally hurt. He had never seen his dad snap at him like that. So he would quietly leave the living room and walk back to his bedroom, which he shared with his other brothers. But this is when things would get weird. About 15 minutes would pass, and his parents would finally notice that the shower never kicked on. So now his parents were most likely more upset, and they walked back to his bedroom to see why he had not gotten in the shower like he was told to do. Maybe they planned on having a talk with him. Whatever the case, when they got to his room and tried to go in, Luke had the door locked and would not answer it. His parents, who I'm going to guess were really steamed at this point, would begin prying the door open, but that's when they would be in for a surprise. Inside, the room was practically untouched from how it had been earlier, with the exception that the window was open, and the screen was laying on the ground. His parents were surprised as Luke had never ran away before, although I imagine at this point they weren't too shook up. How far could an 11-year-old get in 15 minutes, right? Especially since it was cold and rainy. Bualong asked his oldest daughter to search the home thoroughly to make sure he wasn't hiding, while he asked his wife Osa to start canvassing the neighborhood. She would stop at every door on the street looking for him. Meanwhile, Bualong got into the car and began stopping at homes of several of Luke's friends. By 9:42 p.m., they had not found one sign of him and called the police, who strangely told the family just keep looking, and if they didn't find him by 11 p.m. to call back and they would send someone out. So his parents left home again and would search everywhere in town, plus the neighboring town of South Bend, which took until 3 a.m. Meanwhile, the police were called again and an officer arrived a little after 11 p.m. He would search the bedroom and found nothing odd other than the window, which he walked outside to get a better look at, and something stood out to him. The grass outside the window was not pressed down as you would expect if someone had stepped on it. Likewise, mud nearby the window had no footprints. The officer stated due to this, he did not believe anyone had been hanging around the home or possibly peeping in through the window, which was probably true because later on, They dusted for fingerprints on the window, windowsill, around the window, Luke's bedroom, and pretty much everywhere, and there were no unidentifiable prints. Police continued with their search until 5 a.m. the next morning and did not find one sign of Luke. They even stopped at some of his friends' homes and asked to be let in to search the home, where they found nothing. Although one of the boys did tell police they had built a fort a few hundred feet behind the apartment where they normally played and that he could be there. The boys took them to the fort, and there was no sign of him. Now this next part is slightly odd, and I'm not sure if it's a cultural thing or maybe they didn't have much choice, but the next morning, Luke's parents would go into work. Meanwhile, police checked with the school to find that Luke had not arrived. They, in response, would drive to the places where both parents were employed, pick them up, and bring them to the police department so they could file an official missing persons report, using their daughter as a translator. It was here they would tell the police that they thought Luke ran away by removing the screen from the window and leaving about 7 p.m. However, this would be contradicted later on when, come to find out, the screen had been removed months earlier by Luke's brother. Not that I think that it really makes a difference as far as Luke's disappearance goes here. Regardless, police would ask the parents where they thought he might be, and they responded that he may have went to his older brother's basketball game at school, or a neighboring family, or an apartment in town that housed around 80 Asian immigrants. While that was going on, a search was performed on a nearby river and parks. Search dogs were brought in and one cadaver dog, but nothing was found. 2 days later would bring the only credible sighting of Luke ever since, when a woman and her 12-year-old boy were driving over a bridge which crossed the same river that had been searched, and as they rode over, they seen Luke walking or running down the sidewalk in the opposite direction. The only reason the woman noticed was because Luke, or whoever this boy was, did not have a coat on despite the cold and rain. Now the reason this sighting was so credible was because the woman's son, who was riding with her, happened to be friends with Luke's older sister, and he had even visited the family's home and they all knew each other. Police, for their part, did go out to the bridge at dark and, when it was raining, to take a look, and they said, due to the lights on the bridge, you could easily make out facial features and identify people, so they believed the sighting was credible. Interestingly, if we go back to the 3 locations Luke's parents said he might have went, the ball game, the neighboring family, or the apartments, they were all within a half a mile of where he was seen. The woman would later tell reporters that about a week later, police came back and interviewed her again and asked if by some chance she also seen a bicycle going across the bridge as well, to which she replied there had been no bicycle. Police also set up roadblocks to stop people and ask them if they had seen Luke, but to no avail. The search was called off about a week later, but 2 to 3 sightings filtered in after this, but they were all chased down and ruled out. After this, the case went completely cold, even when the FBI was brought in and the story got a nationwide segment on America's Most Wanted. Still, nothing happened, no tips whatsoever. It's almost like he vanished from the face of the earth, and there's only a few theories. First is the obvious one. Luke did successfully run away. This one seems to be a stretch, considering he was only 11 years old, and how well planned could it have been? He didn't even take a jacket. But his brother, the same one he had been wrestling with on that night in 1996, would call his girlfriend in 2005 and in a very emotional state, crying, claiming he had just seen Luke in a store in Portland, but he had not approached him because he felt like Luke did not want to be found. However, this may simply be a case of his brother desperately wanting to see him, because in most cases of a runaway child, they tend to go to a friend's home, or at the least, they stop by, but none of Luke's friends ever reported seeing him. He also had no reason to run away, as there were no reports of abuse or bad treatment by his parents or other family members. Detectives also basically checked every payphone in town and found out none had been used on the night he had vanished, meaning he didn't stop to call and meet up with someone. The next theory was that he simply drowned in the nearby river, but there was an issue with this. It was the winter, and it was muddy nearby the river, and it's not likely he would have went there to walk or play. And if he had slipped and fell in, the dog they brought in found no scent of a cadaver, and this was a well-trained dog that had found remains of drowned people before. And for what it's worth, the police do not believe he drowned. Another theory is abduction. Some people believe that an upset Luke did leave and walk towards the school to watch his brother playing basketball, and the abduction took place on the way. In fact, the responding police officer that came to their home at 11 p.m. that night believes that is the case, because on his way to the family's home, he spotted a suspicious yellow car sitting at a park near 8th Street. It had backed into a gravel area and turned its lights off. It was about a mile from the family home and stuck out to the officer as odd, and he made a mental note to swing back by and check it out after stopping at the family home. But once the search was started, the officer immediately went back to look for the car, and it was gone, and he never seen it again. And crazily enough, Luke would have had to pass that car to get to the school. And of course, we come to the last theory that no one wants to believe. Could it have been the family? The police chief, who worked on this case for years, stated he didn't believe the family was responsible, but admitted he had become friends with them over the years, so his judgment could be compromised. Although Luke's father Bualong was the only one never officially cleared, and although lie detector tests are sketchy, he did take one and pass, only for the police to find out later on he had been given training by the military to pass the test if he had been lying. However, a different detective who had worked on the case was much more suspicious than the police chief. Ron Davis would cite that 3 days after the disappearance, he would go to take another look at Luke's room, and he found his shoes under his bed, which would prove sketchy later on when he was told by someone else Luke only had the one pair of shoes, although it's possible he did take another family member's shoes. Likewise, a rumor made its way to the police that Luke's brother had told someone that his father had killed Luke, but he couldn't say anything because he was afraid he would kill him too. Once police interviewed him though, he denied ever saying it. In the nearly 30 years since, we are no closer to finding what happened to Luke. August 7th, 1973, Fontana, California. A woman named Darlene Ross was spending time doing one of her favorite hobbies, that of chatting on a CB radio. It was around 6:30 that evening when she would hear a voice that shocked her. It was that of a young boy who cried out, "Help, please help me." Darlene, taken aback, would soon begin trying to settle the boy down. She would ask for more information, like his name and what exactly was wrong. The boy said that his father was dead. Darlene, who was trying to do everything she could to find the boy and get him help, would note at one point she heard him plea, "Come on, David, help me," and then afterwards spent the rest of the day crying. Darlene would tell this boy to make sure and stay on the radio so she could try and find him. It was then that this boy finally identified himself as Larry, and the story of lost boy Larry would begin. After giving his name, he would tell Darlene that his location was New Mexico, and then the signal began to fade away and Darlene could no longer reach Larry. But thankfully, Darlene had actually lived in Albuquerque at one point and was familiar with the area. She immediately called state authorities and turned over the information Larry had given her. She then contacted a local Albuquerque newspaper to get the story out, and the next morning, the news was released and became a big story in the area. And it wasn't long after that other people reported their accounts of talking to Larry. Some were as far away as Long Beach, California, and it's here that I must clarify, these CB radios at the time barely had the strength to cast the signal out past the state line, so the fact that Larry could be heard in Long Beach while transmitting from New Mexico, well, it was odd, but it was apparently due to the weather that week, which fortunately for Larry created perfect conditions to allow the signal to skip much further away. The kid's frightful pleas and crying were heard all over, as far as east as Mississippi and as far as north as Canada. New Mexico authorities started preparing a search and rescue operation, while other CB operators began listening and conversing with Larry. One of these, Alinda King, was able to get more information from Larry, and she would become the main point of contact. According to Larry, his father had died after flipping his pickup truck, and now Larry was stuck inside the vehicle next to his dead father with no food and water. He also revealed he was only 6 years old and did not know how to properly use the CB radio. Of course, this left many people in the area concerned for Larry, and later that day, the search officially began and involved the New Mexico State Police, the New Mexico Wing Civil Air Patrol, and the Albuquerque Citizens Radio Association, or ARCA for short. The latter group believed Larry was in the southern region of New Mexico after several locals in contact with him gave their accounts. So the Civil Air Patrol in response flew several aircraft over the southern part of the state, as well as southeastern Arizona. These planes were equipped with radio direction finders. The state police and ARCA started preparing to hike the foothills of Sandia Mountains, southeast of Albuquerque. The state police also stayed in contact with Larry, but it didn't seem to help, as they could not coax out the information needed to find him. In fact, Darlene Ross, the woman who first made contact with him, would tell the press that Larry apparently was not familiar with the area they were at, nor any of the surrounding towns. And it's about this time that police started to give consideration to the fact that this whole thing might be a hoax. However, they were not ready to throw the towel in just yet. Radio operators believed that Larry's signal was coming from Tijeras Canyon, part of the broader Albuquerque area, so the ground searchers got together there to start another search. Meanwhile, helicopters and an airplane were brought in to help. The airplane specifically had its pilot stay in contact with Larry from the cockpit's radio. Again, none of this helped, though an abandoned truck was found in the mountains. When checked, no one was inside. As the daylight hours were almost gone, Larry told searchers it was now raining where he was, and curiously, the 4th of July Canyon in the Manzano Mountains was actually experiencing rain at the time, so searchers went to the area. They would also tell Larry to yell into his microphone if he happened to see the lights from an aircraft above, and Larry did just that, as the aircraft flew over the small community of Chalili, and when searchers made it to that area, again, nothing was found. As the sun ceased for the day, the leaders of the Air Patrol stated they could not rule out the possibility of it all being a hoax, but he was still convinced from the kids crying that it had to be real, which would be sad if true, because the next day it got really hot in Albuquerque, up into the 90s. But the search carried on, and this is when things began to take a bad turn, because now a ton of people got on their CB and began calling out for Larry, which made it difficult for Larry to communicate with Linda King, the main point of contact. Even worse was other children using walkie-talkies began to impersonate Larry, adding much confusion. Of course, this brought out a number of other people as well, such as a psychic calling in offering advice, while a church in Kansas said they received a message about where Larry was, and another woman from Maryland called in to say she had gotten lost in a park in that area previously and that they should check there. These tips all failed, obviously. But adding some validity to Larry's story was two separate families from out east, both called in to say they had sons named Larry traveling west whom they had lost contact with. However, in both cases, the families were able to get back into contact. By the third day, the search was now a disaster. The search groups were now getting conflicting reports of where Larry might be, and on top of this, Larry's broadcast was marked with a weakening signal strength, which indicated the CB radio of the truck was running out of battery life. To make matters worse, a CB operator in Phoenix stated a boy named David told him he was injured but outside the overturned truck, and that his father was not dead, only injured. And if you remember at the beginning of this wild saga, Larry was talking to a David, so now searchers wondered if David might be Larry's brother or a friend. However, searchers now began to doubt any of the so-called Larry transmissions that came from other states, considering so many of them were heard versus the lower amount heard in New Mexico. Not only that, Larry, although reportedly only 6 years old, should have known basic information to get rescued, yet it was almost like he was evasive at points. And finally, the battery should have never lasted to Thursday in the first place. By this point, authorities were getting annoyed. No one was coordinating anything, and it began to look more and more like a hoax than anything. By Saturday, Aircraft equipped with radio finders would sweep the area again, but radio traffic was so heavy now that it didn't do any good, and the following day, the fake Larrys were all traced down and ruled out, including the so-called David, who was a young boy just playing around. By this point, if Larry was ever real, he was most likely dead from dehydration, and the search was called off that night. 4 directional finders were left to operate over the following weeks, but nothing came of it. In total, over 200 people spent 5 days conducting one of the largest search and rescue operations in that region of the country. It was the most expensive in New Mexico history, costing around the equivalent of $500,000 in today's money. So we're left with the mystery. Was it real or a hoax? Strangely, authorities in Colorado, a state that borders New Mexico, was pretty quick to call the whole thing a hoax. They had helped search the border and were pretty vocal early on that they believed Larry was in no danger at all. It was also pointed out later on that the area where the signal was allegedly coming from was searched extensively and found no credible evidence. And maybe one clue that is often overlooked, if the truck was turned over like Larry claimed, the antenna for the CB would have most likely been broken, although that's not a guarantee. However, there are still some who believe that Larry was indeed in a life and death situation looking for help, and there is one really good indicator that this might be true. Larry spent hours, practically all day after first making contact, just sobbing. He cried and cried most of the day, which leads to the question, if this was not a real emergency, how could a child, especially one that young, be far enough away from his parents all day long crying and using the CB radio, all the while the parents never once checked on him, unless the parent was in on it, but even that seems like a stretch. Is it really conceivable you could get a 6-year-old to cry all day long for strangers over the radio and then play along the next 3 days? It doesn't seem likely. The age is also contested. Many of the people that heard Larry were convinced he was not 6 and was probably closer to 4, which might explain why he wasn't able to give more details about where he was at. And it's also just possible he lied about his age because his parents had told him previously you had to be older to play on the CB radio, or something like that. If it was real, then the tragic conclusion is that they died in the desert and haven't been located yet, although some speculate that they were found and Larry never told anyone about using the radio, and that whoever rescued them had not heard the story about Lost Boy Larry and never connected the two, although that seems very unlikely. But let me know in the comment section below, was Larry real or a hoax? May 26th, 2012, Miami, Florida. A 31-year-old mostly nude man named Rudy Eugene would approach a 65-year-old man, Ronald Popo, around 1:55 p.m. Popo, who was homeless, was laying underneath a people mover viaduct when Rudy, for some reason, just began to assault him. He then stripped off his pants, but maybe most perplexingly, he began to bite his face. That would be the story that would become an international headline as Rudy continued to try and devour this man's face. The attack went on for close to 20 minutes until an officer arrived on the scene and was noticeably disturbed, would order Rudy to stop, and Rudy only turned to face this officer and growled and continued to devour his victim. The officer would then shoot Rudy once, and there was no effect. He would fire another 4 times, killing Rudy and stopping the attack. Ronald Popo survived, but lost about 75% of his face above the beard. He would get a major reconstruction surgery, but remain permanently disfigured and blind. Soon, the sensationalized headlines told the story of the Florida zombie, and of course, many people questioned why it happened in the first place, which led to the obvious speculation. What kind of drugs was this man on? Well, about that, although the media spoke about the street drug bath salts being involved, this was actually never confirmed, and was mainly just speculated by police. In fact, the only thing the toxicology report found was cannabis, although a number of undigested pills were found in Rudy's stomach. Many authorities claimed that the negative test results were not 100% conclusive, and a few toxicologists stated that Rudy's behavior was very consistent with bath salts. Others, of course, claimed that Rudy just had a severe mental illness, and going by his past, that was probably accurate, as well as the fact that he was a drug addict. But the mystery is not about Rudy or this incident per se, because just 4 years later, in August 2016, 19-year-old Florida State student Austin Harrouff would do the same thing, this time stabbing to death a Michelle and John Stevens. When neighbor Jeff Fisher heard their screams, he rushed over to see Austin eating the flesh off of John's face. Austin would then stab him too, but Jeff escaped and called the authorities. This time, the perp was taken alive, although not easily. It took a stun gun, 4 deputies, and a K9 just to get him off the victim, and even then, Austin kept growling and making animal noises. The sheriff later stated they would have shot him if it wasn't for the fear of hitting the victim, as they didn't know John was deceased at that point. And it's here we go back to the cause. Law enforcement immediately speculated that it was caused by bath salts. However, a toxicology report revealed that he in fact was not on bath salts. It was soon that Austin's father would go on Dr. Phil and stated that drugs had nothing to do with it, and he later revealed that schizophrenia ran in his family and he believed Austin was affected. And the data does show that around Austin's age is when symptoms of schizophrenia first start appearing. During the trial, Austin was found insane and sentenced to a mental facility, although the sister of victim Michelle Stevens during the victim impact stated that numerous calls and text messages that were part of court record revealed that Austin was not only sane, but he abused drugs and alcohol, leading to the attacks. But let's get to the heart of this mystery. Some speculate that the bath salts excuse is just that, an excuse. But so is mental illness. They instead claim that these zombie incidents, which both took place in the 2010s and in Florida, are an example of possession, that somehow someone else was able to come into control of both of these men, and at these moments ordered them to attack random people and consume their flesh. These two men then, acting nothing more as zombies, followed the orders in a blank state. In the first case, Rudy was killed by an officer before he could snap out of it, while Austin was not out of it until days later. Of course, it is just a wild theory on this crazy iceberg, and there's nothing really to support this claim, and it could just as well be mental illness. December 2nd, 1902, Crookston, Minnesota. 21-year-old Gertrude Straussburger would get together with some of her friends from around town to have a skating party at a local river. Now Gertrude was the daughter of an architect that lived in town, and she was what you would call middle class. Her life up to this point was typical of most Midwestern girls, except for one thing. She had suffered at least one tragic event in her life, when, a couple of years prior, her fiancé would die suddenly, leaving her devastated. However, with time and spiritualism, which she now took an interest in, she would eventually begin to recover from her loss, even believing her fiancé was still alive in spirit. She would eventually grow back into the happy-go-lucky girl she had been before the tragic loss. But today, Gertrude was acting a bit strange. After skating with friends for a while, who all stated she looked happy and upbeat at first, would suddenly tell one girlfriend she felt weird because she had been hearing music and a voice that she believed came from a great distance, more specifically, that of her recently deceased fiancé named Will, and he was calling for her, and she felt like she must go to him. And unsurprisingly, her friend was kind of freaked out and didn't know what to say or how to take that statement. But luckily, another friend skated up to change the subject and break the tension, as this friend proposed that all of the girls go for a race around a bend in the river, which was about a quarter of a mile away. Gertrude, who was now overcome with this strong sense of emotions, declined her friend's offer and stated she was a little tired and would instead remain on the log by the river, where she would watch the finish line and act as judge of the race. Meanwhile, one of the local boys who had came to skate with them began collecting some sticks to build a little fire for her to warm her hands while she watched, and everyone skated off around the bend to the starting line, where the race then began, and they rushed back to where Gertrude was sitting at the finish line. In terms of time, it was less than 5 minutes, but strangely, as they returned and finished the race, they noticed Gertrude was no longer sitting on the log. Perplexed, they would skate over to the log on the riverbank where she had been sitting and found one of her gloves, and when picked up, it was still warm where she had been holding her hands over the fire. Her friends, knowing that it had been less than 5 minutes, assumed she had to be nearby, but Gertrude didn't reply to anyone's calls. Fearing the worst, they went back to town to tell authorities, who quickly organized a search party to find the young lady. But right from the beginning, everyone was confused. Not only had she vanished within 5 minutes, but she had left no footprints in the snow showing which direction she had went. In fact, there were only 3 sets of footprints. 2 of these came from Gertrude and her friend, which came from where they originally walked to the log, yet there were no prints leaving it. The 3rd set belonged to the boy who had made the fire for Gertrude before going back out on the ice. That was all. There was also the fact that no one heard a sound, no cries for help or anything out of the ordinary. Although it was feasible, during the skating, they could not hear any potential cries for help. But even if they could not hear her, footprints should have revealed something, especially if she had been abducted, which is what authorities first pondered. But eventually, after looking over the scene for a while, they just deemed it was impossible that this occurred and left no footprints around. And using that logic, they also soon ruled out the possibility of Gertrude voluntarily leaving to elope. But that's when someone theorized, what if she jumped onto a slow-passing train that ran nearby the river? But that was quickly abandoned when the men employed for the train, who were familiar with the locals in town, stated they had not seen her. And there was also the obvious. Christmas was coming up, and Gertrude had a lot of plans with her family that she was excited about. But then, the scariest, maybe most obvious theory was looked at. Was it possible that Gertrude had attempted to get on the ice and fell through? Maybe she wanted a closer view of the finish line. Well, that's what detectives started to think. But they would soon skate up and down the river a good ways, and not one break in the ice was found, and that theory was quickly ruled out. They even searched a long ways up and down the banks of the river, and not only did they not find any holes in the ice, but there was no footsteps. It was unsettling. The search continued for a while, and there was never one clue pop up. The city council would eventually offer $250 for information about her disappearance. That is somewhere around the equivalent of $10,000 in today's money, which makes it all the more odd that not one person came forward. In the years that followed, there were sporadic sightings of Gertrude. In fact, it was reported she was found 400 miles away in Culbertson, Montana. However, there was no follow-up to this, and it was most likely false. 2 years later, in 1904, a train conductor in Milwaukee stated she was alive and living in Canada, but there was no tangible evidence of this, and when they did not hand the reward money over to him, he disappeared too, meaning he most likely tried to scheme them out of the reward money. A further 4 years later, a newspaper reported she was living in Spokane, Washington, where she worked in a factory that made women's hats. Of course, this was all unsubstantiated too. So what really happened to Gertrude? Well, of course, the paranormal take was that because of her dabbling in spiritualism, and because she had heard the voice of her deceased fiancé, it was thought that maybe his spirit came back and carried her off into another world. Of course, even by the standards of that time, that theory was laughed at. In fact, newspapers that covered the events later on would state that it was believed she had been abducted, which I'm going to guess they received that theory directly from law enforcement. And if that is true, then whoever did it was either exceptionally skilled or exceptionally lucky to have not left a set of footprints behind. January 4th, 1851. A well-dressed man, accompanied by a beautiful young lady and their baby, would arrive in Dayton, Ohio. The trio would check into a room for the night before continuing their journey to a place unknown to the townsfolk. But as you know, sometimes plans can meet with unexpected tragedy, and that's what would happen this night, as this beautiful young lady would, according to one newspaper account, be stricken with a violent malady. The hotel manager quickly rushed to get a doctor, but by the time he arrived, the young lady had died. The man, presumably her husband, would begin making arrangements for the burial service the next day, and soon after attending, paid the undertaker and left town with his small child. And strangely, the man never gave his name, nor the child, and most importantly, his now deceased wife's name. And since this was the days before hotel registrations, they had no ID there either. This would lead to our strange mystery, because whoever was in charge of chiseling the stone had no other choice But the inscribe, the stranger, died on January 4th, 1851, although, bizarrely it was also noted, she had aged 21 years. This is just one version of this story that leaves us with a mystery that will almost certainly never be solved, because as the years passed after the young lady's death, the Green Castle Cemetery, where she was buried, fell into neglect, and many people totally forgot about this weird story. It would be another 60 years later in 1911 that the story became famous in the Dayton area again, as the papers began speculating about who was in the stranger's grave and what exactly had happened, because anyone who had lived at the time when the family arrived into town that day had either passed away themselves or could not remember what exactly happened to the stranger. So not only did they not know her name, but the details were also scarce. Of course, there is the first story presented, that she was stricken with some kind of illness and died. By the 1930s though, the story had changed to the young woman had suffered an untimely heart attack, or was perhaps even poisoned, which if true, might explain why the man refused to give any names. However, others recorded that both baby and mother died and were buried together. Other sources claim that the mother died during childbirth, while some versions hint that a wealthy lover from New York who doubted the legitimacy of the child led to him killing her. It's one of the oldest unidentified persons in Ohio and the country, and will most likely remain that way. October 28th, 1966, Springfield, Ohio. 20-year-old Anita Taylor would return home from a long day of work to begin her typical evening, which entailed taking care of her 2-year-old baby Aaron and doing some laundry. Her husband, 21-year-old Larry, would then depart the home around 4 p.m. to go to his second shift job at a local factory. Anita would continue picking up around the home until her mom dropped in around 7 p.m. and visited with her and her grandson. She stayed for a short time before saying goodbye and leaving. It would be between this time and 1:50 a.m. when Larry arrived back home from work that a tragedy would play out. Larry would arrive home after he had gotten a ride from a couple of co-workers and would walk to the front door like he did every night. He would go up to the storm door and begin to knock, as Anita locked the doors every night and would get up and let him in when he arrived home. Larry would stand waiting for her to open the door, but she never came. He would then listen and could hear the TV playing in the living room, so he possibly thought she was sleeping. But he heard something that alarmed him. He thought he heard Anita groaning from pain. He would run to another door on the home, one that connected to the bedroom, and had no choice but to start forcefully trying to get in, and he eventually did, and what he seen terrified him. There lay Anita in a pool of blood on the bedroom floor. She had been badly beaten and was clinging to life. She had been stripped from the shoulders down, with her blouse and bra pulled up around her neck, and shorts and underwear laying next to her. She would try to say something to Larry, but the blood in her airway made it impossible for him to understand her. The shocked husband would sprint out the door and run down the street about a block and a half away to a little cafe where his co-workers that had dropped him off had stopped for a drink. He would, while crying, tell them what had happened and ask someone to call the police. Meanwhile, the two co-workers returned with Larry back to his home where they waited for the police. However, the nightmare was not over, because once emergency responders arrived, they found Larry's small child Aaron had also been attacked. He lay on the crib in his bedroom, with one leg broken and bruises all over his tiny body. It was believed whoever the attacker was placed him there after the assault, most likely using the baby as a bargaining chip to make Anita comply. Anita and Aaron were both taken to a local hospital, where Anita was sadly pronounced dead the next day. She had drowned in her own blood. Amazingly, Aaron survived. Detectives would comb the scene of this brutal attack, and one key thing they found early on was a partial fingerprint from a light bulb on the back porch, most likely meaning the perp had unscrewed the light before entering. In total, investigators would leave the home with 27 different packages of evidence and sent them to the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, where it remains to this day. Of course, something like this is going to cause great alarm, and there was a massive search organized to find the suspect. They really had no idea how much of a head start he had though, as there were no witnesses. They just knew it had to be after 7:30 when her mother left, and before 1:30ish when Larry was due to be home. They also suspected Anita had been killed by a glass pop bottle, as well as the suspect's fists and feet. In fact, the killer had crushed her throat with his foot, leaving a shoe imprint on her face and neck that showed he wore a 8.5 to 9 shoe. Investigators would follow several leads and bring in many people for questioning, but it never went anywhere. They would actually rule out her husband Larry fairly quickly, although a cloud of suspicion remained over him for decades until DNA finally cleared him. Yet, the real killer was never found, which is a bit odd. Actually, this whole saga was odd for a couple of reasons. First was the big question. Anita always kept the doors locked until Larry got home. In fact, as detectives canvassed the neighborhood, they found a paperboy who told investigators just a week before, when he was talking to Anita one morning, he asked her why she always kept the doors locked, since that was seen as odd back then, and she told him she was worried about the strangulation murders in Cincinnati, some hour and a half away. It was big news at this time, and the Cincinnati Strangler was eventually apprehended that very year. But knowing that, and knowing that there was no forced entry, well, it appeared Anita had let the man in, which is why so much suspicion was held over Larry early on. The next odd thing was, in spite of the bloody scene that had played out, not one witness reported hearing anything. Their closest neighbors heard nothing, while the city fire station, which sat diagonally across the street from the home and is obviously manned 24/7, said nothing unusual was heard during the night, which probably confirmed that the suspect was threatening to harm Aaron if Anita did not comply and stay quiet. But it doesn't explain how the man got in to begin with. If she let him in voluntarily, what was his explanation for pulling out the light bulb? None of it made sense. Although, I should clarify that the doors were not as strong as one would hope. For example, Larry was able to force his way in fairly quickly when he heard Anita groaning, so it's just possible the suspect did too, although one would think someone would hear that. As far as suspects go, there were only two that were ever publicly discussed. One of these was known to Anita, and it goes back to her job. See, Anita had applied for a job with the city's public finance. She, along with 9 women, were interviewed, and she didn't really expect to get it, because quite frankly, some of the other applicants were way more qualified than her. In fact, after she was given the job, she told others she did not understand how she got it over the other applicants. But that goes back to the man that hired her, a Ellsworth Miller, who would be her supervisor. It wasn't long after Anita took the job that Ellsworth took it upon himself to follow Anita home every night to make sure she got home okay. Anita was obviously a little uneasy about this and told her mother about the weirdo, and obviously he was interested in her. You may even say obsessed. He knew where she lived and probably knew that Larry worked second shift. But would Anita just let him into the home? Was he capable of such an attack? That is unknown, because whatever suspicions law enforcement had about him, well, he never materialized into an arrest, and he was never even officially named as a person of interest. Another name newspapers brought up at the time was a man named John V. Lawrence. He had been convicted some 15 years earlier of a sexual assault and robbery of a 20-year-old woman, which occurred just 1 block away from the Taylor home. He had actually attacked her on a sidewalk and then dragged her behind a home. He was captured and released in 1959, and by the time of Anita's attack, he was living less than a mile away. But this too has never been publicly spoke about by investigators. There is one more suspect and motive that would not be discussed until decades later, which was speculated about by internet sleuths. This would come after Aaron, Anita's now adult son, would create a website looking for information on the murder of his mother. It was here that he would confirm finding out as an adult that he had a half-brother he never knew about. Apparently, Larry was having an affair with another woman at the time of Anita's murder, and even had a child by this woman. Some speculate that whoever she is plotted Anita's murder with the help of a male friend, or possibly even paid someone to kill her out of jealousy. Of course, there's no proof for this, other than the crime itself suggesting a strong emotional motive. But as mentioned, evidence was collected, and although it was 1966, it was stored quite well. Some of this included DNA, which is still being tested today. With the advances in familial testing, one has to think that the suspect will eventually be identified. New Year's Eve, 2000, Setagaya, Tokyo, Japan. A woman named Haruko would begin buzzing on the intercom that was connected directly to the next door home where her 41-year-old daughter, Yasuko Miyazawa, lived. This was something which she did pretty often, so it came as a little bit of a surprise to her when her daughter did not reply. She would wait a little while and buzz periodically over the next few hours, but again, no answer. She would finally give in at around 10:40 a.m. when she would walk on over and let herself into the home with her own key. It was here that she would walk into a nightmare. As she opened the door, she immediately seen her son-in-law, 44-year-old Mikio, lying dead on the floor as he had been stabbed to death. It didn't take long after this to realize that her daughter Yasuko, as well as her granddaughter, 10-year-old Nina, and her grandson, 6-year-old Ray, had also suffered the same fate. The shocked grandmother would rush back to call authorities, who descended on the house pretty quickly. Detectives poured over the scene and strangely found that this killer was sloppy. He had left behind so many clues and evidence that it wouldn't take long to apprehend him. The DNA he had left at the scene revealed he may not be Japanese, and along with some of the other clues, such as his prints from his shoes, which were probably made in South Korea, but were marketed as a British sports shoe company called Schlesinger, as well as finding dirt from South Korea. The killer's father, in fact, was most likely Korean, while his mother had ties to the Mediterranean, probably the Adriatic. The detectives also determined that the family had actually been killed the night before, sometime around 11:30 p.m. to midnight on the 30th, and then the killer just stayed in the house for several hours. Also, a little bit strange, he had not came in through the door. Instead, he had gotten in through a second-floor bathroom at the rear of the house after climbing a tree and removing the window screen. It's here that he entered the youngest child's room, 6-year-old Ray, who had been asleep. He would begin to strangle him. It was Mikio who would hear something going on and rush to the room and actually walked in while he was strangling him. Mikio would fight hard and even injured the suspect, which in turn led to the perp stabbing him in the head, breaking part of the blade off and leaving it in the father's head. Mikio was then found by his mother-in-law at the bottom of the steps. The killer would move quickly with the broken knife to attack Yasuko and Nina before taking a knife from the kitchen to finish the job. They were both found on the stair landing. It was then he sat around from 2 to 10 hours playing on the computer, drinking tea, and eating some ice cream from the refrigerator. He even used the bathroom and didn't flush. He then used a first aid kit to treat his injuries before falling asleep on the sofa. Waking up, he went through several drawers in the home and took a bunch of papers, which he then dumped into the toilet and bathtub. He would also steal some money, but strangely, left some of it behind. He also left the knife behind, and a scarf, hip bag, sweater, jacket, hat, gloves, shoes, and 2 handkerchiefs. Detectives were also able to track down the location of where the clothes and knife had been purchased. They also discovered that the sweater had been sold only 130 times. However, they were able to track down only 12 of the people who had bought it. They also found sand in the bag left behind, which was later determined to be from the Mojave Desert, more specifically, Edwards Air Force Base in California. Officers also went around the neighborhood collecting fingerprints, thinking it had to be someone that lived in the area, which led to nothing. They would also receive a tip that a man believed to be the killer was spotted at a nearby railway station, although this man was in his 40s, which did not fit the suspect description that we'll get to in a minute. Regardless, this lead didn't pan out anyways. Disturbingly, investigators also found in the weeks leading up to the murders reports of animal abuse, such as torturing rodents and cats, which did upset the neighborhood. Furthermore, a strange car was reported to have repeatedly parked in front of the home despite other parking being open. To top it off, exactly 100 days after the murder, someone would place a Jizo statue near the Sangawa River, located directly west of their home. Investigators believed whoever committed the murders also left the statue there. So with enough clues to sink a ship, it should be an easy arrest, right? Well, that's what Japanese authorities at the time thought too, assuming the man would be apprehended fairly quickly, but that actually didn't happen. One reason was the DNA and fingerprints left all over the home matched nothing in the database, meaning that the man had not been arrested before. Another was motives and theories, which the detectives had no idea or refused to speculate about, although in 2015, a TV channel doing a documentary about the case would speak to an ex-FBI agent who, using criminal profiling techniques, suggested the murders occurred due to resentment at the family. There was also the strange debate over, was this premeditated? Obviously, most would think so, but many things the suspect did made it not so obvious, such as, he brought gloves in with him, then didn't wear them. He also left them behind. He also brought a knife with him that was not really suitable for the murders, which is why it broke, leaving him to take one from the home. It's that inconsistency in these actions that made it seem like this was a last-minute decision. Furthermore, no one is sure if the family was targeted or if it was totally random. Detectives would also note that the crime scene indicated someone who had deep psychological issues. It was especially strange that after murdering a family of 4, 2 of these being small children, that the suspect just hung around the home, attempting to order theater tickets using the family computer, eating ice cream from the fridge, taking a nap, and using their bathroom. He had no remorse, nor did he seem nervous that he was going to get caught. Another thing that hampered the investigation goes back to the DNA, because although Japan is often seen as this greatly advanced technological country, they actually lag behind in DNA profiling techniques, and their laws don't even allow them a public release of a suspect's profile. So even if they could use the DNA to make a composite image, they're not allowed to show it to the public. As far as suspects go, detectives were able to discern that the man was around 5'6" to 5'7" with a thin build, most likely between the ages of 15 to 35, due to the physicality it took to enter the home and commit the murders. One early theory was that it was actually a South Korean army soldier that became a hitman, and apparently had been paid by a Japanese crime boss. This theory was largely based on a book written by a Japanese journalist who claimed to have interviewed the killer. However, it's largely deemed not credible. In fact, a lot of the speculation around this case goes back to it being a foreigner. Some believe that if it wasn't a South Korean soldier, he may have been the child of an American soldier stationed in Japan or Korea. This all goes back to that sand from the Mojave found in a bag that was left behind. However, others dispute this and claim that it just as easily could have been a tourist that came from or had visited the Mojave. But there's one problem with this. Japan fingerprints every foreigner that comes into the country, and theoretically, that should mean that the fingerprints left at the scene would have been easily traced to any tourist that had visited. There's also the fact that although thrift stores are not as popular in East Asia as they are in the West, there are a few, and it's possible the bag that had those particles of sand was nothing more than a second-hand bag that had been sold to one of these stores by a foreigner, possibly even a soldier stationed there. Heck, it could have even been stolen, and the person just never reported it. Which brings us back to the theory that it was a Japanese national. In fact, one early theory tried to link the suspect to a skating park next to the home of the Miyazawa family. It was thought a disgruntled young man that hung out there did it for reasons known only to himself, possibly stemming from a mental illness. 20 plus years, and a case that seems so solvable continues to remain cold. September 7th, 1976. Gießen, West Germany. An annual military exercise conducted by NATO was taking place, as this was the height of the Cold War, and such exercises were needed to secure the safety of Western Europe. And it's under the shadows of these military drills that our next mystery would begin. Because as soldiers were going about a footpath in the forest, they would come across the naked body of a deceased young man, probably around 15 to 18 years old, who was wearing only socks. His body was heavily mummified, and he was starting to skeletonize, meaning he had been laying there for at least 6 weeks. The cause of death was easy to determine, because there was a violent skull fracture. However, investigators, who had now arrived to the scene, had no way of tracking down an identity because he had no forms of identification on him, nor were they laying around anywhere. It would go cold pretty quickly, and soon authorities would just chalk it up to some unknown foreigner who was traveling through West Germany. Now this would be an interesting mystery on its own, but what came afterwards would really make this case go down in infamy, because 5 years later, on May 23, 1982, in Offenbach, about an hour's drive from Gießen, a body would be found behind the inflow of a sewer. This individual was 17 years old and was identified only as Eric. The body had the right thigh torn off, along with the pelvis and skull, which had been smashed. The body had been lying there for over 6 months, and because of that, a cause of death could not be determined. 4 months after this, and 30 minutes from Offenbach, in Ershausen, a collecting rake of a sewer would become blocked by a clothed body. This time, the individual was most likely thrown into the manhole alive and then drowned. The identification was difficult, but he was later determined to be 17-year-old Bernd Michel, a prostitute from Frankfurt. Now, what would become known as the sewer murders was well underway, because a year later, after a cooling period, again, this time in Ershausen, a tattooed body was found washed ashore by a sewage pipe. The hands had been cuffed, but there were no visible injuries. Just like before, the boy was estimated to be around 17 years old. He would later be identified as Marcus Hildebrandt, a teen who had got involved in heroin and was occasionally a prostitute. He was last seen with 3 other men traveling to Saarbrücken. 2 months after this, on September 9th, about 30 minutes away from where the last body was discovered, a 14-year-old Moroccan boy, Faoud Raho, was found in a sewage treatment plant. At first, nobody connected it and thought Fuad had simply drowned or even inhaled swamp gas. He had actually been reported missing by his parents 8 days earlier on the 1st. It would be later on when authorities would confirm he was also a victim of this serial killer. The killer at this point must have become intoxicated from the success he was having, because he seemingly would not quit. A month later, on October 11th, 11-year-old Oliver Tupicus was found in the same sewage treatment plant as Fuad. Detectives believed he had been murdered and then shoved down into a manhole. They also found evidence that he had been locked in leg cuffs. The authorities obviously felt the pressure into finding this psycho that was doing all this, as it seemed he was not going to stop. But surprisingly, he did just that, at least for 6 years. Strangely, there would not be another murder until June 21st in 1989, or at least that's what authorities thought, because 14-year-old Daniel Schwab would be found in Offenbach. His remains, as well as his clothes, were found in a tributary in the drainage system, and although they did find this in 1989, they soon realized that Daniel had been reported missing in 1983 when all of the original murders occurred, suggesting that he was most likely killed in that time range too, and meaning the suspect abruptly quit after the murders in 1983, and why he quit is also a mystery. But who was behind it, and why he was never captured, that's the biggest mystery. Criminologists assigned to the case at the time believed the perp was around 50 years old without family or friends, which is one reason nobody knew about it. But it was also thought that the suspect had been a victim of child abuse himself, and because of that, he had a disturbed relationship with his own sexuality, or possibly with other gay men. He also apparently was interested in sadistic bondage. Detectives believed he arrived to Frankfurt in the late 70s, where he began living out those sexual urges. It was also at this time he would learn the area quite well, which allowed him to move quickly after dumping a body. Of course, the one outlier to this whole thing was the first victim, which had been left near the footpath in a forest. But detectives had a thought on that too. After the murder in 1976, investigators believed he got nervous about being captured, as he obviously did not have a good plan when it came to getting rid of the body, which is why he went quiet for 6 years until 1982. But in those 6 years, he came up with the idea that throwing a body into the sewers would greatly delay or completely halt any investigation of the crime. How he learned this is unknown, possibly from research, possibly just a hunch, or maybe even trial and error. Regardless, it's what gave him the confidence to kill without fear of being caught, which says a lot in this densely populated area where he was doing it at. Law enforcement continued to investigate for a long time, and they actually even came up with a suspect, a 40-year-old man who was eventually convicted of sexual misconduct with. Apparently, he would lure homeless teens to his place, where he would do some pretty sick, sadistic things with them, and then, before they left, he would bribe them with money to keep their mouths shut. This man was also found to have visited the same gay bars that Marcus Hildebrandt did, as well as they found out that he knew 2 of the other victims. However, blood taken from the suspect's home did not match Hildebrandt's, although they did find a gas pistol, a bunch of knives, and handcuffs. However, they did not have enough to arrest him, and the sewer killings have remained unsolved for nearly 50 years. Christmas Eve, 1945, Fayetteville, West Virginia. A family known as the Sodders were celebrating Christmas. The young children, Martha, 12 years old, Jenny, 8 years old, and Betty, 5 years old, were super excited after their older sister, 19-year-old Marion, had surprised them with new toys. In fact, the young ones were so excited they wanted to stay up past their normal bedtime. Their mother, also named Jenny, would tell them at 9 p.m. that they could stay up a little bit later, so long as the 2 oldest boys that were still awake, that of 14-year-old Maurice and 9-year-old Louis, put the cows in the barn and went to feed the chickens, and then go to bed themselves. They were not the oldest brothers in general though, as the couple had 10 children, 9 that were still living at home. The 2 oldest sons were John, 22, and George Jr., 16, who after a long day of working on the farm with their father, were already fast asleep, but the 2 younger sons did as they were told and finished up their chores before taking their 3-year-old sister Sylvia upstairs, and they all went to bed. And this is where things would get crazy, because around 12:30 a.m., the telephone would begin to ring. Jenny, the mother, would rush down to answer it, and on the other line was a woman whom she did not recognize, asking for someone who did not live there. This person was perhaps someone at a Christmas party, because in the background, Jenny heard people laughing and glasses clinking around. Jenny would tell the woman she had the wrong number, and the woman responded with a weird laugh, leaving Jenny to hang up and return to bed, probably thinking someone drunk dialed them. But she would notice something strange on her way back up to bed, that being the lights were still on downstairs, which was odd since the kids always turned them off, and the curtains were wide open. Again, odd, because the kids always shut them before bed. She did see Marion, the 19-year-old who had fell asleep on the couch, so Jenny logically assumed the other kids went upstairs to sleep. So she turned out the lights and closed the curtains and went back to bed. However, the strangeness did not end, because 30 minutes later, at 1 a.m., Jenny would be awoken again, this time when she heard an object hitting the roof really hard, making a loud noise, and then rolling down off the side of the home. Jenny, who was probably pretty sleepy at this point, waited and heard nothing else and went back to sleep. 30 minutes later, we would get one of the most unforgettable mysteries ever, because Jenny would awake again at 1:30 a.m. to smell smoke and see her husband George's office on fire around the telephone line and fuse box. She of course woke him, who in turn woke their older sons. The parents plus 4 of their children, Marion, who was on the couch, 3-year-old Sylvia, the 2 oldest sons, John and George Jr., all made it out safely, but not before frantically yelling for the children in the attic to get out because the house was on fire, as no one could get to them because the stairway was already on fire, which is something we will come back to. Things were now dire as the phone was not working, and one of the parents had to rush over to the neighbors to call the fire department, although a driver nearby who had seen the fire would stop at a local tavern and tried to call the fire department but couldn't get through. Regardless, he or one of the Sodders eventually got a hold of the fire department. George, in the meantime, decided to climb the wall of the home and smash out a window, gashing his arm doing so. The plan was then to grab the ladder and lay it up against the attic and take the children out that way, but strangely, the ladder was missing from its typical location, and because of the panic, they couldn't find it, while also tragically, water in a nearby barrel, which possibly could have been used to put out the fire, had turned to ice. George then rushed down to pull his work trucks up to the home, which he then planned to use them to climb up and rescue the kids that way. But crazily, neither one of his work trucks would start, in spite of the fact that they had been working before. Devastated, there was little the family could do other than watch it burn down as the fire department were nowhere near. In fact, because of World War II, they didn't really have enough men to respond to fires adequately, and it took one firefighter calling the next one, who called the next one, and so forth, until a team could be put together. Then, once that happened, they did not have anyone that was actually capable of driving the fire truck. It took several hours until 8 a.m. when they finally made it, and obviously, the Sodders didn't have that long. In fact, the home collapsed in about 45 minutes, presumably killing the other 5 children in the process, that of 14-year-old Maurice, 12-year-old Martha Lee, 10-year-old Louis, 8-year-old Jenny Irene, and 5-year-old Betty Dolly. By the time firefighters did arrive, all they could do was look through the ashes, but after a search, they found no remains of the other children. The fire chief, F.J. Morris, would tell the parents they did expect to find something, so it was kind of odd that they did not. But regardless, he believed they did perish in the fire. Morris would then tell George to not bother the area as the state fire marshal was coming to do a more thorough investigation. But when no one showed up for 4 days, George and Jenny could no longer take it, so they bulldozed 5 feet of dirt over it, where they planned to build a memorial garden in dedication of the children. The next day, an inquest was held, which found that the fire was caused by faulty wiring. And this is where things take an interesting turn, because one of the men on this jury, unbeknownst to the Sodder family at the time, had words with George in the past. Apparently, George was outspoken and really hated Italian dictator Mussolini, which didn't always go over well in this heavily Italian-populated area. This man was an insurance salesman who had visited the Sodders one day trying to sell life insurance, and after George declined, the man warned him that his house would go up in smoke and children would be destroyed. However, this wasn't the only odd thing that happened to the Sodders. Shortly after this, another man would visit the home looking for work and told George his fuse boxes would cause a fire one day, which after George thought was strange since it was practically new, but he had it checked out anyway by the power company, who assured him they were completely safe. While just the previous Christmas, George's older sons had told their father about a strange car that had parked along a highway in town, and whoever was inside watched the younger Sodder children on their way home from school, and watched them in such a way that it had alarmed the older brothers. Regardless of all these strange things that had occurred, it was just kind of ignored, and 5 death certificates were issued just 5 days later on December 30th. Then, a funeral was held on January 2nd, but the parents were too devastated to attend. Interestingly, a local newspaper covering the events first reported that the bodies had been found, then corrected the story and said only one of the bodies was found, which neither was true. But it just kind of goes to show how crazy this mystery would get. And you might be thinking, well, this is a tragic story, but not really a mystery, and you would actually probably fit in with what the majority think. However, the fact that no remains were ever found, well, it's led to a mystery that something else happened to the kids, because the Sodders began to move forward as best as they could, but it was hard to let go of. Like any parent that lost a child, they questioned everything. They wondered about the electrical problem. Why did the Christmas lights remain on when everything else went off during the early part of the fire? More importantly, what about the ladder that was not in its usual location? Well, yeah, about that. It was actually some 75 feet away at the bottom of the embankment. Then things got really sketchy. A telephone repairman would tell the Sodders that after investigating further, the phone line to the home had not been burned. In fact, it had been cut by someone who would have had to climb 14 feet up the pole and then reach 2 feet from the pole just to cut it. Furthermore, neighbors reported that a block and tackle, which is pulleys and rope or cable used to lift heavy loads, in this case, a vehicle, was stolen from the Sodder property around the time of the fire. The guy would be arrested and admitted he stole it, and claimed he did cut the phone line, thinking it was a power line, but claimed he had nothing to do with the fire. Crazily, we don't even know who this guy is, as records are lost, destroyed, or never existed in the first place. Furthermore, nobody knows what stealing the block and tackle had to do with cutting power lines. The whole thing sounds fishy. There was also the fact that many of the appliances in the home were still standing and recognizable, along with the roof, which did not burn, yet not one bone was found. Making matters even stranger is that bone doesn't break down completely until temperatures reach 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which this fire was allegedly nowhere near that hot. The trucks not starting was also mysterious, although it's possible in their haste they may have inadvertently flooded the engines trying to start them. And while the phone call was mysterious, that woman was eventually traced down and confirmed that she is simply misdialed. By that spring, another layer would be added onto the story, when a bus driver claimed he passed through an area on Christmas Eve and he had witnessed people throwing what looked like balls of fire at the home, which makes you wonder why he waited so long to come forward with this account. But it did seem possible, as little 3-year-old Sylvia had stumbled across small hard dark green rubber ball-like objects in the brush afterwards. The family began to wonder if these homemade fireballs had been thrown onto the roof, and that was what Jenny heard that night. But it got crazier because more people came forward claiming to have seen the children afterwards. One witness watching the fire from the road allegedly seen a passing car with the children inside looking as they drove away. Another woman at a rest stop said she served them breakfast and said they had been in a car with a Florida license plate. This ultimately would lead to the family hiring a private investigator, and this detective pretty quickly discovered that although there were no remains found, rumors suggested that the fire chief had actually found the heart and secretly buried it in a metal box and did not tell the family. Morris, the fire chief, had also even told this to a local preacher, who then told George. The detectives and George confronted Morris, who admitted it, and they dug up the box. However, when they took the so-called heart to be examined, it ended up being exposed as nothing more than a beef liver. Allegedly, Morris had it placed there in hopes that the Sodders would find it and get some closure. Or at least, that's what the rumors stated. The grieving parents would, for the rest of their lives, do everything they could do to find their children, or to confirm that they had died in the flames. George tried to get the FBI involved, but they only would at the town's request, which was never made. Although, the FBI would later investigate it as interstate kidnapping, but stopped after 2 years when no leads were found. A more thorough search was done, which found a few bones, but these were ruled as being a little too old to be the children. And even weirder, they had not been exposed to flames. These bones were later confirmed to have came from a local cemetery. No explanation was ever given as to why they were even there. The report would also note that it was strange that a fire involving wood that burned so quickly had not left full skeletons behind. The official investigation by authorities stopped in 1950, but the family continued to search, offering reward money as well as putting up a billboard looking for information. Over the next 2 decades, the family would receive several tips and leads, but none of these were really deemed credible, except for the one that came in 1967, when a letter received in the mail postmarked in Central City, Kentucky, with no return address, was sent to Jenny, who opened it to see a picture of a young man around 30 years old, and on the back was written, "Louis Sodder, I love brother Frankie, ILIL, boys, A90132 or 35, which I could not find what that means. Louis, who was 10 at the time of the fire, would have been about 32 at the time of this letter. So the family hired a new detective to go to Central City to see what they could find. But this detective vanished too, although it's more likely he just took their money and ran. However, the family would continue to try and find information on the man in the photo, even putting it on the billboard. George would pass away in 1969, and Jenny would pass away 20 years after that in 1989, never finding out what truly happened to their children, although the surviving children carried on in their determination to find answers. They believed, as many local residents, that the Sicilian Mafia was trying to extort money from George, and the children were kidnapped before the fire and taken somewhere else, possibly Italy, and it was possible that the children avoided contacting them at the risk of keeping the family from being attacked again. There was also the fact that George was disliked in the community for his outspoken opinions, and many believed the locals in the area intentionally set the fire, and then purposely used the arson investigation to cover everything up. Others believe that the kids encountered someone outside while finishing up their chores and were then kidnapped, while others speculate the Sodders had the children sent away to another family to adopt because the financial strain was too much, although I heavily disagree with this one considering how much time and money they put into finding them. However, the most accepted theory, at least by modern detectives, arson investigators, and armchair sleuths alike, is that they sadly perished in the fire. In fact, one of the key parts of this investigation, which I left out until this point, was that of the police interview of the oldest son, 22-year-old John. He originally told investigators he rushed up to the attic where his siblings were asleep and physically tried to wake them up before leaving. It was only later that he would take back that statement and claim that he never actually even seen his siblings and instead called for them from the bottom of the stairs. Most people now believe that John originally told the truth to investigators and only changed his story to comfort his grieving parents, or possibly out of guilt for not being able to save them. In fact, it's also known now that the firefighters at that time, who were already undermanned, probably just did a cursory search of the home and called it a day. And even if they had did a closer search, they may have not been trained well enough on what to look for. Not to mention, it didn't help that George had contaminated the site by bulldozing it. There's also some rather simple explanations to the other so-called unexplained things that happened surrounding the fire, such as the kids forgetting to turn the lights off and forgetting to shut the curtains, which was deemed suspicious by Jenny. But it's very possible the kids were so excited about Christmas they simply forgot, or it's even possible the youngest children wanted to catch a glimpse of Santa. There's also the part about George talking badly about Mussolini, but Mussolini had already been overthrown by the time this happened, although I guess some Italians still held him in high regard at the time. Then you have the insurance salesman making the veiled threat. That may have been nothing more than trying to convince him to buy insurance. More importantly was the bones not being found, and the fire not being hot enough to disintegrate them. That would typically be the case in a regular fire of a wooden home, but it's just possible that it could have reached the temperature needed if coal and gasoline were in the basement of the house, like was said to be in the Sodders' home. Look at this ancient Egyptian artifact dating back to 200 BC and tell me, what do you see? If you said bird, then congratulations, you agree with most scholars, who believe it to be more specifically a falcon. However, if you had the strange suspicion that it might be a glider, or perhaps airplane, or some kind of aircraft, then guess what? You believe what the scholarly community call a fringe theory. Regardless, this piece, called the Sakara bird, is just one example of a concept, or you may better describe it as conspiracy theory, called out-of-place artifacts. Out-of-place artifacts, or for short, OOPArt, is the theory that revolves around certain archaeological or historical pieces found in unusual places. Sometimes, it's because the artifact is deemed too technologically advanced to have existed in the time frame that it did, like the Antikythera mechanism, which we described in an earlier video and is often cited as being too advanced for the Greeks of the time, and in turn, it's called an out-of-place artifact, or the Sakara bird, which we just discussed, which some believe is a model of an aircraft from the time period, thus proving that the ancient Egyptians had mastered flight. The other type of OOPArts are those where an item is found in a culture that should not have had access to it, which leads to a theory where these two civilizations, separated by thousands of miles, somehow had contact with one another. These types of artifacts have opened the door for many different theories, but the huge one is that of the ancient alien variety, which I probably don't have to explain to you, but it suggests that aliens were visiting ancient cultures and helping them, for some reason. While the skeptical theory is that the real out-of-place artifacts, which have been 100% verified to have not been hoaxed, are usually just mistakenly identified as an out-of-place artifact, usually because of the mistaken belief that certain civilizations lack the technology to create it. Since this one is not really a mystery and more of a concept, we'll just browse over some of the more famous OOPArts, and we'll go back to the most famous one, the Antikythera mechanism. an ancient form of a mechanical computer built between 150 and 100 BC. It was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses. It is often linked to ancient alien theories, but devices similar to the Antikythera mechanism are mentioned in several Greek and Roman historical accounts. Cicero even gave a detailed description of one, and while advanced for its time, many point out calling it a computer is pretty questionable, and it's pretty limited in what it can do. The main penny, which we have discussed before, was an 11th century Norwegian coin found at a Native American site that many believed showed the Vikings had visited Maine, but it most likely got there through an extensive trade network brought down from Newfoundland, where the Vikings did have a colony. The Tamil bell was a broken bronze bell found in New Zealand by an English missionary in 1836. It was used by the Maori women as a cooking pot. No one was sure how it had gotten there, since it was still early in the exploration of New Zealand, although it's now believed it had been dropped off there much earlier by the Portuguese. The Baghdad Battery is another famous one, which was this pot with a tube of copper and rod of iron that dates back from late BC or early AD. It's long been theorized to be a battery, but it was most likely a place to hold documents. And finally, the famous stone spheres of Costa Rica, noted for their near-perfect roundness, but they were not made by the Atlanteans or aliens, but most likely created by the now extinct Diki civilization, who made them by hammering boulders with rocks and then polishing them with sand, although historians have no idea what their use was, but it was possibly used in lines along the route to the chief's home, or possibly as a representation of the solar system. September 13th, 1848. Cavendish, Vermont. 25-year-old Phineas Gage was at his job leading a crew working on a railway bed for the Rutland and Burlington Railroad. At the time, the crew were using explosives to remove rock from the path. It was around 4:30 this fateful evening when Gage was using a 43-inch long, 13-pound iron tapping rod to pack the explosive powder into a hole in the rock, when suddenly it detonated. Gage was immediately thrown from the spot, where he landed on his back several feet away. His men reported seeing him lying while his arms and legs convulsed. As they ran over, it got even worse. There lay Gage with this huge hole in his head. Apparently, that 46-inch, 13-pound rod had entered his left cheek near his low jaw, passed behind his left eye socket, penetrated the base of his skull, traversed upwards, and exited the top frontal skull, and was laying about 25 to 35 yards up behind Gage. The men must have been surprised to see he was still alive, but probably assumed he would not last long. But surprisingly, within a few minutes, Gage, after being helped up by his crew, stood just fine and began speaking and walking like nothing ever happened. Eventually, an ox cart pulled up to give him a ride to town, where he calmly rode a mile into a nearby inn. It's here he would wait to be seen by a doctor, who had to be summoned from presumably further away, because this doctor, a Edward H. Williams, would not show up for an hour. Williams would walk in to see, something he simply could not believe. Gage would lean his head over, which now had this huge hole in it, and say, "Here's business enough for you." Bystanders at this point had gathered around, because of course, this was the early days of medical care, and this was just a local inn. But Gage began retelling the story of what had happened, and Dr. Williams was skeptical. He simply could not believe it at first. He thought Gage made up the story. Regardless, he would still treat the man. One of the first things Dr. Williams would do would be to note exactly what it was that he seen. He would document that there were visible pulsations in Gage's brain, which he could see through the inverted funnel-shaped hole at the top of his head where his brain tissue was sticking out. He would also note that during repeated vomiting, I assume Gage, not the doctor, Williams would observe small bits of brain matter fall to the floor, which is pretty gross. Remarkably, Gage survived and even reapplied for his foreman job later on, but some things had changed, obviously, and that's why it's on this list as an oddity, because Gage's case is one of the most important in the history of neuroscience. A lot was actually learned from this tragedy, because before this horrible accident, Gage was described by his employer as capable and efficient and had a good work ethic, as well as a dependable manager for his crew. And his crew all loved him. and reported he was a good leader. But when he tried to get back to work after his recovery, people noticed a big difference. And we know this because another doctor would enter the scene, a John Martin Harlow, who would document Gage's life after the injury. He would note that the formerly laid-back and dependable Gage was now a volatile and unpredictable man. He cared for no one, and now used a lot of profanity, which he did not before. He was also impatient, and when devising plans for the work crew, he would often abandon them before finishing. Harlow speculated that Gage's brain properties that regulated self-restraint and social etiquette had been destroyed in the injury, causing him to be sorta like a child in those regards. He also noted after taking over for Dr. Williams that Gage was fully conscious but remarked he was tired from the bleeding. Over the next few days, he spoke with difficulty but could remember his friends' names. He went into a coma, which he came out of 10 days later, and 4 days after that, he could walk again. He then began to improve both physically and mentally. Over the next 4 years, though, is when Harlow would note the erratic behavior displayed by Gage. Of course, this was groundbreaking stuff, and the medical community really had no idea what parts of the brain actually caused it. But it was clear listening to Gage's friends and colleagues, he was no longer the same person. This led to some of the earliest theories which showed the frontal lobes of your brain basically control your personality, which is true. Gage would live on for another 11 years before dying from severe epilepsy in 1860 at the age of 36, and there was no autopsy done. But years later, Dr. Harlow had the body exhumed in the name of medical science. Even today, it's studied, with some research suggesting that Gage lost about 11% of the white matter of his brain, which is also linked to Alzheimer's. And it's possible the change in Gage's personality came from early onset Alzheimer's, presumably from the injury. And it's this injury that led medical experts to have a better understanding of the frontal cortex association with language, decision-making, intelligence, and reasoning. It was also learned that, contrary to what science believed at the time, brain lesions did not cause permanent deficits. As Gage recovered quite well and lived mostly a normal life, some psychologists believe he even relearned lost skills, although he could not keep his job as a foreman and went on to work as a coach driver. And before we close this one out, there is a bit of confusion just on Gage's personality before and after the injury. It seems that researchers over the years, particularly Harlow, may have glossed over Gage's pre-injury personality flaws while blowing his post-injury flaws out of proportion, because some actually say he was a mean drunk before the explosion, while others say he was a kind man, and others say that he wasn't that bad after the injury. So we really don't know to this day how much he did change, but the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. January 7th, 1950, at the United States Military Academy, West Point, New York, Peter Haynes would report to his role of charge of quarters, where his duties included guarding the front entrance of the barracks, as well as answering phone calls for the other members of the company. And he would get a call that night that he thought strange because when he answered it, he was greeted by a man he would later describe as tone and rough and patronizing, almost insulting. This man would rudely insist to speak to the 21-year-old cadet stationed there named Richard Cox, but Richard was not in his room, so when Haynes told the man this, he replied, "Well, when he comes in, tell him to come to the hotel. Tell him George called. He'll know who I am. We know each other from Germany. I'm here for a little while, and tell him I'd like to get him a bite to eat." He then hung up. Almost an hour later at 5:30 p.m., a man would enter into the hall that was set up for cadets to meet guests, and the man asked to see Cox. The cadet on duty would call Cox's room, who by this point had returned, and informed him he had a visitor. Cox would then come into the hall and shook the man's hand and seemed like he was happy to see him. Cox then signed the departure book and presumably went to have dinner with him, although this is not what happened, because Cox would return later and tell his roommate they did not go eat, but instead drank whiskey while sitting in the man's car. He slept off the alcohol the next day, got up and went to the departure book and changed his return time from the previous evening from 7:30 to 8:30 to make it look like he had attended the cadet supper formation at 6:30 p.m. It would be the following day, before attending Sunday chapel service, Cox would mention this visitor to his roommates. He then told them he was a former U.S. Army Ranger who had served in the same unit as him in Germany. He said the man bragged about killing Germans in the war and even boasted about cutting their privates off afterwards. He also told him he got a girl pregnant in Germany and murdered her to keep her from having the baby. Although I could not find out if Cox actually believed these stories or not. Later that evening, Cox signed out a second time to go meet the mysterious man and returned at 4:30 p.m. But this time, he did not share details. Over the next 6 days, they apparently did not meet anymore, but one odd thing did occur. He would tell his roommates he hoped he wouldn't have to see the man again. But on the 7th day, Cox would attend a basketball game between Army and Rutgers, and it's at this game Cox was seen talking to a man who may or may not have been the stranger, which I'll come back to. But after this discussion, he would go back to the barracks and sign out to dine with this visitor again, and this time, he seemed disgusted or aggravated to have to do it. But what is so mysterious about this? Well, that's because after Richard left the barracks, he, nor this strange man, was ever seen again, which makes Cox the only West Point cadet in history to vanish. So obviously, whatever happened to Cox had to be related to this strange man, right? But just who was he? Well, going back to the beginning of the story, when Peter Haynes would answer the first call from the rude man, remember when he told Cox the man said his name was George? Well, he could not be sure of that, because he answered so many calls that night that he simply forgot. But he felt like that was the name. Likewise, Cox himself never revealed this man's name to any of his roommates or anyone in the barracks, so the George lead may have been nothing. However, since the man had visited the hall, he was viewed by several witnesses who described him as being just under 6 feet tall and weighing around 185 pounds. He also had light-colored hair and light complexion and wore a belted trench coat with no hat. But now let's get right back to that basketball game when Cox was spotted talking to the strange man that may or may not have been George. The reason no one is sure is because in this sighting, the witness described a totally different person than the man that showed up at the barracks. The man was described as having dark hair and being rough-looking. So was this the same man? Was this George? Detectives hoped to find out, because by that night, when Cox had not returned, his roommates became alarmed. He was supposed to return at 11, but when he did not, nothing was thought of it since sometimes cadets did come in late. But when Cox had not returned by 2:30 a.m., it was reported to a superior, but this officer done nothing either, knowing that sometimes the cadets did stay out all night, even knowing they would be punished. But by the next morning, the New York State Police were notified, along with the Criminal Investigation Division of the Army. The FBI would even be brought in later on. The grounds of West Point were searched extensively by helicopters and troops, while a nearby reservoir was dragged, and the banks of the Hudson River was searched. They even drained a nearby pond, and 3 days later, the public was notified in an appeal to find information. But over the next 2 months, there was not one lead. Meanwhile, investigators dug through Army records trying to find anyone that might fit George's description, and had a pass with Cox. But every time they found someone that fit the profile, they were able to trace that person down and rule him out after discovering he could not have been at West Point when the disappearance occurred. They also thought about connections he may have had in Germany, but his time there was investigated and it all appeared to be normal. They also thought that maybe he just deserted, since he had complained to his mother and girlfriend about life at West Point, but considering he left near the equivalent of $1,000 and 2 suits of civilian clothes, they ruled it out. Then more speculation came about. West Point psychologists assumed that with 2 single men meeting several times, they were probably gay, and the FBI actually looked into this. They even visited gay bars in New York with Cox's roommates to see if anyone could identify this George. They also asked the patrons at the bar if they knew Cox, and these tactics did not work either. The FBI would be told of at least one other rumor, a third-hand story of an employee at a store who allegedly caught Cox and another man in the store's basement having a sexual encounter 4 years prior. But outside of this, there wasn't any real proof or even any real first-hand accounts, and his family and friends dismissed the rumors that he was gay, and I know it doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't, but him and his girlfriend did have plans to marry soon. The case pretty much went cold after this. Authorities had no idea what could have happened. It was like he fell off the face of the earth. But 4 years later, the FBI would receive an interesting tip, and Ernest Shotwell came forward and reported to the FBI that he had seen and talked to Cox at a Washington, D.C. Greyhound bus station restaurant in 1952, just 2 years after he vanished. They would speak, and Cox told him he had resigned from West Point and was moving to Germany. Shotwell would go on to say that Cox seemed startled, unfriendly, and was pretty vague about his plans and left about 5 minutes later. The sighting is important because Shotwell actually knew Cox, as they had been prep school classmates, so it wasn't like he was going off a description alone. He knew him. He also stated he knew Cox had been reported missing, but when he seen him at the bus stop, he naturally assumed he was no longer missing. It wasn't until after he left that he realized the missing alert for Cox was still active. That's when he would call the FBI, and so the FBI would go to this Greyhound bus stop restaurant and interview the employees, and they would confirm the man they seen did resemble Cox. The FBI could not believe it still, and gave Shotwell an intensive interrogation and a polygraph, which revealed Shotwell was telling the truth. The investigators concluded that Shotwell most likely did encounter Cox. Regardless, the case would be closed within the decade, while his family had him declared dead in 1957. Strangely, there was one more sighting in 1960 from an FBI informant who claimed he came into a bar in Melbourne, Florida. He said the man, whom he identified as Cox, gave the name R.C. Mansfield, while people at the bar that knew him as a regular called him Richard. After speaking to this Richard, he was shared details that matched Cox's, and then further revealed his last name was Cox. He went on to state that Fidel Castro's time as Cuba's leader was limited, which is certainly odd, as well as being incorrect, but it's left open the thought that Cox may have been a CIA agent. Now what's interesting here is, the FBI considered this informant to be very reliable. They took this sighting seriously, considering his reliability and the fact that the publicity around the case at this point was practically dead, meaning it was less likely to be hoaxed. Regardless, the case went cold again. It would stay that way for 25 years when a retired high school teacher, Marshall Jacobs, took an interest in the case. He began studying it in 1985 and thought it was crazy that it had not been solved. He then began to do a deep dive on the case, traveling across the country, chasing down old leads as well as new ones. He spoke to many people that knew Cox from high school up to his time at West Point. He even filed FOIA requests which granted him access to files from the FBI, CIA, and the Criminal Investigation Division of the Army. One thing that stunned him right away was authorities never took seriously the lead that Cox voluntarily left, and they didn't really pursue it or follow up on leads that hinted at it. Now former high school teacher Marshall Jacobs believed the man visiting the barracks, George, was actually helping Cox with getting a new identity, new life, and new career. Even more interesting, Jacobs would come into contact with a reporter named Jim Underwood, who had a source in the FBI, who told him at one point they had located Cox and planned to pick him up within 24 hours. Yet, some higher-ranked officers in the FBI called the whole thing off. The source speculated that the FBI did not arrest him for desertion at the request of the CIA. Even stranger, this reporter, Jim Underwood, would also relay that when he was granted access to the Cox files, he found them heavily redacted. The report was given to him missing 165 pages, and a lot of these seemed like they might shed light on what really happened to Cox. However, the fact that it came from a third-hand account makes it hard to say if Jacobs took these rumors seriously. Plus, there's just so many things in this that contradicted each other. Like, if he really left to join the CIA or just to start over with a new identity, why did he leave the money and his gold watch, which he loved, laying in his room? Yet, in an unfinished letter he was writing to his girlfriend, there were passages that suggested he was indeed planning on leaving West Point. But then, several of Cox's friends said he told them that while in Germany, he had testified at a court-martial, or regular civilian court, against a man charged with murder. Apparently, he told a lot of people this, yet the FBI could not find any record that this actually happened. Yet if it did, it could suggest that George was out to get revenge, although that makes you wonder why he voluntarily left with him. The espionage theory also carried some weight, as a John H. Noble, an American living in West Germany that was seized by the Soviet Union and imprisoned in 1955, would tell while at a gulag in Vorkuta, Siberia, he met another American prisoner named Cox, which some believed may have been Richard Cox. According to this theory, Cox left West Point to work for the CIA in West Germany, where he had gotten caught spying. Then there's that FBI informant who met the R.C. Mansfield, who said that Castro would not be around much longer. Yeah, it wasn't long after he said that the failed Bay of Pigs invasion happened. In fact, Jacobs, the teacher who had worked on this case for over a decade, eventually tracked down a soldier who served with Cox in Germany named David Westervelt. He lived in New Jersey and fit the description of George. He was interviewed by police several times over Cox's disappearance. Jacobs believed this David Westervelt was a recruiter for the CIA and that Cox had told him he was unhappy with West Point, seemingly on that first visit George made, and the visits after that was Westervelt helping Cox get out, start a new life under a new name and a career with the CIA. In fact, he would find a retired CIA agent whom he would not name. The stated Cox worked in a stay-behind team in Europe to help to smuggle Russian nuclear scientists and others out of the Soviet Union. He then quietly retired in Idaho and in the mid-90s succumbed to an illness. But that was just one CIA theory. There was also this rumor that swirled for years of a huge shootout with Soviet agents on the East German border in 1947, where Cox was shot and killed by a Soviet agent. However, to contradict this theory, FBI and Army records pulled via FOIA request showed no security clearances or sensitive military access was ever given to Cox, although the CIA just claimed they had no records on Cox. Another theory was the man known as George simply killed him that night for reasons known only to himself. In fact, if we go back to the beginning of the story, when Cox first went out to drink whiskey with George, there were some sources that stated Cox complained that this man made him drink whiskey, and then insisted they must meet the next day. This has led to another theory that George was actually blackmailing Cox, and then some kind of altercation happened that night, like Cox refusing to pay anymore and threatening to go to police, resulting in George killing Cox. There's also the theory that Cox got into contact with someone who would hook him up with a new identity. In fact, there was a man named Robert Frisbee who was stationed at Fort Knox with Cox and fit the description of George, and in the late 1950s, he started a lucrative criminal business of selling false IDs to a lot of people, which means he could have helped Cox start over somewhere else. But what was Cox running from? The speculation is endless. Some think he was involved in a scandal of some kind, or was possibly tired of living a secret life, which many have suggested he was a gay man, tired of living in the closet. Of course, Robert Frisbee was also tracked down, and he denied that he had anything to do with Cox's disappearance. Cox's family would give interviews over the years where they didn't seem to believe the CIA story at all, and instead believed that Cox had came into contact with the wrong crowd, insisting he would never go his whole life without contacting his family again. And there were some shady things that Cox was involved in. For one, he was rumored to have a big gambling debt, although the FBI nor Army could ever verify this. There were also rumors that he was involved in black market activities while he had been stationed in Germany, although I couldn't find many details about that. Then we come to the more mundane theories, like he simply fell into the river and drowned, or died from hypothermia before he got back to the barracks, because for the record, it was a very cold January night that he vanished. But I know you guys love the more out there theories, so I saved the best two for last. The first being, he was abducted by aliens, and whatever happened from that point is left up to your own imagination. And you know, if the alien theory doesn't take the top spot, then the last theory is going to be absolutely crazy. And it is. Some believe that Cox escaped his life from West Point to become famous actor James Dean. That's right, even though there is only a slight resemblance, and although Cox was born 3 years before Dean allegedly was, some actually think it's possible. According to the little-known theory, Cox fled West Point in January 1950, got a new identity, and pursued acting. 11 months later, James Dean would make his debut on television when he appeared in a Pepsi commercial on December 13th. 2 years later, Ernest Shotwell would see the man he knew as Cox at the Greyhound bus station depot, which many consider this to be the last official sighting of Cox. And then 3 years later, James Dean would die in a car crash after a quick but successful acting career. Then Cox was declared dead 2 years later. I know the theory is absurd, but I love it. But I'll leave it to you. What happened to Richard Cox? Murdered by a stranger known as George? Did he get a new identity and start a new life? Did he become a spy? Or did he spend his remaining years blazing a trail in Hollywood? Let me know in the comment section below. Hyatt Verrill is a man that most of you will probably never have heard of, but is at the center of this next obscure mystery. Hyatt was an American zoologist, explorer, inventor, illustrator, and author. In the early 20th century, he participated in several archaeological expeditions to South and Central America and was a natural history editor in Webster's International Dictionary. In spite of that, he is probably best known for his numerous science fiction works, which appeared in the pulp magazine Amazing Stories. His writing was praised by most, with two of his more famous stories being that of The World of Giant Ants and The Inner World. But all that has nothing to do with why he makes an appearance on this iceberg. That comes about because of a specific claim he made. According to Hyatt, he was the owner of an animal that was completely unknown to science. Supposedly, he found this animal during an archaeological expedition in Chiapas, in southwest Mexico, and would state that many of the paintings and sculptures in the area matched the likeness of the creature he had found. And he wanted to clarify these artistic artifacts were not of cats, just like the animal he had found was not feline either. Instead, he noted its tail, which had the ability to grip things like a branch, and he also noted its tongue, which was like an anteater with a projecting lower jaw and retracted lip. It also had offset thumbs like toes and would hold food with its sharp claws and front paws, much like a squirrel. It was about 2 feet in length and had large knife-like canine teeth with a large head and a mask-like marking on its face, while its breast had a large golden yellow sunspot. He would finally state he believed he had found the mythical Warracabra tiger, this legendary cryptid said to live in the mountains of central West Guyana. This creature he took home and made it a pet, naming it Monster. The name was fitting because he would cite that the animal would spring forward like a panther with its sharp claws ready to kill anything that walked into its path. He was very aggressive and even dangerous for its small size. According to Hyatt, he had taken the sketches and his description to many zoologists over the years, but no one could identify it. Although some suggested it was the very rare Olingo, an animal found in Central and South America that are cousins of the raccoon. Hyatt would finish his notes on the animal by saying he planned to send scientists the skull when the animal died so they could study it in the future. Although I cannot find that he actually done this. Even more baffling, Hyatt, for some reason, only took one photo of the creature, and there's been endless speculation in the crypto world ever since. Although Hyatt's own theory was obviously that he discovered a new species, and many people believed him, citing the fact that he was also a zoologist and a well-educated man. But as far as other theories go, some suggest that it was nothing more than the white-nosed coati, which are native from the American Southwest all the way down to Central America. But we will finish with the two most likely theories. First, let's go back to Hyatt, the very gifted writer who wrote both non-fiction and fiction books. But we're going to focus on his non-fiction, educational type books, because it's these that he often got criticized by other scientists for straight up fictionalizing things, all in an attempt to appeal to younger readers and sell more books. So it goes to show he would not be above lying to get attention or potentially sell more books, perhaps about an undiscovered animal. And now we'll finish with the most believable theory, that of the kinkajou, an animal that is cousin to the raccoon and lives in the rainforest. Even Hyatt would state that many of the biologists who looked at the picture and heard his description almost always suggested that's what it was. But almost a century later, and no one is for sure what animal Hyatt brought back with him. 1947, a man named Kurt Godel was in the middle of studying for his upcoming American citizenship test. He had been born in Austria-Hungary and would later go on to be considered one of the most important logicians in history, right up there with Aristotle. His work would be a major influence to scientific and philosophical thinkers alike. He had first traveled to the US some 14 years earlier, where he met fellow genius Albert Einstein, leading to the two becoming good friends. He would make returns to the US over this time frame, especially leading up to World War II, when he was found fit for conscription for the Nazis. To avoid this, he would actually take the Trans-Siberian Railway to the Pacific and then go to Japan and then to San Francisco and then cross the US by train to Princeton, where he would eventually become a permanent member of the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton in 1946. But to circle back, here he was now studying for the upcoming citizenship test, when all of a sudden, Godel discovered something that surprised him. When looking over the US Constitution, he found what he called an inner contradiction. He was so shocked that he told his good friend and fellow professor at Princeton, Oscar Morgenstern, that there was a flaw in the Constitution that would legally allow the US to become a fascist state. Oscar would tell Godel the likelihood of this happening was very remote and tried to calm him down. But Godel, who had lived in Germany when the Nazis came to power, had seen things that had left him paranoid. In particular, in 1936, a philosopher and physicist who was a big influence to Godel, named Moritz Schlick, was assassinated by a former student, which severely affected Godel. He suffered a nervous breakdown and began to be paranoid, especially of being poisoned. This led to him being put into a mental health facility for a while, so you can see why he was pretty concerned that the same thing could happen again in the US. Oscar would continue having conversations with him about it, and eventually even brought Einstein into the mix. Time would go by though, and the day of the examination came up for Godel, who went into the courthouse accompanied by the witnesses, Einstein and Morgenstern. The judge was set to administer the oath of citizenship and asked Godel what the government type of Austria was. He replied that it had been a republic, but the constitution was such that it finally was changed to dictatorship. The judge would state, "Well, this cannot happen in the US," and Godel boldly proclaimed, "Oh yes it can, I can prove it." The judge, probably just wanting to get on with his day, ignored this claim and finished the ceremony. But there you have it. In the time since, no one knows what it is that Godel found, because he only shared it with two other people, Einstein, who never shared it and died just a few years later, and Oscar Morgenstern, who recounted the incident in 1971 but never actually went into whatever it was that he allegedly found, which is not a surprise because both Einstein and Morgenstern thought the whole thing was far-fetched. In fact, if he had not been a famous logician who just also happened to be friends with Einstein, no one would even pay attention to it. Some people since, though, have tried to find this strange loophole. One of the big theories suggests that it involves Article 5, which describes the process by which the Constitution can be amended. According to the theory, the loophole is that Article 5's procedures can be applied to Article 5 itself, where it can then be altered in a downward direction, making it easier to do so again in the future. So someone could just keep doing this over and over until it's insanely easy to just change whatever you want in the Constitution. Of course, that's only a theory, and it would have to overcome significant hurdles to make a reality. Others have suggested that Godel was possibly talking about the abuse of gerrymandering, which we see a lot of now, or perhaps some kind of flaw in the Electoral College, or maybe even presidential pardons. There's also the possibility he was talking about suspending legal safeguards, like habeas corpus, or altering the powers of the judiciary, but more than likely, due to his paranoia and past mental health issues, he probably misunderstood one of the constitutional principles rather than actually finding a loophole. The name George Ellery Hale may not mean anything to you unless you have a big interest in science and outer space, but George, an American astrophysicist who lived from 1868 to 1938, is best known for not only the discovery of magnetic fields and sunspots, but also known more for his planning and construction of several of the world's most important telescopes, as well as playing a key role in developing the California Institute of Technology as one of the leading space research universities in the country. So, he was an incredibly smart guy, so much so that even Einstein was impressed. But just how did George come up with all these ideas? Was Einstein helping him? Did he just have a good team of researchers? Or was he just ahead of his time? Or maybe he received regular visits from an elf that advised him. Yeah, apparently George would have this elf show up pretty often, who would advise him on the best placements to put telescope observatories, as well as sharing technological information and building plans with him. Or at least, according to one of his biographers, Helen Wright, she would record that George was a workaholic because of a condition he was thought to have called hypomania, which causes a person to have revved up energy or activity level. This often left him suffering from burnout, and finally, he could take it no more in 1911, and he decided to go to Europe for a little rest. It was while in southern France he started going through a severe bout of depression that he later called a breakdown, when this little man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, advising him on several things. The appearance of the man caused a ringing in George's ears. After this first visit, he would appear often in various places. George would even refer to him as a mascot. But years after Helen published this, skeptics and defenders of George would come out and claim that the stories of the elf entity all came from a misunderstanding, and they proceeded to sweep the whole thing away. But what was this misunderstanding? Well, that goes back to Helen's source. See, she was given complete access to several boxes of material about George's life and career by none other than George's widow, who encouraged Helen to write his biography, as well as being very supportive of her. But it's in this box of documents, Helen came across a letter that George had written to an author and friend, Richard Goodwin. It was this letter that Helen used as the source for the story of the elf making the visits. However, that's not exactly what the letter said. Upon closer inspection, George never said an elf visited him. Instead, he wrote, a little demon visited him. In fact, the exact quote is, "Until I got back from Egypt, I was able to read, with pleasure, a great variety of books. But now, I can't keep my mind on the subject, as a little demon stands by my side and every few minutes prods me with the suggestion that, after all, the book is not interesting, and that all my attention belongs to him. How to escape this new form of torture, I do not know." So the skeptics of this claim stated that the little demon was meant to be taken figuratively, not literally. But what really makes this one stand out is, George did have real psychological problems, along with neurological ones. He dealt with ongoing insomnia, as well as headaches and depression. There's also the allegations he had schizophrenia, which is also heavily disputed. Regardless of how much is true, George would occasionally take time off and check himself into a mental hospital where he would stay for months at a time. His mental health got so bad at one point that he eventually had to resign from his role of director at an observatory, and he would actually pass away at the sanitarium. So he obviously had some real mental health issues, which brings me back to Helen Wright's claims. Yeah, maybe she took that letter the wrong way, but that's not all that she cited. She also claimed that remarks made by one of George's physicians, a Dr. Leland Honeycutt, backed up the elf story, which brings us to theories. Was George Hale one of the best scientific minds of the 20th century, tormented by some elf-like being, or maybe a demonic elf, or was he suffering a psychotic breakdown and hallucinated this individual, or, as the skeptics claim, it was all the case of a mistaken biographer? The 1970s, Italy. A story would begin to pop up into newspapers across the country that, like a lot of mysteries on this iceberg, just doesn't seem believable. Starting with the first account popping up in December 1970, when a man allegedly was attacked by what he described as a 15-foot reptile, like a dinosaur, that radiated heat. The so-called attack happened about 50 miles northwest of Forlì, but this was only the beginning of this next strange cryptid tale, because the most memorable sighting would occur 5 years later, in June 1975, when a farmer named Maurizio Tombini reported that a monster appeared in his tomato field near Goro. According to Tombini, it all started when he was working hard in the field and the bushes nearby started shaking, so much so that it spooked him enough to take a step back, and boom, the monster jumped out. He was said to have frightened Tombini, a man known for his seriousness. He later recorded that it had an ugly and unpleasant dangling tongue. It wasn't long after this that someone else would report seeing a giant centipede, suggesting whatever was on the loose had many legs. Tombini, meanwhile, would call the police, who actually took the report seriously. They would telegram senior officers, and before long, officers and soldiers were swarming the area looking for the beast. At first, the story was written off as nothing more than a crocodile that had escaped a zoo, but Tombini insisted he knew what a crocodile was, and this was not one. And it was right around this time that people remembered back to the 1970 sighting. It was this story that would catapult the so-called 1970s dinosaur sightings to the front page. The story was covered just about everywhere in the Italian press, but unfortunately, the details were always incoherent, and the accounts didn't always match up. But according to the vast majority of accounts, the so-called dinosaur was about 10 feet long and 8 inches in diameter, whose legs and feet must have been pretty big because it left these huge lizard-like tracks. Although if we go back 5 years to the 1970 sighting, those were described as looking like T-Rex tracks. And although Tombini's sighting would go down as the most famous, it was far from the only one, as police had received several calls about the dinosaur. Many would even state to have heard the dinosaur let out a wolf-like howl, which might fit one description from a witness who said it looked like a reptilian wolf. Other reports stated it was like a giant snake, or upright humanoid-like lizard, or maybe even a giant centipede. And of course the most famous were the accounts that said it looked like a dragon. And although this sounds like an odd story from a very small period of time in Italy, stories like this occurred elsewhere in the early 20th century. Going back to 1939, we have the story of 2 women picking berries in Austin, France, when they claimed to have encountered a huge lizard. This lizard had reported sightings going back to the 1890s. Meanwhile, in South Dakota 1934, a farmer claimed to have seen a 4-legged reptile which was so big it forced him off his tractor before it ran off into a nearby lake. Investigators that came to the site to look over it took it seriously, found tracks near the lake they could not explain. Even stranger was prior to this was an uptick in reports of sheep and small animals disappearing from town. But what was it that people were really seeing? Is the Goro monster of Italy real? Is it really a dinosaur that somehow escaped extinction? Or was it a dragon, or just some unknown animal? Probably neither of these. Obviously, the most likely theory is someone bought a huge reptile that they could no longer take care of and released it into the Italian countryside. Christmas is no doubt the most famous holiday in the world, linking several cultures to the religion of Christianity, which was created to celebrate the birth of Jesus, who was born sometime around the winter solstice. And although not as famous around the world as Christmas, Easter is probably just as much an important day, or even more important to Christians, as Christmas. And why is that? Well, if you know even just a little bit about the faith, you will know that Easter celebrates the resurrection of Jesus 3 days after he had been crucified by the Romans. Or was he? That's what brings us to this next obscure conspiracy theory called the Substitution Hypothesis, which suggests Jesus was not the man on the cross, and instead, he was an imposter. Now who this imposter was is up for debate. Some say it was the twin of Jesus, or someone that looked like him and either died in place of Jesus so that he may survive, or that the imposter was the man who pretended to be the resurrected Jesus after the real Jesus died. But where does this theory come from? This can be, in its earliest form, traced back to the Book of Thomas the Contender, or Book of Thomas, which is a Gnostic revelation dialogue. So before we dive into it any further, I should explain for the ones that don't know, like me specifically. Gnosticism was a collection of religious and philosophical beliefs in the 1st century AD, where their main belief is that salvation comes from gnosis, which means knowledge in Greek. And it's a little too complex and deep for me to get into here, but this belief system basically became wrapped up in early Christianity, which brings us back to the Book of Thomas. Now Thomas, you probably know for one specific reason. Yep, the term Doubting Thomas comes from this man, because as the term Doubting Thomas is a skeptic who does not believe anything without direct personal experience, well, according to the book of John, the Apostle Thomas absolutely refused to believe that Jesus was resurrected and appeared to the other 10 disciples, who, according to the book, seen and touched Jesus' crucifixion wounds. Now let's circle back to the book of Thomas. It's unknown who actually wrote this book, since it came much later than Thomas and Jesus, probably around the 2nd or 3rd century AD. Regardless, in this book is chronicled a conversation between Jesus and a man named Judas Thomas. And there's some debate on whether this is the same Doubting Thomas we just talked about, or Jude the Apostle, or even Jesus' brother, Jude. But according to this theory, it's Doubting Thomas, whom Jesus ends up referring to as him being his twin. That's a long, convoluted way to get back to the origin point of this theory. Then, after this, we have a writing called the Acts of Thomas, not to be confused with the Book of Thomas, that would expand on this, stating that when Jesus was resurrected, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Thomas the Apostle, so much so that another king mistook Thomas for Jesus. But this and the text from the Book of Thomas both stop short of straight up saying he was an impostor, but that would come soon enough in a scripture called the Second Treatise of the Great Seth, another Gnostic text from the 3rd century, which will claim that Simon of Cyrene actually took Jesus' place on the cross. But just who was that, you ask? Well, Simon was ordered by the Romans to carry the cross of Jesus while Jesus was being taken to the spot of the crucifixion. And get ready for Sunday school, because Matthew 27:32 is where all this comes from, as it basically makes it sound like the Romans randomly just ran into this dude named Simon and made him carry it. But Simon was actually the father of one of the disciples, Rufus. But according to the Second Treatise of the Great Seth, Jesus would tell the others after the crucifixion, he began to laugh at the Romans' ignorance when they mistakenly began crucifying Simon instead, which Jesus explained that he was only able to pull this off because he was altering his shapes, changing from form to form, which makes it sound like Jesus was a shapeshifter, which I'm kinda surprised isn't a subject on this iceberg. But there's other theories, of course, and just remember, these are not my theories, I'm just relaying it, so don't get mad. But in the Gospel of Barnabas, written over 1,000 years after the events, would make a more interesting claim that Jesus was actually alive when he was lifted to heaven by angels, and Judas was then supernaturally transformed to look identical to Jesus and then went and died on the cross in his place, while some still believe Doubting Thomas died on the cross in Jesus' place. Some even take it a step further and suggest that Thomas was in fact Jesus' twin brother, and for whatever reason, it was never disclosed in the Bible. Likewise, there's even a more obscure theory that Jesus had an unknown twin brother that stole Jesus' body and disposed of it elsewhere, and then went on to claim he was the resurrected one. Although, that seems even more unlikely. Islam actually holds a similar belief as well, as a verse in the Quran states they did not kill him nor crucify him. Instead, they only made it appear that way. While there's also a belief in Islam that more than likely the real man on the cross was Judas, although some believe it's possible it was Simon. But as you might imagine, Christians outright dismiss all these claims, and you can't really blame them, as the resurrection is the cornerstone of Christianity, and it's hard to preach the word that Jesus died for you on the cross if someone instead died for him on the cross. Likewise, I find it hard to believe that Simon was actually crucified in his place, just because I have a hard time believing Jesus was belly laughing as he told the story of the Romans mistakenly killing Simon instead of him. It's just too ridiculous. Around the year 1900, the British Embassy in Paris would be interrupted by the entrance of a young woman who was very distraught. This woman and her mother, apparently on their way home, had stopped at a hotel, but because hotels were booked up almost everywhere that time of the year, the two end up having to book separate single rooms inside the same hotel. Her mother would take room 342, and unfortunately, it would be the last thing she did, as she would lose consciousness right after and landed on the bed. Her daughter was worried like any of us would be, and went to go get a hotel doctor. He would go to examine her mother and ran back down to speak to the hotel manager in French, before turning back to the young woman and telling her in English her mother was very ill and they had to go get her some medicine, but the ones they needed were on the other side of town. So she jumped into the doctor's carriage and they took off to get it. But what should have been a very quick trip to get and return with the medicine took forever. For some reason, the driver kept the horses at a slow pace and they seemed to just go in circles. And on top of that, when they finally got there and the doctor went in to get the medicine, it took him forever to come back out to the carriage. Finally, after being gone for a few hours, they returned to the hotel and she rushed to the manager to ask how her mother was doing. And the manager blankly stared and said, "I know nothing of your mother. You arrived here alone." By this time, the young lady's frustration was boiling over. But luckily, the doctor walked back in to straighten things out. Except he didn't. He actually was just as confused by her questions as the manager, even though he had just drove her across town. The girl, probably thinking she was losing her mind, rushed over to check at the hotel register to see her mother's signature was no longer there. Instead, a stranger's name was now next to room 342. She refused to believe it though, and demanded to see the room. And the manager finally gave in and took her to see it. And it wasn't even the same room she had left her mother in. Different wallpaper, different curtains, and the luggage was missing. All in all, a crazy story. That's probably not true. Actually, I would say a lot of you have already heard this story before, as it's been collected in various scary storybooks over the century, and it's even been featured on TV shows as well as movies. But how much of it was true? Or is this the 19th century version of creepypasta? And if so, where did it come from? That's the mystery. And the investigation into this might actually surprise you, because as early as the 1920s, journalists were actually trying to trace down the origin of the story. And one writer in particular, for the New Yorker, Alexander Woollcott, would document his pursuit in finding the origin in his articles. And in his last column, he would write that a source at the Chicago Journal told him the tale began at the Detroit Free Press with a then young man named Carl Herrmann. So Woollcott contacted this Herrmann, who told him that he sort of remembered publishing the story back around 1898 or 1899, but he was hazy on the details. He wasn't sure if it was a fictional story he created, or if someone told him that story as an anecdote and then he just expanded on it. Since Woollcott was not getting anywhere with Herrmann, he continued his research, and by the 1930s, he finally found what he thought was the first official documentation on the account in a 1911 news story printed in the London Daily Mail, and he found that it gave the bare minimum parts of the story. Woollcott was now about to mark the mystery closed when a famous Chicago reporter named Richard Henry Little would claim in his article that once again, the whole story had been quickly created on the spot by Mr. Carl Herrmann, late one night to just fill a vacant column in the next morning's issue of the Detroit Press. Now, Woollcott, who I'm guessing at this point was getting annoyed with Herrmann, would contact him again and ask him point blank, was it true he created the story on the spot that night, or was it possible that he, like a bunch of other people, had just heard the story during his travels? And Herrmann again played dumb and said he couldn't remember. Woollcott now believed that Herrmann was just lying to him, because as he reasoned, he found it difficult to believe that someone could craft such a tale like the Vanishing Lady, which by this time had become a well-known story throughout the world, and then just completely forget that he created it. On top of that, the story was never found in any article of the Detroit Free Press. Woollcott would never get his answer, and the mystery of the story would lay by the wayside for the next 80 years, when in 2010, an urban legend researcher, Bonnie Taylor Blake, along with the Quote Investigator website, a fact-check site that traces down widely circulated quotes, would begin their research, and what they found was a bit surprising. They actually found two separate tellings of the story in the Detroit Free Press archives, but neither were written by Herrmann. Well, maybe not, because come to find out, one of the articles was written by a Kenneth Herford, who penned the article on September 18, 1898, and entitled it as Porch Tales, The Disappearance of Mrs. Neebe. Now what's important here is, information about the writer Kenneth Herford is scarce, but what is available mirrors Herrmann's career exactly. Both went to the same school. They showed up at the same newspapers at the same time. They both went to England on behalf of the newspaper at the same time, etc., etc. But Hereford disappeared. At the same time, Herrmann got a job as editor, which means Hereford was Herrmann's pseudonym. Okay, so does that mean Herrmann was the source of the story? Actually, no, because as mentioned, there were 2 instances of this article popping up in the Detroit Free Press. The other one appeared about 10 months before Herrmann/Hereford's article, and this version of the tale is not linked to him or his pseudonym. While the story is a tad different, it follows basically the same premise, except in this version, a police detective is involved and straight up tells the daughter that she died from smallpox, and to protect the city and prevent panic and financial ruin, they had to cover it up and put her mother in an unmarked grave. The story appeared on the same day in at least 3 of the biggest city newspapers in the country, close to a year before Herrmann's. In the Philadelphia Inquirer, it took it a step further and claimed that the anonymous writer knew these people personally, and the story did in fact happen. Now, all of these different newspapers that covered the story did not cite an author, except for one. The author of the Los Angeles Sunday Times stated that it came from a special contributor, that of Nancy V. McClellan. And just who was she? Well, Nancy had actually lived in Paris for a while and had published several short stories around the time, but most importantly, she worked for the Philadelphia Press in 1897. At the same time, the anonymous writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer claimed to have knew the people in the story personally. And although the story was published in 1897, in many of the tellings, it took place during the 1889 Paris Exposition, and it's very possible that the Americans coming back home from that could have shared the urban legend with McClellan, or it's just as likely she created it all by herself, since she was a fiction writer. Which brings us back to Herrmann. Remember when he said that he couldn't remember if he had invented the story, or if it had been told to him as an anecdote that he expanded on? Well, it was the latter, as he did not create the story. The problem is, no one is for sure that Nancy McClellan did either. So I ask you, was it a 19th century version of creepypasta, where we will never know who the real author is, or did Nancy write it? Furthermore, is it possible that it was based on at least some element of truth? I'd love for you to let me know in the comment section below. This next one, I just have to say, God bless those digging through the Wayback Machine to bring us some incredibly weird and bizarre paranormal tales. This next one comes from the now defunct website UFOfreeparanormal.com, which covered all things paranormal and, of course, took reader emails that shared their own stories. Remarkably, the site debuted in 1994, which makes it a real look back into the past, but this next story actually goes back to 1983, as an email published by the website admin would assert. According to this person, who wished to remain anonymous, he would go on to tell that he lived in an apartment in Hightstown, New Jersey. The sender would tell the story of how he had went to a flea market and purchased an object from a seller who apparently didn't know what it was, but our writer of the email was big into buying black wrought iron objects at the time, and that's exactly what this was, and it was about the size of a small ball. He would tell it had somewhat of a crisscross design with openings that ended at the top with a small ball, and he ended up buying it for 25 cents, even though he didn't know what it was. But he took it home and set it in the center of a corner table near his kitchen, but in the dining room, where it sat for the next week. But that's when the weirdness would begin, because one night, when he went to sleep, he would wake up to see a very bright light shining into his living room through the curtains. Now, our author typically wore glasses, but of course, he could not sleep with them on, so when he rolled over to see what was going on, all he could see was a bursting light of color, kind of like looking at a car's headlights. But this light was very bright, and he had the feeling he better not put on his glasses. Just then, he felt like he was being directed to look over to the table holding the little object that he had bought. He didn't know why, but something was telling him to do it, so he did. And all he could see from the ceiling were colors of gold, silver, red, green, and blue sparkles floating down over this object. He remarked how beautiful it was. After watching for what seemed like seconds, he rolled back over and went to sleep, which I find odd. The next morning, he got up and had no memory of what had happened the night before. He then began to drink his tea and read the paper. And while doing so, he thought, I'll take a quick peek at the little object that I bought. And he was pretty shocked, because the little object had been sliced completely in two, each piece laying on its side. He picked it up to get a closer look, and it appeared as if someone had taken a tool and sliced it in half evenly, just as well as smoothly. He would try to super glue it back together, but it didn't really look right, so he just trashed it. Strangely, he would convey that he tried to tell this story multiple times over the years, but something, or someone, always stopped him. But in 1993, he would attend a local meeting about UFO sightings and finally shared his story. Yet, no one had answers. And as of 1998, when this story was written, there was still no answers. Considering how long it's been, I really hope this individual got some closure. But what about theories? Well, let's go to the obvious ones first. It's very possible that this anonymous author wanted nothing more than to craft a tale that would be published on the website. Second theory, if he was telling the truth, I would have to lean to the thought that he was dreaming, maybe even sleep paralysis. But if we are going to look into the paranormal thoughts, all I can come up with is he bought a cursed item of some kind. Maybe someone can leave a better suggestion in the comment section below. September 9th, 2004. Flat Tops White River National Forest, Colorado. 2 elk bow hunters were crawling through the forest in a very remote area when they came across a tent and campsite. It was up around 10,000 feet and 12 miles from the trail out of town. They thought it odd to find this abandoned camp way up here, so they searched it. That's when they would be shocked to find remains inside the tent, and not fresh ones. It was a skeleton by this point. The sheriff's department was called, and they came out to take a look at the scene. And they were really surprised and called it a 1 in a million find, because the location of this camp, you almost had to walk up on top of it to see it. They believe he had died some 1 to 5 years earlier between 1999 and 2003, and was anywhere between 27 to 65 years old. Inside the tent, they found a notebook which the person did not leave a name on, which was frustrating because he did not carry ID, but he did leave a note. On the first page, it read, "Lib, I should write in case my situation here doesn't improve. This may be the end of my journey. Would like you to claim the body, services, or memorial, cremation." Who this Lib is has never been discerned, and neither would the rest of the letter, because it was illegible except for a few words, such as I, and though, and favor, or flavor. The back page of the note was a little bit more readable, but it didn't make much sense, like one sentence that read, "Third choice, take them up in a glider. I promise not to get sick on you." Then it gets illegible again, but other words are identified, like this, you, and not. Another page reads, AR, and would you call her, while each page at the bottom has the words capital ANY 25,000, which suggest a will with his initials, which obviously is not very much to go on, and seems to leave more questions than answers. It's believed his death was natural or due to exposure of the elements, but that could never be confirmed. It's also thought he was possibly from Australia, which they came to the conclusion because of the sleeping bag they had found, which was a brand made only in Australia. The main clue in finding out this man's identity is Lib. Just who is she? She seems very important to the person who wrote this, yet she apparently has not realized he is missing, or maybe she has reported him and it's just not been connected yet. But there were other items of interest that stuck out to detectives. One was the high-quality dental work that the man had done in the past. It seemed to indicate that he most likely was not homeless, and instead came from a middle to high middle-class home, which makes it stranger that no one noted his disappearance. Although it is possible he just had a few close connections, which explains why he wasn't reported missing. He also most likely had a back injury leading to spinal problems, and he was also a smoker. He was also carrying over $600 worth of bills that were all less than 5 years old. His camping equipment included a butane stove with 2 fuel cans, tent repair kit, a canteen, compass, cooking pot, and drinking cups. He also had 2 moisture-proof trail maps with a route drawn across an area where the remains were discovered. He also carried a Radio Shack 4-in-1 game along with a pocket-sized battleship. A reconstruction of his face was made later on, but this also did not lead to anyone coming forward to identify him, and he has since become known as the Garfield County John Doe, or Flat Tops John Doe. Nearly 2 decades later, the man has still not been identified. Theories about how he got here and what happened are divided, but judging by the route drawn on his maps, it's likely he hiked the entire way, as there is no public transportation in the area, although it is possible that these maps had been discarded by someone else with their routes drawn in, and the man just picked them up. Others wonder if maybe this Lib person was hiking with him. The main reason for this is because he had a lot of things in pairs, like 2 canteens, 2 maps, 2 drinking cups, and games that would be for 2 players, which leads to the obvious question, why did Lib, or whoever this other person is, just abandon him here? There's also the question of his vehicle. He would have most certainly had to have gotten a ride to the trailhead, as there was no public transportation that ran there. So was his car ever found? Or was it hauled off and a connection was never made? Or did a friend drop him off? If so, why didn't this friend ever check back in? Likewise, why was he even here? Was he suffering a terminal illness and just wanted to die in the woods? Or had he suffered a life change, like job loss or relationship breakup, and was just camping to clear his head? Well, that's what authorities looked at, but they were a little confused because the tent and campsite suggested he had already stayed there through 1 winter. So he was coming up on 1 whole year of being at this location. And was he from the other side of the world in Australia? It seems likely, as he also had earplugs, which could suggest long-distance travel. And finally, the death. No one is sure what happened with it either. It's possible he just died from a heart attack or stroke, but it's just as possible he died during a blizzard, or perhaps he overdosed on pain medication he was taking for his back. A darker theory suggests he got injured and Lib, or whoever else was accompanying him, got lost in trying to find him help and they perished alone somewhere else. March 28, 2003, Snowflake, Arizona. 66-year-old June Goodman would go over to visit her sister Pat at her home and spend the evening together, something they did frequently. The two would enjoy each other's company while talking the evening away. Much of June's conversation revolved around her upcoming retirement after spending years working for the post office. As the night wore on to around 8 p.m., June decided it was time to go home, as she had to get up early to go to work the next morning. She would leave and stop at a little convenience store to pick up some candy before getting back into her car around 8:25 p.m. and making her way home. Now, June lived alone after the passing of her husband many years prior, and although her home sat at the end of a quarter-mile dirt road, she felt completely safe, as she had lived there for years and it was a good community. And she arrived home that night, ate her chocolate candy, and then went to bed. But the next morning would take a strange turn, because at the post office, June never arrived. This was seen as extremely odd because June was known to be very reliable and usually arrived pretty early to work so she could prepare for her deliveries. Her co-workers decided to call her to see if she was okay and was still coming in, but no one answered. This heightened their concern, and one of the employees had June's sister's phone number, the same one she had spent the evening with before. They would call her and ask her if she knew why June had not came in. This, of course, alarmed her sister, who immediately got in her car and drove across town to check on her. I imagine she probably feared a medical emergency, considering her age. But her sister Pat would discover something else much more concerning. Upon arriving, she would notice immediately that the sliding glass door connecting to the backyard was halfway open, while her mail van was still parked in its normal spot. Adding to the mystery was the outside lights remained on, which Pat knew June always turned them off before going to bed. She would slowly take a step inside and seen the television was left on, and for Pat, that was enough. She called the police, who arrived very quickly to find a puzzling scene. They had no idea where to start, as there was essentially nothing to go on. For one, nothing had been stolen, ruling out robbery. Even stranger was all of June's shoes were accounted for, meaning she had left barefoot. Likewise, her dog was left behind, which June would never abandon. Now coincidentally, June was actually related to U.S. Representative Jeff Flake and the Arizona House Speaker. So unsurprisingly, the heat was on law enforcement to figure out what happened, and figure it out quickly. And going by these two powerful connections, they soon began to wonder, could her disappearance be connected to the political world? Well, although the conspiracy sounded intriguing, it quickly led to a dead end, and the investigation had to go back to square one. They soon began to put a theory into motion though. They believed June had been sitting in her recliner watching TV, which allowed her to see directly into the long dirt driveway to her home. They thought it was possible a car pulled up, and the headlights alerted June, who then got up, opened the glass door to greet someone, and then never walked back inside the home. But there was one issue with this. There was not one footprint in the dirt directly in front of the back door, nor was there a sign of a struggle. It got even more confusing when they brought in dogs and searchers on foot, and then even a helicopter to search the surrounding area. But no scent was found by the dogs, and not one sign of her was found anywhere near the home, other than the back door had been left open. A police spokesman would even note that it appeared as if she had stepped out the back door and vanished into thin air. And while that most certainly didn't happen, they did wonder if she had stepped out to get into a vehicle willingly, either to talk to someone or to go to somewhere else, and then something happened, or maybe she left intentionally, planning not to come back. However, police must have gotten a tip shortly after this, because they soon announced they believed she had been abducted. Although they never discussed what led them to this assertion, within the next few weeks, they would interview over 300 people, which is pretty significant considering the population was only around 4,000 people at the time. They soon found a potential lead, one that was kind of unexpected. A 43-year-old man named Patrick Michael Kahn was an individual that lived along June's post route. Now June would be threatened by this man, and she was terrified of him. Apparently at the time, the post office started cracking down on people who did not use their designated address assigned to their home. Now I don't know why Patrick or anyone would want to do this, but apparently it wasn't that uncommon to not use the address the post office gave you and just use something else. I assume something similar. Regardless, the post office for years had allowed it to slide, but began forcing their employees to not deliver any mail that was not sent to the designated address, which upset some citizens, particularly Patrick Kahn, who began shouting at her, and it scared her so much that she filed a complaint with the post office, which gave the police a good suspect to start with. They soon found out that not only did he shout at her in person, but he went to the post office and told her co-workers that he was going to kill her. So easy case, right? Well, first of all, they couldn't find this Patrick, but they assumed he was hiding out in his home state of Ohio, and they wanted to speak to him not just for June, but for a couple of other reasons. He was actually the prime suspect in a murder of a man named Donald Sewell, as well as being a suspect in a more perverse crime with an underage girl. Finally, about 6 months after June's disappearance, Patrick was found hiding out in Ohio and was extradited. And during the investigation, detectives soon established that Patrick had already been hiding out in Ohio when June disappeared, which basically ruled him out, although they still officially have him listed as a person of interest. Strangely, he was not convicted in the murder of Donald Sewell, but he did serve a 20-plus year sentence for the sexual crime. After this, they would find only one more lead, a TV repairman who had worked on June's television about a month before she disappeared. The TV was allegedly fixed, but still had issues, and when she told her sister Pat recommended she take it back to the man and tell him it still wasn't working. But June told her she would not go back because the man gave her an uneasy feeling, and she just did not want to ever have to deal with him again. Strangely enough, police did find this man in jail on drug charges, but they found nothing that could connect him to her disappearance. It's been over 2 decades since she vanished, and we still don't have a good idea of what exactly happened. There's no evidence that she left voluntarily or that she was abducted, although detectives do believe that is the case, stating that they narrowed down the initial suspect list of 40 down to 5 or 6 people. We also don't know what prompted June to go to the door. Was there a car that pulled up in the driveway and she seen the headlights prompting her to check? Or is it what the family believes? Her dog started barking and she stepped out to calm him down, something she did often. If that's the case, it has to mean that person had a ton of luck to just go by when she happened to step outside, or it means someone was stalking her. In either case, it's just bizarre how there were no footprints of anyone left around the home, or really any clue that she had even left. Hopefully, we can get a break on this one soon. December 18th, 1998, Tacoma, Washington. 26-year-old Linda Tran would make her way over to her father's shop, something she did every noon to prepare lunch. As his home sat right next to his shop, she would bring her children along, 9-year-old Patricia and 22-month-old Austin, so they could play with their grandfather, Hyatt. Linda, who was pregnant at the time with her third child, was on her way to becoming a beautician as she took classes at a local cosmetology school, and she was very excited about the future. After arriving, Hyatt would offer to take them out to dinner that night to a well-known Vietnamese restaurant, and of course, Linda happily accepted. Unfortunately, a customer would unexpectedly show up to the auto shop, and Hyatt could not leave, instead staying to work on the vehicle. It was okay though, because Linda would walk over to her father's home and just start preparing dinner there, much to the 9-year-old Patricia's disappointment. Hyatt would then finish working on the vehicle and called it a day, and walked over to his home, where he joined his daughter and grandkids for dinner. Afterwards, he began watching TV, and Linda would tell her kids that it was time to go home, and again, to the disappointment of 9-year-old Patricia, who wanted to spend the night with her grandfather. But Linda told her no, because someone was bringing them Christmas presents by a week early, and Patricia and Austin would need to be there to open their gifts. Of course, this changed her mind, and she was ready to go, so the family took off back home around 7:45 p.m., stopping for just a minute to pick up some fruit from the store, and then going home. Now, the exact time they made it is still unknown to this day, but her father lived around 10 minutes away, and with the stop at the store, it probably took about 15 minutes, putting their arrival around 8 p.m., and this would serve to be extremely important for the events that played out after, because at 8:15 p.m., just 30 minutes after she left her father's, frantic phone calls to 911 began pouring in. Several witnesses would report that Linda and her 2 small children were standing in their yard with a man none of the neighbors had ever seen before, and this suspicious encounter would turn deadly, as the man quickly pulled out a bat and chased Linda into her home, before turning back and ordering the children to go in behind her, crying all the way. He then shut the door behind them. Neighbors then began to hear shouting and crying coming from the home, accompanied by banging noises and glass breaking. Police were dispatched immediately, and on their way, they would be updated by the dispatcher, who said they received new reports that an explosion ripped through the house and flames were engulfing the duplex, and Linda and the kids were still inside. Now, what will really make this case crazy, and even more mysterious to this day, is police were dispatched at 8:15 and arrived at 8:25, and in that 10 minutes, the apartment was burning down, and no one seen Linda or her kids, and there were 0 signs of the suspect. Within 5 minutes after the police arrived, the fire department showed up and got the fire under control. They then entered the home and sadly found that Linda, 9-year-old Patricia, and 22-month-old Austin were all deceased, along with Linda's unborn baby. But it would get sadder, because an autopsy revealed that they had died from a combination of forced blunt trauma, smoke inhalation, and burns, suggesting they were still alive when the apartment was set ablaze. Detectives would close off the scene and began their investigation, and of course, obviously, the home had been intentionally burned. They found that it had some kind of accelerant poured all over the place, and then lit, no doubt, in an attempt to destroy evidence, and he accidentally poured too much, which is what caused the explosion and leads to the next confusing part of this mystery. The suspect was seen barely escaping out of the back door when the home exploded, ripping a hole in the roof and one of the walls, and this explosion would have no doubt injured or burned his back in his escape. Detectives then turned next to her neighbors in a hopeful attempt to learn more. The neighbors all conveyed they had never seen this man before, but they would give a pretty good description, which led to a sketch. They described him as being dark-skinned, either Asian or black, with a muscular build and around 30 to 35 years old. He also wore a knit cap and dark clothing. Other witnesses came forward and said the man ran to a dark-colored sedan where a driver was waiting on him, and they then fled the area, although not all witnesses could corroborate that part. The sketch was released to the public, and that led to nothing. And in what seemed like a sloppy crime that should have been easily solved, the detectives got nowhere, but they didn't give up, and they took a route that is normally taken in these investigations. They would turn their attention to Linda's love interest, past and present. They of course looked at her most recent boyfriend, who was the father of the child Linda was carrying, and police were able to definitively clear him, which led to past boyfriends, including the men that fathered her other two children. They too, after a thorough investigation, were cleared. However, there was one other man that Linda had dated in the past, and this man, her family was convinced, was the responsible party. They would bring up this person to detectives, who eventually found him, and again, after a thorough investigation, they were for sure this man was not involved, and they cleared him, although police never divulged what it was that led them to dismissing all these early persons of interest. They were left with nothing to do but to look at other motives. Soon, they came across a rumor that the murders had been perpetrated due to unpaid gambling debts that Linda had. Of course, none of that ever really panned out either. Investigators were also interested in another odd fact that came out afterwards. Just the day before the murders occurred, someone had broken a window out of the back door to Linda's home. This was only discovered because Linda had told a cousin about it, who in turn told the police. Apparently, Linda had entered the home after, but seen no sign that anyone was there. In spite of this, police can never say for sure if they were linked, as it's possible that it was just a random break-in attempt. After this, the case went ice cold, and remains that way today, although they did take a look at evidence again in 2015 using modern techniques, and nothing came from it. Even though detectives were able to rule out any of her former love interest, they felt whoever had done this brutal crime had to have some kind of relationship with Linda. It didn't seem like a random crime. And I have to clarify here as well, although her boyfriend and past boyfriends were ruled out, the detectives did have struggles working this case because of the language barrier with the Vietnamese community. So I would be curious to see what actually led to those men being dismissed as suspects. And it's also odd that it seems like there's a ton of clues that should point to a perpetrator, like the person that bought Christmas gifts for the family. That's the whole reason Linda was in a rush to get back. But who was this person? And what was his connection to Linda? Was this some secret boyfriend police could never find? It's also odd that Linda told no one who this mystery gift giver was, instead just saying, "Someone is coming by with gifts." Furthermore, does that mean this suspect was intentionally trying to make sure the kids did show up, so they would be victims too? That seems odd and excessive, but the biggest question is the time frame. The first calls came in almost immediately, as there had been quite a disturbance created outside the duplex. 10 minutes later, the first police car arrives and the home is already on fire. And since none of the neighbors seen this man taking any accelerants with him, it's presumed he just used something on hand in Linda's home, which would be a huge risk to take, because you would think he wouldn't know that Linda had such accelerants in her home, and whatever it was would have to be in huge quantities, which made it kind of doubtful and makes it seem like he somehow got inside her home before she got there and had already doused it. I mean, maybe he got in from where he had tried to bust the door open the night before, assuming that was him. But that begs the question, if he had already broken in, why didn't he just wait inside and ambush her, instead of doing it outside in front of all the neighbors? Furthermore, did he just sit in the car with this driver with the bat in hand, waiting for her to arrive? And considering he almost certainly suffered burns to his back, did he ever check into a local hospital? Did he get treated somewhere else by a friend who had some medical training? Or did he go far out of town for treatment? Since the dawn of early man, people have believed in such paranormal topics that are usually deemed ridiculous now, like shamans, voodoo, and witchcraft. And it's witchcraft in particular that we are going to take a look at here, because between the 1300s and 1600s, a witch craze swept through Europe, and unfortunately led to tens of thousands of alleged witches, who were mostly women, being executed. And it's somewhat ironic that just as this paranoia was dying down in Europe, it was only beginning in colonial New England, where the Salem witch trials would start to go down in infamy as one of the darkest periods in America. Although it began in February 1692, the seeds for it were sowed in 1689, when the English monarchs, William and Mary, would start a war with France in the territory of the American colonies. It would go on to become known as King William's War, and it tore apart upstate New York, Nova Scotia, and Quebec, which in turn sent refugees into the county of Essex, and more specifically into Salem Village, which was part of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. This, of course, caused a mini humanitarian crisis because it put tremendous strain on the small village's resources and in turn fired up an already existing rivalry between the families there. Families that had ties to the wealth of the port of Salem, which depended on agriculture. But that wasn't all. A Reverend Samuel Parris soon would become Salem Village's first ordained minister in 1689 and quickly gained a reputation for being very rigid as well as being very greedy. And to top it off, the area had just overcame a smallpox epidemic and were always on edge due to the ever-present threats of Native American attacks. So all of this kind of created the perfect storm. In short, tensions were high and all it needed was a spark. And the spark it would get. Because in January 1692, the Reverend Samuel Parris's daughter, Elizabeth, aged only 9, and his niece, Abigail Williams, age 11, started having, quote, fits. These fits allegedly were the girls screaming, throwing things, uttering peculiar sounds, and contorting themselves into strange positions. The Reverend would quickly take the girls to a local doctor named William Griggs, who looked at the pair and said, yep, this is the work of the supernatural. And what should have been chalked up to a manic episode, or perhaps a desperate plea for attention, would spiral out of control because another girl would then pop up, Ann Putnam Jr., 12 years old, and she also claimed to experience similar panic attacks. And just a month later, the village was on edge and it forced magistrates Jonathan Corwin and John Hawthorne, colonial officials, to get to the bottom of this. They would speak to the girls who, for some odd reason, blamed 3 women for afflicting them. One was a Caribbean woman enslaved by the Parris family, Tituba, Sarah Good, a homeless beggar, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly impoverished woman. Well, this was all the bored crazy Puritans needed, because this led to several days of interrogations of the 3 women. By March 1st, 2 of them, both of the Sarahs, claimed innocence, but Tituba oddly confessed and stated that the devil came to her and bid her to serve him. She began telling a fanciful story of black dogs, red cats, yellow birds, and a tall man with white hair who wanted her to sign his book, to which she did, and she claimed there were several witches in the area who wanted to destroy the Puritans. Now why she said this, I do not know. Maybe she had some kind of mental illness, or actually believed it, or maybe she just hated her life as a slave and who could blame her. But this would cause that spark to light a stick of dynamite, because paranoia was now out of control, and there would be a steady line of accusations coming in over the next few months. One in particular was that of a woman named Martha Corey, known for her fierce loyalty to the church in Salem. Heck, if she could be a witch, anyone could. They even questioned Sarah Good's 4-year-old daughter, Dorothy, who I'm pretty sure was scared by the interrogation, and regardless of that, they took her answers as a confession. By this time, it was getting out of control, with just dozens of people having to come from not only Salem, but surrounding villages as well. To be questioned about being a witch, the governor would respond by sending the deputy governor, Thomas Danforth, to get down to the hearings, while he also set up a special court to try the cases. The first woman to be tried was Bridget Bishop on May 27th, an older woman who, allegedly, gossiped way too much and liked to sleep around. When asked if she was a witch, she stated she was innocent as an unborn child, but I guess that wasn't very convincing because she was found guilty and hanged just 2 weeks later. Now I want to stop here and point out one critical thing. The Puritans, as well as the Christian faith in general, has taken a real beating over this, and it's often led to them being mocked for the horrible things they did during this period. But there were some people that spoke out, sorta. Enter Cotton Mather, Harvard alumni, Puritan clergyman, and author, who was widely respected and wrote a letter to the court asking them not to allow spectral evidence. And what is that, you might ask? It's basically testimony from dreams and visions where the so-called victim of witchcraft would claim the witch had entered their dreams and tortured them. It was widely accepted, which was incredibly stupid considering there was no way to refute it. And here was Cotton Mather pointing this out to the court, who just ignored him and hanged 5 more people in July, 5 more in August, and 8 in September. Although I should note that Cotton Mather is also blamed by a lot of historians for whipping up the witch panic to begin with, but thankfully, Governor William Phipps, who had ordered the court to be set up and to try the witches, soon found his own wife being questioned as a suspected witch. This clearly shook him up, and he prohibited any more arrests and released a ton of the suspected witches. He then dissolved the court, replaced it with a new one which did not allow spectral evidence, and it was only able to find 3 of the 56 accused witches guilty. And by May 1693, Governor Phipps pardoned these and all of the others who were still in prison. Of course, that was far too late for the families that had already lost a loved one. In total, 19 men and women were hanged, while Martha Corey, the woman we mentioned as the most loyal churchgoer who was suspected of being a witch early on, saw her husband Giles pressed to death with heavy stones after refusing to testify. This was particularly gruesome, as Corey was an 81-year-old farmer that basically had all this weight laid on him, hoping to get him to agree to enter a plea, and he did not. And he was crushed to death by the stones. In addition, another 5 people died in jail waiting on the trials. 25 people died in all, but there were many more, over 160 at least, that were accused and jailed and lost their property and rights. To her credit, Ann Putnam, 14 years later, confessed her deep sorrow and regret at the events of 1692. She stated she was just a child and accused several innocent people of a terrible crime, and for some, it brought their deaths. She of course blamed Satan for misleading her. She also stated she did not make up the accusations because she was mad at them or because she hated them. In fact, she had no hard feelings against them at all. Just 10 years after the events, the courts also declared the trials unlawful, and 9 years after that, they restored the rights and good names of many of the accused, as well as paying money to the heirs of the ones that had died. Massachusetts would formally apologize 250 years later, and by July 2022, Elizabeth Johnson Jr., the last convicted witch, whose name was the only one not cleared, was officially exonerated. So, did a combination of all these refugees entering the town, plus church politics, family feuds, and potentially mentally ill children, or children screaming out for attention, plus a smallpox epidemic and Indian attacks, really cause all this death? Was it really just paranoia and mass hysteria? Historians are divided, but it's probably a mixture of all that and for other reasons we just don't know. Some have even speculated that it could be traced to ergotism, a condition caused by eating foods contaminated with the fungus ergot, and is also famous for causing another case of mass hysteria, that of the dancing plague of 1518. But this has been heavily disputed, as the Puritans had already learned how to avoid bad rye by the 1690s. Regardless, people are still fascinated with this case to this day. When you think of ancient powers, truly ancient powers, the one that comes to mind is the Egyptians. It's insane to think about, but it started in 3150 BC and lasted until 30 BC, when it was succeeded by Roman Egypt. And for an even crazier perspective, that means the formation of the Roman Empire is closer to our time than it is to the formation of ancient Egypt. I only bring this up to show how insanely long ancient Egypt was a power, and in that time span, they did a lot of incredible things. But is it possible they did more than we know about? Like sail across the Atlantic and land in Mexico? That brings us to the Olmecs, the earliest known Mesoamerican civilization, which reigned in Veracruz, Mexico from 1200 to 400 BC. But what does this have to do with the ancient Egyptians? Well, it seems they actually have quite a bit in common. But before I get to all of their similarities, I'll start with the key one. The Olmecs were the first civilization in the Americas to develop a written language, possibly suggesting help from an outside source. Next is the pyramids. I don't even need to tell you about the Egyptian pyramids, but it is the Olmecs that, once again, were the first in the Americas to build pyramids. But that's not all they built. They also created those colossal heads they carved out of a single block of stone. That stone was quarried from the Tuxtla Mountains 250 miles away, and to this day, no one knows how they transported them back, although it's possible they used rafts to carry the stones, possibly getting the idea from the Egyptians. We also don't know who the heads are supposed to portray. Some say it could have been their famous rulers, but the more interesting theory is one we have discussed previously, that they could actually, because of how they look, be portraying Africans, which came about because of their contact with Egypt. When it came to religion, both Egyptians and the Olmec practiced polytheism, and the Egyptians also had two types of temples they worshipped at, and one of these had a roof that was a pyramid shape, and whereas for decades historians believed the pyramids used by the Olmec were places of worship, it's now known that not only were they places of worship, but also a place where they buried their kings, just like the pharaohs, although the pyramids in Mesoamerica are quite a bit smaller. Next, we know the Egyptians had a lunar calendar, which was then followed by a solar one, but the Olmecs, of course, were the first civilization in the Americas to create a calendar dating back to around 1100 BC, around the beginning of their civilization. Which brings up another interesting point. The closer you go to the formation of the Olmec civilization, the more Egyptian it becomes, suggesting that Egypt was there at first to influence or perhaps colonize the region. For example, some of the earliest depictions of the Egyptian god, Hapi, shows him sitting inside a bird snake, like he's in the middle of traveling, while holding an object in his hand, and the Olmec god, Quetzalcoatl, shows basically the same thing. And I should clarify here, although Quetzalcoatl is mainly known as an Aztec god, there are depictions of it going back to the time of the Olmec. It gets stranger when you consider Quetzalcoatl is holding a bag that looks suspiciously like the one being held by the Sumerian gods, the Anunnaki. But going back to Hapi, he and Quetzalcoatl are also both gods of water and fertility, and both represent the connection between the earth and the sky, which is one heck of a coincidence. They also believed in cycles of creation and destruction, with gods inhabiting earth during the first cycle, and most curiously, when depicting themselves or their rulers, both Egyptians and Olmecs did it by showing themselves wearing elaborate headdresses and sometimes having elongated heads. However, as you might imagine, this is heavily disputed. Scholars cite that these pseudo-archaeologists often use a method called looks like, is like, which is where they draw a connection between two items that have vague similarities, with no actual real proof that they're connected. And when taking a look at those writing systems, well, the Olmec system did not look anything like the Egyptian writing, and furthermore, Egyptian hieroglyphs were an elite practice, and Egyptian authorities purposely limited the knowledge to a few people, and they would just not give that knowledge to a civilization on the other side of the world, especially considering they did not even use it in the regions they had conquered. On top of that, around the time that the Olmecs were creating their writing system, Egypt was in a period of decline and internal struggle, and they just didn't have the resources or stability to explore or colonize anyone, let alone someone on the other side of the Atlantic. 1891, 32-year-old professor, mountaineer, scientist, and explorer John Norman Collie would begin his descent down the summit of Ben Macdui, the second highest mountain in Scotland and the UK right after Ben Nevis. Now John, he was a pretty influential man in England, known not only for his mountaineering, but also his sharp analytical mind with a wide range of interest. It's actually thought he was the inspiration for the world-famous character Sherlock Holmes, so suffice to say, John's word carried a lot of weight, and he was not prone to exaggeration, which is important because of events that would happen this day. As John was making his way down from the summit, he would begin walking through the mist when suddenly he heard something. Every few steps he took, he would hear a crunch behind him, then another. For every 3 to 4 steps John took, this, whatever it was behind him, would take huge steps of its own. John, ever the intellectual, told himself this was nonsense, there was nothing behind him. But he listened again, and again he heard these huge footsteps behind him. So he stopped to look, but the fog was so thick he could not see a thing. He continued walking again, and as he moved on, he heard the crunching of footsteps behind him. John now began to feel creeped out, and as it got closer, he could no longer take it. He sprinted off as fast as he could down the mountain. He would stagger about 4 to 5 miles through boulders and blinding mist before he made it to the forest, where he was safe but very shook up. And this experience led to him never returning to this mountain. But it would take nearly 34 years before John would speak of it, when he gave his account to a group at a climbing club dinner, and it soon leaked to the press. John would surprisingly get numerous letters from other mountaineers who had experienced the same thing. And of course, skeptics came out early and put a squash on the whole story. But the main issue for them was that John was an accredited scholar, and his word was deemed so reliable that many people believed the claims. But there would be another issue that came up for the believers that gave some doubt, because shortly after this, the many other climbers who had wrote John started to come forward with their own encounters on Ben Macdui. One of these, a Hugh D. Welsh, said he hiked to the summit with his brother in 1904, and throughout the day and night they heard footsteps that seemed to be walking through water-saturated gravel. They also felt that something was near them, but they could never see it. But with all these other climbers coming forward, it begs the question, why now? Again, that goes back to John's reputation. Now that he was speaking out about it, these other climbers felt that they could bring their stories forward without the fear of ridicule. But of course, there's also the skeptical take that maybe these climbers were just coming out after John so they could get a little publicity and maybe cash in on their claims in the hopes of exclusive interviews. Regardless, the story would die down, but it would be brought back to the forefront 20 years later when a man named Pete Densham was participating in rescue work in the Cairngorm Mountains nearby of Ben Macdui. While doing this, Pete would encounter the oh-so-common mist the climbers often see in the mountains, and it's here that Pete would begin hearing unsettling noises. He couldn't see well because of the mist, but whatever was walking around him was getting closer and closer. And like in the story with John, Pete could no longer handle the fear and took off running to escape whatever it was. Coincidentally, Pete knew a fellow mountain climber, his friend, Richard Frere, who just 3 years later wrote about feeling a presence that felt intensely real. And instead of hearing footsteps, he actually heard something singing with an intensely high note. Richard would also write the account of another hiking friend who wished to remain anonymous, who recalled camping at Ben Macdui and woke up to feel a sense of dread. He got to thinking something might be outside his tent, and that's when he seen a large figure with dark hair standing in front of the moon in silhouette. But we finish with the craziest claim, that of naturalist Alexander Tunian, who was climbing alone in the Cairngorms on a 10-day hike in 1943. He would write about the incident 15 years later in the Scots magazine and would claim that a mist enveloped the mountain. It was here that a bitter wind started whipping around and he heard a loud footstep, and then another, followed by another. In this account, it would get scarier, because when he looked in the direction of the sound, he seen a strange shape come charging at him. Alexander was so frightened that he pulled out his revolver and fired 3 shots at the figure, but it continued to approach him, leaving Alexander to flee down the path. This is the last famous encounter of the being known as And Fear Lieth More, or better known as Big Gray Man. Although over the years, some mountaineers have claimed to come across giant footsteps left in the snow, while others have reported seeing a 10-foot tall creature with gray fur, long legs, talons, and sometimes wearing a cap. In particular, in the 90s, 3 men saw a bipedal creature with an eerie face, as they described it, near Aberdeen. They spotted it several weeks later, and it began to chase the vehicle and appeared like it was trying to get in. It even kept up with the car as it was driving 45 miles per hour. Luckily, they escaped. In spite of all this, there's never been any pictures of the Gray Man. So what exactly are people seeing? The skeptical take is that it's nothing more than illusions or hallucinations, usually brought on by exhaustion and being isolated. Specifically, it's thought that infrasound, which can be generated by wind, gives climbers a feeling of uneasiness and anxiety, which then leads to the hallucinations. Others point to the Brocken Spectre, also known as Mountain Spectre, which might explain the more visual part of the mystery. This phenomenon can appear on misty mountains or even in airplanes, and is the very specific atmospheric conditions when the sun is at a particular angle and causes the subject's shadow to be cast onto cloud banks around them, creating the illusion of a large shadow humanoid figure. Others cite the account given by John himself, although he was a respected scholar whose word was deemed reputable. In the decades since, some skeptics believe that he actually told this story while he was drunk and then was too embarrassed to take it back, while a more famous variation is that John, who was at this climbing club dinner in Edinburgh, got annoyed because he was asked to speak in front of everyone, and it was unexpected. No one had told him to prepare a speech or anything, so when he got put on the spot, he made the tale up right there. But there are still some paranormal believers out there that think the Gray Man is a real Yeti-like creature inhabiting the mountains. September 1969, the steppes of Kazakhstan. A driver known only by the name N.P. Zenov was being paid to drive around some geologist who had came from Karaganda, which was not far away. The geologists were working near a village called Terrance, a 12.5-hour drive from Karaganda. It was at this small village that the driver, Zenov, was sent with one of the Russian geologists to an airport in Karazahal, where the geologist's girlfriend was set to fly in from Moscow, as the two had met in the same institute in the city there. So on the 10th, they arrived and drove through a village where they stopped to eat and waited at the airport. It's here they picked her up, as well as another Kazakh woman who was a lab technician at a nearby plant, and she was seeking a ride back home to her parents in Terrance. It's not specifically explained, but I'm guessing this woman also paid for the ride, which is why Zenov was okay with it. On their way back, they would reach another village, but they could not find the road where they had came in. The geologist looked at the map and said to stay straight on the road they were on and it should lead them home. But they would drive a further 2.5 hours into the night without seeing much of anything. They would continue on, covering about 95 more miles, and got even more lost. And because it was at night, they were not able to find a place to stop and ask for directions. This is where things would get weird. Zenov would continue driving down the dirt road when suddenly they seen a star burning in the distance, where he noted that this is typically seen near military units. And as a programming note here, what I think this implies is the red communist star that was lit up and stood near Soviet military bases. Anyways, the four now decided the best way to find their bearings was to stop near this military base and ask for directions. So they turned toward the star and started driving. But as they got closer, all they found was trenches and a forest. They would navigate through all this before finding a path covered with flattened sand, and they did not see any footprints or tire tracks. So they got back in the vehicle and kept driving, trying to follow the star, which disappeared and reappeared in different spots. They finally came up on a clearing and ran out of gas. Luckily, they had stopped to buy 5 barrels, so Zenov got out of the truck and filled it up. They then slept in the vehicle with plans to try and find their way out of the mess the next morning when there was more light. So they would sit in this cab of the vehicle and began to eat apples, since that's the only thing they brought with them on the trip. It was just then they seen the star get closer, and it wasn't actually a star, but instead, what they had been seeing was a motorcycle with a sidecar and 2 soldiers. The soldier in the sidecar, however, was carrying a pole with a shining star. They felt relieved, opened the door, and began yelling for help. When they seen the lost travelers, they took down their star, turned around, and drove off. The beleaguered four sadly returned to the cab and waited for morning, confused on why these people would not help them. While sitting in the cab, Zinov kept looking around, just hoping that the star would pop back up, or really just anyone that could help them. It was later on after this that a light began to shine into the rear of their truck. Zinov would turn to look to see a bright glowing object rapidly approaching in the sky. It was so high up that at first he just thought it was odd, but soon enough it started descending right toward the truck. Zinov would jump out and yell to the other passengers to get out of the cab as something was headed right towards the rear of the truck where the gasoline was stored. So they all jumped out, and this glowing object flew over the truck and made a whistling sound as it went by. The man had his arms spread out to the sides and legs stretched out as well. He flew horizontally over the cab toward the ground, passing only 1.5 feet over their heads, then flew up ahead about 80 feet, where it landed and faced them. The geologist, who must have been brave, suggested they get in the vehicle and move closer, so they did. When they got about 15 feet away, the thing soared back up into the air and flew to the side, where it then hovered in the air vertically, never wobbling once. It landed once again though, and did face them. By this point, Zinov, who was in the truck, turned around and flashed his headlights on him and drove a little closer. The geologist said to go ask him for directions, so Zinov stepped out and began walking towards him. When he got about 3 feet away, he extended his hand to greet him and said hello, but the being didn't extend his hand, instead keeping both pressed toward his torso. Zinov looked into the helmet and seen 2 pupils or points for eyes, and while looking, the humanoid shot back up into the air quickly. So Zinov looked up, and the being was hovering just a foot or so above him, so close that he could have reached out and touched him. Finally, Zinov was getting annoyed, so he said, "Comrade, please help us, we're lost." But there was no response. He did turn slowly towards him though, and then flew away again, which prompted Zinov to run back to his truck and follow him. And they did, hoping to see exactly what this thing was on the guy's back. Was it perhaps a jetpack prototype? He flew low and remained ahead, but not for long as the truck picked up speed. But then, he instantly went up at an angle and distanced himself from them. He then slowed down and they continued to follow him, although at a great distance. They soon made it back out to the highway and the sun was coming up and the being continued to fly. Soon, he disappeared into the clouds and fog. By this point, the geologist knew where they were and told Zinov they had mistakenly drove about 95 miles past the village they intended to go to. Crazy story, and it's taken from a letter written in 1984 by Zinov to a local newspaper, which somehow found its way to the UFO.com Project, an organization in Belarus dedicated to studying paranormal phenomena in the area. Zinov would finish by asking the paper how this thing was flying and still able to move at 180-degree turns at such a high speed without the flyer's body swinging any at all. He also noted the being was about 5'6", thin, wore a tightly fitted suit that had waves of silver, and wore an oval-shaped helmet with a rectangular frame made of glass, which ended at the nose level. He also noted mysteriously that he did not feel anything when the being hovered above him. There was no wind, pressure, or even any sound. In closing, he would ask the editors if there was any technology they were working on that could do this, or even if it was possibly American-made. This is one of the more interesting cases involved in a flying humanoid, and was certainly odd as well. If it was a soldier from the Soviets, how come he refused to shake hands? And he never said a word. He also would not offer to help the lost travelers, while also buzzing over their car and seemingly trying to terrify them. Now strangely, Kazakhstan also plays host to another bizarre flying humanoid case from back in 1936, one we covered previously, known as the Kazakhstan jetpack monstrosity. And just as we discussed there, the first working models came out in the 1960s, but they weren't as advanced as whatever it was the party of four seen here that night. Of course, it's quite possible Zinov made the whole story up for who knows what reason, which leaves the final theory. Maybe, just maybe, the four ran into an alien humanoid of some kind. July 28th, 1986, Gloucestershire, England. 25-year-old real estate agent Suzy Lamplugh was en route to her next appointment to show a house in Fulham to a potential and hopeful buyer. The meeting was set to be around 12:45 p.m., so it would be a shocking surprise to her mother Diana, who got a call around 6:45 p.m. from Suzy's manager, whom asked, "Do you have any idea where your daughter might be? Suzy left to show a house to a client just before lunch and she has not returned. We just wanted to check anywhere we could." Diana immediately knew something was wrong, because this was not like Suzy at all. She was one that tended to stick to the rules and routine, and would simply not abandon her job like that, especially not when showing a potential client a home. Her co-workers would let Diana know they had already called the police an hour earlier. Suzy, meanwhile, was overcome with shock, but soon gathered herself. But there was little she could do until Suzy's car was found, and that would happen about 10 p.m., when police would spot the company car about a mile away from the real estate office. There were no signs of a struggle and no fingerprints left behind. The driver's door was open and Suzy's purse was in the glove compartment, although the keys were missing. Diana, after receiving that news, showed up and walked to the nearby river where they shouted for Suzy, to no avail. And the police at this point let them know they were doing more harm to the search than help. Basically, they were getting in the way. The following day, newspapers across the country carried the story of the real estate agent whom they believed had been abducted. Scotland Yard would release a statement saying they believed she was in grave danger, and that might be because of what they found in Suzy's office diary. It was there she had written 12:45 Mr. Kipper, 37 Sherolds outside the property. So this Mr. Kipper was now the main suspect. By this point, her mom had abandoned the thought of searching for her and instead took advantage of the massive media presence surrounding her home. She did not avoid the cameras, and just 2 days later, she appeared on national television speaking about the events. This caused the media interest to spike up even more, and soon, sackfuls of letters began showing up to her home. A lot of them were people offering prayers. Others were people that knew Suzy. However, none of these letters led to any crucial info that might be used to find her. Detectives began their work by retracing Suzy's steps that day. They obviously went to the address she had written in her office diary and began looking for people that may have seen her that day. And they had some pretty good luck. First, a man walking past the home at 12:50 p.m. seen Suzy standing at the gate of the property, and it looked like she was waiting on someone. About 10 minutes later, the owner of the home next door heard someone leaving the residence and looked out to see Suzy and a man walking away, stopping to look back at the home one more time. This witness had the best sighting of the man, and it would be that led to the original sketch of the suspect. But shortly after this, another man walking by would see the two, and he claimed the man was holding a bottle of champagne with ribbons around it. This man's description of the suspect too would be turned into an artist's sketch. But here is where things take a turn, because other witnesses would see them entering the car, and at least one of these witnesses said the two were arguing before they got in. The man was white, between 25 and 30 years old, with a dark complexion and dark hair swept back. He was dressed really nice in a dark charcoal suit and was described as a public schoolboy type. One witness would even say he looked like he had a broken nose. Another man also came forward and said he seen the couple arguing in the area between 2 and 2:30. And shortly after this, someone reported seeing Suzy driving away erratically, arguing with the man in the car, and this witness had to swerve their automobile out of the way to avoid being hit. But that's not all. It feels like everyone in the neighborhood seen Suzy and this guy, because later that day, more witnesses seen her parked poorly outside a garage about a mile away. Several people called that in, but it was at 2:45 p.m. A good friend of Suzy's, a Barbara Whitfield, stated she seen Suzy driving north up Fulham Palace Road in her car with this man at 2:45 p.m. Barbara waved at her from her bicycle, but Suzy was talking to the guy in the car and did not see her. This, of course, was the most important sighting since Barbara and her were good friends. Detectives may have not been sure about the other accounts, but Barbara, they were convinced, really seen her. But after that sighting, only one more witness would report seeing Suzy. Apparently, this woman had seen her and a smartly dressed man in a suit by the spot where her car had been parked. That would be it as far as sightings go. And shortly after that, around 3:30 p.m., her co-workers started to wonder where she was, so they drove to the residence themselves at 4:30, but did not see anything unusual, and at 5:30, they called the police. Now I told you all that to bring us back to the beginning when the car was found by the officers that night at 10 p.m. The spot where it had been haphazardly parked. That was the same spot that the several witnesses had seen it setting earlier that day, and as mentioned, it was sitting there with the door open and parked partially into a garage. Notably, the driver's seat had been pushed back to a position Suzy could not have driven in, indicating someone taller, probably the man, had been driving it. But complicating matters was the report of a black BMW that had been parked at the home that may or may not have been involved. There were a couple of witnesses reported seeing it set outside the home, but that's not even the most confusing part. That would come from witnesses who stated in addition to Suzy's white Ford Fiesta, there was a second one. And it would get worse, because another witness would come forward and report seeing her while he was out jogging. He said he had seen a car speeding down the road, and it was a dark-colored BMW, and it stopped suddenly, and a woman he claimed looked like Suzy was struggling with a man inside the car, and she began sounding the horn in an attempt to attract the attention of bystanders. However, this witness described the woman as having blonde hair, and police had wrongly assumed that Suzy had brown hair at the time, so they completely wrote off this witness account until much later when they realized she did have blonde hair at that time. Law enforcement would turn, as they normally do, to Suzy's boyfriend, and he had an alibi. Next, they turned to her male roommate, who also had an alibi, so they turned to her flat where they found nothing. Then they went to her office. They soon found out from the manager that some mysterious man delivered a bunch of red roses to the office just days before she disappeared. The media by this point was having a field day, and they speculated that Mr. Kipper's first name might actually be Dan, because that would be an anagram of the word kidnapper. Detectives also would turn to some old technology using old-fashioned card index systems where all the leads would be filled on about 26,000 cards. Strangely, since she was still considered missing, known criminals in the area were not even originally considered as suspects. But 6 months later, police thought they caught a break when a man called in to state that a black BMW had been left abandoned in a road for months and was located and recovered, and it was discovered it was registered to a Belgian man known as Mr. Kuiper. Unfortunately, the car's owner was located in Belgium, and he had an alibi. Plus, the car had been in the shop that day anyways, so he was quickly ruled out. After this, the case went completely cold, and pretty much everyone assumed the worst. Even Diana had came to the realization that Suzy was most likely dead. Investigators didn't give up though, and around 1 year after she vanished, detectives noticed the sketches of the suspect sure looked a lot like a man that had been convicted of assaults on women before, and later on, he would be convicted of more assaults, as well as the fact that he's most likely a serial killer. That man's name is John Cannon. He had actually been serving a sentence in a nearby open prison, which is basically minimal supervision, and prisoners are often not even locked up in their cells. Some are even able to get jobs while doing their time, which allowed them to leave, and that's exactly what John was doing, as he had been on day release for months leading up to Suzy's disappearance. He had told cellmates that he had met an uptown girlfriend at a wine bar he frequented, and Suzy actually had visited a wine bar right across from the office. John also frequented one pub that Suzy was known to have visited just 3 days before she vanished. The same day John was officially released from prison, maybe most eerily, John was known to deliver roses to women in a romantic ploy, and he also had told others he was looking for property in the area, but as mentioned, None of this came onto the police radar until a year later when John would abduct and murder 29-year-old Shirley Banks, who had been out shopping. Although that was not why he was arrested. That would be because he had assaulted another woman at knife point in a dress shop, and it was soon found that he even tried to abduct a woman the night Suzy vanished. His car was found hidden in a garage, where he had even put a fake license plate that read SLP 386S, which detectives thought might stand for Suzy Lamplugh and the 86 for the year she had vanished. He was a real sicko. Detectives would go to interview him about Suzy and the license plate, and he even stated that it could be seen as a reference to Suzy, which was odd since investigators had not even divulged they were thinking that, but he claimed the letters were chosen at random. He would further claim he had bought the car from a businessman in Bristol who was responsible for the murders of Shirley Banks, Suzy Lamplugh, and another girl, and that the man was in a great deal of trouble. Oddly, John was known to masquerade as a Bristol businessman. Police would ask him if he was just referring to himself, and John would give a response that seemed to confirm it. But immediately, he recanted and ended the interview. He would ultimately get sentenced to life imprisonment for the other crimes. In the late 90s, authorities would reopen the case to see if they possibly could rule out John. Instead, all they found was way more circumstantial evidence that pointed to him. Enough to arrest him in 2000, in which he admitted there's 1 to 2 things he still hadn't been caught for. They would even find that John had access to a red Ford Sierra at one point, and when police found it and tested it, they found DNA of both John and Suzy. However, the Crown felt they didn't have enough evidence to charge him, so they let it go and he went back to prison. This one I don't think is much of a mystery, as we're all pretty sure what happened, but technically it's listed as a missing person on the iceberg, and that's the mystery. I do think it's quite odd that so many people saw all this going on, but Suzy's remains have never been located. They did get a tip from one of John's former girlfriends, who stated he had told her that Suzy had been buried at Norton Barracks, and the area was searched exhaustively, and nothing was found. January 11th, 2004, Naples, Florida. 27-year-old Terrance Williams, who had just recently moved from Chattanooga to be near his mother, would make a phone call to his roommate and friend, Jason Gonzalez, to let him know he planned on attending a party that night with a co-worker of his. Now apparently, Terrance had no driver's license, as it had been previously revoked, as well as having his car registration expire. So because of this, he had spent a considerable amount of time trying to find a ride, which failed. So he ended up deciding to test his luck and drove over to the party illegally. As the night wore on and several hours passed, Jason began to become a little concerned because Terrance should have been back by now. But since it was a late party on the 11th, which rolled over into the morning of the 12th, he at first did not reach out to anyone. But by the 13th, he was now very worried, but unsure who to reach out to. So he ended up actually emailing Terrance's mother, Marcia, to notify her. This, of course, set the family into a panic, who immediately went down to file a missing persons report with the police. Shortly after this, Terrance's aunt was actually able to track down his vehicle, which had been towed from a local cemetery for blocking traffic. The tow report was signed by Deputy Steve Calkins of the Collier County Sheriff's Department, so now the family had some hope of finding out where Terrance was, and they called the Sheriff's Department thinking he may be in jail for driving illegally. But come to find out, Deputy Calkins had not filed an incident report, and actually, he had not even made an arrest. Not knowing what to do now, Marcy ended up contacting the people who worked at the cemetery, who revealed quite a shocking claim. Apparently, they did see Deputy Calkins pull Terrance over and ask him for ID, which he did not have. He then got Terrance out of the car, patted him down, and put him in the back of the patrol car. He then asked the cemetery workers if he could leave Terrance's car in the lot and drove off. 15 minutes later, he would return and move the car himself, and then drop the keys down to the ground beside the car. So armed with this information, Terrance's mother would again call the Sheriff's Department asking to speak with Deputy Calkins personally. and this is something she would have to do numerous times before someone there finally tried to reach out to Calkins, and he would tell the dispatch he had no memory of making any arrests or having any cars towed on that day, which was certainly odd. But it would get stranger though, because later on he would claim he had now somewhat of a better memory of his time with Terrance. This led to Calkins' supervisor stepping in days later, asking him to submit an official incident report, which he did, and claimed he came into contact with Terrance at 12:15 p.m. after noticing his car was driving, quote, in distress. Although oddly, the cemetery employees said it happened around 9 to 10 a.m., and that's probably more accurate because 10 a.m. was when Terrance's work shift began. Deputy Calkins then claimed he followed Terrance into the cemetery parking lot where Terrance asked him for a ride to the nearby Circle K store because he was already late for work. So Deputy Calkins, according to him, dropped him off at the store, and Terrance told him the paperwork for his car was in the glove compartment. But when Calkins returned to the car, he found that the proper registration was not in there, and now suspecting that Terrance lied to him, he called Circle K and asked to speak to him. But the clerk said Terrance did not work there, so he then called in the license plate number and found that it was expired. So maybe Terrance ran, right? Well, after reviewing surveillance footage at Circle K, neither Terrance nor the deputy ever stepped foot there that morning. Likewise, there were no phone calls from Calkins' work cell phone that had been placed, as well as employees from Circle K all stated Calkins nor Williams were ever seen. At this point, Terrance's family filed a complaint against the deputy, but that's really where we just get started, because Marcia would get a phone call about a new lead in her son's disappearance, and it came from somewhere you may never imagine, that of the Mexican consulate in Miami. Apparently, there had been this Mexican immigrant who had vanished in a very similar fashion 3 months earlier. Again, he was last seen with Deputy Calkins, who claimed to have dropped him off at another Circle K 4 miles away from the one he said he dropped Terrance off at. This man was 24-year-old Felipe Santos. In Felipe's case, he lived in the nearby Immokalee, where he stayed for 3 years illegally when, on October 14th, 2003, around 6:30 a.m., he was riding with his 2 brothers when they got into a minor car accident in Naples. Calkins cited Felipe for reckless driving and driving without a license or insurance, and placed him in his patrol car and drove away. Later that day, Felipe's boss contacted the jail so he could post bail, only to discover that Felipe had never been booked. When Calkins was asked about this, he stated he simply changed his mind about the arrest because Felipe was polite and cooperative, so he left him at a Circle K and drove off. This one perplexed everyone. First of all, the crew that Felipe was working with was really close to that Circle K, so why not just drop him off there? Also, it was made stranger by the fact that the foreman was actually on the way to pick him and his brothers up from the scene of the car crash. Not only that, the other driver involved in the car crash would shed some light on everything by saying Calkins got mad at Felipe for not having any documentation. This witness stated Calkins said he was tired of pulling people over that didn't have a license. And just like with Terrance, no one at the Circle K ever seen Felipe or Calkins, and Calkins himself vanished for about 2 hours after driving off from the site of the car accident with Felipe, with his supervisors having no idea where he was. Of course, by this point, law enforcement had no choice but to investigate one of their own. They found other conflicting statements from Calkins when it came to Terrance. First of all, he claimed the vehicle had been abandoned in the road, but of course, the cemetery workers all stated he intentionally parked the car in the road himself. Calkins then denied it and stated he moved the car only to help out the towing company, not to make it look abandoned. He also told the dispatch operator that maybe he's out there in the cemetery, he'll come back, and his car will be gone. He also referred to the vehicle as a homie Cadillac. Furthermore, he claimed the vehicle was not working, but his family actually drove the car back home from the tow yard. And 20 minutes after first making contact with Terrance, he would call at 1:12 p.m. and requested a background check on him. What is suspicious is he gave an inaccurate birth date, one that Terrance had previously given to the police when he had been arrested. That begs the question, how did Calkins know this previous wrong birthday if he had never met nor knew anything about Terrance before this contact? After this call into dispatch for a background check, Calkins disappeared for over an hour, and actually, it was probably closer to 2 hours, and again, police have no idea where he was. So they leaned harder on him, and he agreed to take polygraphs, and I think this is a perfect case of why you never trust the lie detector test. In 3 different tests given to Calkins, the first one was inconclusive, the second one said he was honest, and the third one said he lied. So basically, it was a waste of time. But regardless, he was now a person of interest, and because of that, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and FBI were called in. They would covertly put a GPS device in Calkins' vehicle and would do a forensic investigation of the patrol car. They would then look at the areas recorded by the GPS device, and they took cadaver dogs to go to the areas they found suspicious, but nothing was found. Calkins was fired shortly after this for giving conflicting statements, and because he eventually stopped cooperating with the investigation at all. He would eventually move away, and his home and land was searched in 2016, but no remains were found. In that time, the case lay cold. Until 2012, that is, when numerous national programs began to cover it. A lot of this was prompted by actor Tyler Perry, who has even offered a reward in the case. By 2018, a wrongful death lawsuit was filed against Calkins by Terrance's family, and by 2020, the judge ruled in favor of the former deputy and, egregiously, said that Marcia had to pay Calkins' court cost of $5,000. By 2022, Tyler Perry released a documentary series about the 2 missing men. Crazy case, but what about theories? Of course, the theory by the sheriff's department was both men left on their own accord to avoid trouble with the law. Of course, both families heavily dispute this, although one gas station clerk allegedly seen Terrance alive in the store about a week after he suddenly disappeared. But when the video footage was reviewed, it was found he was never there. I think it's safe to say this theory is probably the least likely. Next, we have the most popular theory called Starlight Tour. And what in the world is that? This one, you can thank our neighbors to the north. In the 90s and early 2000s, there was a string of freezing deaths involving indigenous peoples in Canada, specifically Saskatoon, or maybe I should say, right outside of Saskatoon. And how did this happen? And how does it relate to our case? Well, it seems police officers that arrested these men, usually on the charges of drunkenness and/or disorderly conduct, although sometimes they just arrested them for the fun of it. But once they got them into the patrol car, they would drive them to the outskirts of town and drop them off at night in the middle of the Canadian winter, with temperatures often reaching below sub-zero levels, where presumably these officers knew these men were going to freeze to death. That was apparently fairly common and was later found to have went back as early as 1976, and it became known as taking indigenous people on starlight tours. Yeah, pretty crazy. But back to our 2 missing men. Could there be a swamp version of starlight tours? Well, that's the theory. Felipe and Terrance, and maybe people we don't even know about yet, were taken by Calkins, or heck, maybe other officers, and dropped off in the Everglades and died of exposure or animal attack. Others have, of course, disputed this theory, pointing out that based on where Calkins picked up both men, there was no way that he had enough time to make it to the Everglades. So this one, although popular, is probably ruled out. And you may have noticed, I mentioned possibly other officers were involved. That's not my conjecture. At least one anonymous former sheriff's office employee suggested other people may have been involved. Of course, there's no proof of it, and really, there's no proof that Calkins was involved. At least, not yet. Calkins, meanwhile, still denies having anything to do with the other men's disappearances and claims they left for their own reasons and the police department is just making him a scapegoat. But of course, he was caught in many lies, and there is something else suspicious about him. From 2001 to 2004, Calkins didn't arrest one person, although He wrote close to 400 incident reports. He also claimed to have given multiple people rides over these years, but he never booked one of them. Even stranger was his traffic ticket record. He only gave about 1 ticket per month, despite being on patrol. His superiors were aware apparently, and even gave him positive reviews in 2003. Even stranger was Calkins' colleague, a former deputy, Charles Peterson, who had actually went through the academy with Calkins. He stated Calkins had racist feelings toward black people and Mexican people, although he clarified that statement by saying only the undocumented ones that didn't have driver's license or insurance or registration, things like that. He also suggested that he could have been involved in their deaths and would have hidden them very well. He stated that Calkins had lost trust in the justice system because he felt like it was a revolving door, because many times the criminals would be back out on the street before paperwork was even finished. But to wrap this back around to our Starlight Tour theory, remember I said this happened from the 70s to the early 2000s? Well see, this all came to light when a man named Darrell Knight was dropped off and left to freeze in January 2000. However, he actually made it to a nearby power station where he was able to call a taxi, and he survived and was able to tell the tale. And crazily enough, the police did the same thing to another indigenous man the next night, and he wasn't so lucky. But since Darrell Knight survived, he was able to speak out, and the 2 officers in his case would go to trial and were convicted of unlawful confinement, where it should have been big news, right? Well, this conviction happened in September 2001, when there was much bigger news. However, it comes back to the case of Calkins because that's when he stopped arresting anyone, from 2001 to 2004, although he wrote up tons of incidents. So is it possible he heard the news going on in Canada and decided to do his own version of Starlight Tours? Or was this something the whole police department was practicing? Or heck, were they just too lazy to investigate and find out why Calkins was not actually arresting anyone? Maybe they just assumed he was there for the paycheck and didn't want to be an officer anymore. Still, most contend he just simply didn't have the time to take them to the Everglades, and just dropping them off somewhere out of town is probably not as dangerous as the Canadian winter, although heat stroke in Florida is a real possibility. Many think that if he was involved, it was just a straight up murder and then he hid the body somewhere else. August 4th, 1918, Burke, Virginia. 14-year-old Eva Roy would walk out to her home around 9 a.m. to go tend to the small herd of cattle on her father's farm. Her father, Peter Roy, was a Danish immigrant who had just moved to the area some 6 years ago, where he bought the land and became a very well-to-do farmer. Although his wife had died some years previously, he still shared his home with his oldest daughter, Caroline, and her husband, and of course, Eva. So as mentioned, Eva would leave around 9 a.m. to go help with the cattle, but like a lot of these stories, Eva would never return home. It would be that evening that her father now realized that something was very wrong, as she usually returned around 2 p.m., so he began to search for her on his own. When that led to nothing, he soon turned to neighbors and asked for help, as this was the early 20th century, and I'm not sure how much of a police response could be depended on out in the rural areas. But it didn't matter, because by the next morning, poor Eva was found tied to a tree, with her apron strings tied around her throat. She was in a sitting position, and the rope was so tight that a finger could not even fit between it and the tree. It appeared as if she had been dragged through open fields about 200 yards away, which left a blood-marked trail. Everyone was stunned, and nobody saw it coming. The coroner would be called for, a Dr. W.I. Ropey, who concluded that she had been brutally assaulted before she was strangled. This, of course, caused pandemonium in the small area, and soon the story would be spread out over the country via the newspapers. Soon a coroner's jury quickly concluded that Eva had been murdered by an unknown person, although the first person of interest had already been named, a Lou Hall, a 33-year-old woodcutter that lived about a half a mile from where the crime had taken place, and he was actually in the woods around the time she disappeared. And according to the papers at the time, he didn't have the best reputation anyways. Eva's father Peter would confirm he had immediately went to Lou's house and knocked on the door after she vanished, hoping he would come help in the search, only to find out no one was there. Soon, a manhunt began for him, which included bloodhounds and went late into the night and spanned over 10 miles, and soon, Hale was captured, where he was then interviewed by detectives, whom he told he had been home when all this took place, except, when Peter came over, but investigators would also talk to his wife, and she told them that on that morning, Lou had told her to take the children to her father, who lived about 3 miles away. She claimed this was unusual because for years, Lou had forbidden her from even talking to her father, which doesn't bode well for Lou. But Lou tried to explain this to the police. He said he had secured a position as a woodcutter at Camp Humphreys, or known today as Fort Belvoir, about 15 miles away, and he planned on leaving that afternoon. However, at the hearing, several witnesses did come forward to state they had seen Lou Hale pass the same spot where Eva's blood was eventually found. He had done so several times that day. Soon, the trial started, and although most of the details had been lost to time, the first trial ended in a hung jury, so a second trial was scheduled, and this one ended with a not guilty verdict, and Lou Hale was released. Part of this was just due to the technology back then, or maybe I should say, lack of technology. But even for an old-time investigation, the crime scene was said to have been botched. But detectives didn't give up, and actually, they had other persons of interest, at least 10 different ones. In fact, one boy, a 16-year-old named William Wooster, was also named early on. He, in fact, would be arrested a few days after Eva's murder because he had assaulted a, quote, colored girl, which is how the paper cited it. He had also just been released from a mental asylum. However, as detectives looked into his whereabouts at the time, they realized he was nowhere near the area and he was ruled out. Next, investigators turned to a soldier who had deserted the nearby Camp A.A. Humphreys. He was a sergeant whom the papers never identified. He was found days after the murder in Charlottesville, over 100 miles away. When he was located, he did have scratches on his face and hands and was wearing freshly laundered clothes, and suspiciously, he claimed to not have any memory of what had happened after he went AWOL and when he was located. The sheriff of Fairfax County, where Burke is located, traveled to Charlottesville and interviewed him, and after weeks of investigation, he was ruled out too. After this, the case seemed to go cold, but they actually caught a break when an escaped prisoner, Ben Rubin, was captured. He had been doing 3 years at Lorton Prison, which is about 10 miles away from where the crime scene was. But why had he been imprisoned? Turns out, he had broken into a home in D.C. about a month after the murder of Eva and assaulted a little girl. He then escaped prison and was ultimately captured, and while on the way to the police station to be interviewed, he confessed he had met Eva when she had been out looking after the cattle, and he had asked her for food, and in conversation, he told her he was an ex-con, to which Eva told him she would turn him in, and he got scared and choked her. So easy case, right? Well, DC investigators thought he was lying, and besides, they wanted to try him for another assault and theft before letting Virginia have him. But the Commonwealth of Virginia would send an investigator to interview him separately about Eva's murder, and he came back thinking Rubin was just lying, although he did file extradition papers anyways, and just a few days later, he was escorted to the crime scene by the sheriff, the Commonwealth attorney, and assistant attorney. They asked Rubin to show them where the scene of the attack occurred, and he could not find it. He then stated he had not killed Eva, and he was transferred back to prison, where he immediately stated the only reason he recanted was because Eva's father had been standing there, and yes, he had really killed her. Detectives, as you can imagine, were getting really frustrated with Rubin at this point. However, the truth eventually came out a few weeks later when he escaped again and was captured trying to buy a gun. He finally admitted he lied about Eva's murder because he wanted to be jailed in Fairfax County because he knew it would be easier to escape from. After this, the case would basically be done. Eva's murderer was never apprehended, and I don't think another suspect was ever found. It is officially the oldest cold case in Fairfax County, and unfortunately, her murder has often been tied to the Bunny Man urban legend from the area, a mystery we covered previously. September 15th, 1981, Weingarten Forest, Bavaria, Germany. 10-year-old Ursula Herrmann would go home from her first day at school, which was back in session. After making it, she would practice piano and then head off to her gymnastics lesson, riding her bicycle along the lakeside path. After finishing up her class, she then went over to her cousin's house and ate dinner with them. Around 7:30 p.m. that evening, Ursula's mother called her aunt to ask her to tell Ursula to come home while there was still daylight out, and she had enough time considering it was only about a 10-minute bike ride. But 30 minutes later, Ursula still had not arrived. Her mom would call over to the aunt's house again to let her know to get home now, but eerily, her aunt replied she had left 25 minutes ago. Everyone in the family immediately knew something was up, and her father rushed out of the house and into the nearby forest, while her uncle left his home and done the same. And the two met each other about halfway down the path. It's there they began to yell for Ursula, never getting a reply. Within an hour, police and firemen, as well as neighbors, were looking for her. By midnight, when there were no signs, a sniffer dog was brought in, which picked up on her scent and led the searchers away from the lake into the brush. And there, about 65 foot from the path, was Ursula's bike, but she was nowhere to be seen. The search was going slow since there was practically no light, but it intensified by morning. As tons of officers combed the forest, a police helicopter went overhead, and a police boat and divers began searching the lake. By this time, the news had already spread, and the people in the area were on the lookout. About a day and a half later, though, things would get a little bit more mysterious. The phone rang at the Herrmann home, and when Ursula's parents answered it, they were greeted with silence, and then the short, familiar jingle, which they recognized as the traffic bulletin from a local radio station. It then went silent again, before the jingle played once more and the caller hung up. As weird as this was, they got 3 more calls very similar to it over the following hours, which led to the police recording the calls, but they seemed to have stopped for the time. But it got stranger and more dire. The next day, the mailman would drop off an envelope addressed to Ursula's father, and on the outside it read, "Urgent." Inside was, of course, a ransom note, and it was done just like in the movies, with letters and words cut out from newspapers. It read, "We have kidnapped your daughter. If you ever want to see your daughter alive again, then pay 2 million Dutch marks ransom. Just say if you will pay or not. If you call the police or do not pay, we will kill your daughter." It should be pointed out here, this note was in broken German. This ransom letter did explain the phone calls from the previous day too, because in the note, it stated they would call using a jingle which would identify them. However, the letter showed up a day late. But by now, everyone knew what was going on, and that evening, when the phone rang and the jingle sounded, Ursula's mother agreed to pay the ransom, but she asked for proof of life, and the kidnappers didn't reply, causing her to get frantic. But Ursula did not speak, and they did not pass a message along from her. That same evening, the kidnappers would send a second letter, which arrived a few days later, and this letter gave very specific instructions. They wanted the money in 100 Dutch mark bills, packed in a suitcase, delivered to a location that is still unknown to this day, by her father, who was to drive alone in a yellow Fiat 600 going no faster than 55 miles an hour. Unbeknownst to these abductors though, the Herrmanns weren't really wealthy like the other residents in the area, specifically those whose students went to a private boarding school nearby. The only reason they were able to afford the home at Lakeside, which was pretty expensive, was because the land had been passed down through their family, so all they had to do was put a home up. Luckily, a neighbor, though, did raise a big part of the ransom, and Germany paid the rest, and the family waited patiently for more instructions. But nothing. No more calls or letters, and the police had no leads. 2 weeks passed and nothing. Now a search party was again organized by police, and they went over the entire forest. And on the 4th day, almost 3 weeks after she had vanished, one officer using a probe struck something solid in the ground. Another officer rushed over and noticed something odd and began wiping away leaves and clay to find a brown blanket covering a wooden board. He removed it only to see a second board, which appeared to be the lid of a box, one about the size of a small coffee table, painted green and locked with 7 sliding bolts. He used a spade to force open the lid, and inside were the remains of Ursula. Police would tell the family, who wanted to know if she had been hurt before her death, and the answer was no. Actually, she probably died within just a few hours of being buried. In fact, the kidnappers had tried to keep her alive. They buried the box about 4.5 feet deep, and it was fitted with a seat that doubled as a toilet. It was stocked with bottles of water, soda, chocolate bars, biscuits, and chewing gum, and bizarrely, they even left her 21 books, ranging from Donald Duck to westerns, and they decorated it with pink fabric. They also provided light and a portable radio tuned to the same radio station that played the jingle on the call, and the geniuses even put in plumbing pipes which extended to the ground so she could breathe. But they didn't take into account, without a machine to circulate the air, the oxygen would run out quickly. Although some sources state that the real issue is that they covered up the ventilation hose with the wet leaves. Citizens were upset to say the least. Investigators were certain now that because of the size of the box, multiple people were involved, at the bare minimum, at least 2. And they had to know the area, as this was a remote spot in the forest. Soon, a reward was posted, and one name kept coming up to investigators, that of Werner Masaryk. He was 31 years old, lived with his wife and children just about 1,000 feet from the Herrmanns. He was a trained mechanic, had his own TV repair business, and was known to be good with his hands. He also was short-tempered and not well liked, but most suspiciously, he was heavily in debt. He would be questioned about where he was on that night, and it took him nearly a day to come back with an alibi. As he had said, he played board games with his wife and friends. They searched his home and found nothing, but then a breakthrough. A fingerprint was found on a piece of duct tape used in the box, and the fingerprint was compared to Werner's, and it wasn't a match. Didn't matter though, because detectives were convinced he was involved, and just a few months later, they arrested him, and 2 of his friends, and they were interrogated for several days before they were all released. Investigators would catch another break though, when a man contacted police and told them that someone who rented from him and was behind on payments, a Klaus Pfaffinger, was seen with a spade strapped to his moped a few weeks before the crime. Klaus, who was an alcoholic and unemployed mechanic, went in for questioning and denied having anything to do with it. But the next day, during the interrogation, the detectives would take a break, and when they stepped away, Klaus asked a police secretary, "What if I do know something?" This, of course, intrigued investigators, and Klaus would tell them that Werner Masaryk had paid him to dig a hole in the forest in early September, promising to pay him and buy him a color television. So he dug the hole and later on seen a box inside. Detectives were now excited, and they took Klaus out to the area and asked him to locate the burial site. Sadly, not only could he not find it, he wasn't even close. When he went back to the police station, he said he had lied and revoked his confession, and he's been interrogated numerous times since, and he has never confessed again, and he was eventually released. By the following summer, Werner would move, claiming the police ruined his name, and a new detective was put in charge, along with a television program that was like the precursor to America's Most Wanted, and it featured a long segment on Ursula's case. This led to a lot of new evidence. One thing in particular was police found a wire strung through the trees along the lakeside path that would notify the abductors if someone came by while they were in the middle of kidnapping her. Presumably, one of the abductors would wait for her to walk by, while another served as a lookout further up the path, and with their finger could push a button that would light up a bulb or sound a buzzer at the end of the wire. Strangely, police searchers seen the wire the very first night, but didn't put together what it had been used for until a year later. However, even with this new info, it led to nothing, and the investigation went cold by the late 80s, where it lay another 2 decades. By the mid-2000s, cold case detectives looked at it again with modern techniques. They were now also able to use numerous hairs that had been found, and they found several different DNA profiles. And in 2007, they got a match on one hair recovered from a screw. It belonged to a wealthy woman who was murdered in 2006. So, this is a big breakthrough, right? Unfortunately not, because this woman was actually murdered by her nephew, and he was just a couple of years old when Ursula was murdered. So how this woman's hair was found here is a mystery to itself, although it could have been a mistake with the genetic profiling, but that's pretty rare. Likewise, in 2007, the top suspect, Werner Masaryk, was asked to provide a saliva sample, and it didn't match any genetic profiles in the box. However, inside his home was an old reel-to-reel tape recorder, and detectives wondered, could this be the same device used to record the jingle from the radio station decades ago? A sound expert was brought in, and he listened to the original recordings of the 1981 calls, and, after months of researching it, concluded it was indeed the same recorder. So in May of 2008, he was finally arrested and ordered to stand trial. At the trial, he admitted he was not a good citizen, and he was often rude to others. His own daughter barely could find anything nice to say about him. He also had trouble with the law before, but he wanted to point out that had nothing to do with this. Other than his bad reputation, the prosecution's whole case rested on Klaus's confession that he dug the hole decades ago. Klaus, by the way, was already deceased at this point. Investigators believed he had intentionally pretended he could not find the burial spot after being taken to the forest. The tape recorder was controversial, and Werner claimed to have bought it at a flea market a few weeks prior. Yet, no one at the flea market could confirm that. Now, the audio expert stated that on the ransom calls, you could hear a couple of clicking sounds, which, after she pressed the buttons on the tape machine, she claimed he made the same exact sound heard on the tapes. Surprisingly, Werner was found guilty and sentenced to prison. But there would be one odd snag in all of this. In Germany, under certain serious crimes, family members of the victim can be a co-plaintiff. This is usually just a formality, but in this case, Ursula's brother Michael, who was in his 40s by now, asked to be shown the case files, which ran into the tens of thousands. This surprised everyone, but legally, he was allowed to view them. Over the next few weeks, he studied at least 6,000 pages of the case, and he found things that bothered him, like Klaus confessing to digging the hole, but he was a serious alcoholic that had hallucinations, and people that knew him spoke about how lazy he was, and these people told investigators he would never dig a hole for any amount of money. He also never even signed a confession, and in fact, the investigator had to write it down from memory after Klaus said it weeks prior. He also was not linked to anything by DNA. The tape recorder, Michael argued, was just flimsy. Michael knew because he had a background in sound engineering and basically said the whole thing was bunk. He also pointed out, even if they had used that big recorder, it would have had to be transferred to a portable device, because when the kidnappers called, they did it from a payphone and could not have lugged that big recorder into the phone booth. Of course, the prosecution didn't like this being pointed out, but Michael did what he thought was right and sent a letter to the court explaining all this, which the judges by law had to read the letter out loud. Michael would state at the verdict that he was not convinced Werner killed his sister, nor was he convinced he didn't. However, after the trial, he kept going over the case files, and he became more convinced Werner did not kill his sister. But the courts would not overturn it, which means the real killer was still out there and not being searched for. The whole thing took a toll on him, and he and his wife eventually separated. Michael also began to develop tinnitus, and the court-appointed psychologist on hand to assist relatives of crime victims believed it had been caused by the stress of the court case. But this actually gave Michael an idea. In 2013, he filed a civil claim against Werner for €20,000 because he knew Werner, whom he now exchanged letters with, would defend himself in the case by saying he wasn't responsible for her murder anyways, so he shouldn't have to pay for stress caused by the trial, which meant the court would have to consider the facts of the case all over again, which did not make the judges happy. They tried to stop it from moving forward many times. They even hired a neutral psychiatrist who also confirmed his tinnitus was caused by stress from the trial, so now the court had no choice but to let it move forward in 2016, and it dragged on for 2 years. In that time frame, something odd happened. More and more people began to believe Werner was innocent, and police had the wrong guy. Another recording and sound expert came in and basically debunked the entirety of the tape recorder evidence. Then a woman who specialized in linguistic profiling used modern profiling techniques to compare the language used by the kidnappers and that of the language found in Werner's writing. And after analyzing it for a time, she came to the conclusion whoever wrote the ransom note was well educated and was a native speaker that was pretending to be a foreigner by using broken German. And put quite bluntly, Werner wasn't smart enough to pull this off, as he had been a high school dropout. Unfortunately for Michael, he was handed a win at court, or a loss according to him, because Werner was found guilty of causing his tinnitus and was ordered to pay Michael, which means the judges still believed he had been guilty. Michael disagreed and wrote the court stating so, asking if the state was just afraid to find the real killer of his sister. Werner, for his part, hired one of the best lawyers in Germany, as well as a private investigator, to try and clear his name, but it never worked. But they did commute his life sentence, and he was released in 2023 after serving 15 years. Michael, meanwhile, uncovered other evidence. One of the books that had been left inside the box for Ursula was a comic book, and a rare one in Germany at that. One of the main characters in that drove a Fiat 600, the same kind that Ursula's father was supposed to drive to drop off the ransom money, suggesting they had read the comic. Michael believes this points to much younger abductors, possibly even some teens from a school nearby, as the students often traversed over the woods. Some even think it's a prank gone wrong, especially considering they left snacks behind and books to read. He gave this over to the state in hopes of reopening the case, but the state has said that the case is officially closed, and to them, they got the right guy. Crazily enough, the crime is not viewed as a murder, instead, kidnapping with deadly consequences, and the statute of limitations runs up on that in the year of 2024 anyways. But this was an insane one, and I want to know what you think. Did German authorities get it right with Werner Masaryk? And even if they did, who was the other man? The state said they were sure Werner had an accomplice, but he was never found. Or do you believe Michael that they got the wrong suspect and just wanted the case to go away? For this next one, we go back to one of our most visited websites, the forums of Forteana.org, where a user would tell a story that happened to him back in 1973 when he was 8 years old. He would recall that it was a Sunday afternoon in Essex, UK, and he was out with his dad, mom, and sisters blackberry picking so his mom would have enough berries to make a few pies. He would recall that the rest of the family had become interested in some of the more berry-rich bushes, and he got bored and wandered away about 80 feet or so. He would then crouch down in front of these big hedges and bushes where he spotted a gap in the foliage. So the young boy leaned over and looked inside, and what he seen would shock him. There, in the middle of this bush, was this huge web made of strands that looked sorta like steel wire, and sitting inside was the biggest spider he had ever seen. He estimated it was about 4 feet from tip to tip, and he described it as being brown with patches of pink coloring. He began shouting at his parents to come over and look, but they were so focused on the berry picking that they blew him off. He would finish by saying the moment had been burned into his memory, and for all those years he tried to rationalize what it was that he saw. He wondered if he had really seen a giant spider, or maybe something else altogether. Thankfully for his sake, he had an interesting reply that seemed to confirm his story. The poster would tell him he wasn't alone, because he had witnessed the same exact thing. He would state his sighting took place in Manchester, about a 4-hour drive away, and that he was 10 years old when it happened, although he didn't list a year. According to his tale of events, the story began one day when he happened to notice a large rusty brown bundle that sat in some lower branches of a neighbor's tree where it met the trunk. He would walk over to look, to see exactly what it was that he was looking at. But when he got close, he seen a giant spider, and it was brown colored, about 3 foot in size, and had pink patches on it. Its legs held tightly to its body, and it looked like it was crouched up. He recalled being scared, but intrigued. Since this sat on the front lawn, he just happened to see his friends playing out in the street and neighboring yards and called for them to come look, which they did, but they did not seem to be too interested and went back to playing. The boy, not wanting to give up yet, would go knock on his neighbor's door, the same neighbor whose yard this tree was sitting in, and he told them what was living in their tree, and the neighbor basically made fun of him for it. He then said it was probably poisonous and to leave it alone. He didn't even go look at it. So the boy let it go, but he did come back a few days later to try and poke the thing with a stick. He stated it was heavy and did not budge. After this, he got too spooked out and stopped. But crazily enough, the following day, a neighbor who lived 2 doors down had a dog end up disappearing. And this dog was not the type to wander the neighborhood, and it greatly upset the owner. The author of the post wondered ever since if the two events were connected. He closed up his post by saying he had told the story to a few people over the years, but was always ridiculed for it, and people always believed he was lying or imagined the whole thing. But now he wondered if the two had seen the same exact thing. He believed if it was, it had to be a creature that moved during the night, and probably didn't move much at all, opting to stay in the spot for as long as it could, trying to keep out of sight. Now I tried to find more on the giant spiders in the UK mystery, but unfortunately didn't find much. Although the great raft spider, which was once endangered in the UK, has started making a comeback in the past decade. But even these spiders at their biggest only get up to around 10 inches, a far cry from the 3-foot arachnid the posters on Forteana claim to see. So what was it? Of course, it very well could have been an attempt to troll the users on that board, but it could have also been just the wild imagination of a young child who seen something else. Or it's possible pareidolia was to blame. You know, the tendency for the human brain to see patterns. Maybe what they thought was a spider was nothing more than foliage and webs. Of course, maybe they really discovered a new species of spider. So this next one involves an obscure conspiracy that is connected to a mystery I previously covered. That one was about the unsolved murder of a young woman named Mary Rogers, or also known as the Cigar Girl. It was covered in the Historical Mysteries and Oddities Part 2 video, and I will put a link up now and highly recommend you go watch that before you watch this. However, if you're busy with something else, or laying down, or just don't want to click away, I will give a brief summary of that mystery for those who have never heard it, and then we'll get to the obscure conspiracy. Mary Cecilia Rogers, a strikingly beautiful young woman, became a sensation in New York City in the early 1840s when she took a job at John Anderson's cigar shop, drawing attention and customers alike. After mysteriously disappearing for 6 days, in January 1841, she returned home but seemed emotionally changed, providing vague answers about visiting relatives. Rumors soon spread about her involvement with a naval officer, and she quit her job at the cigar shop. By July, she was engaged to a man named Daniel Payne, but her sudden disappearance again in late July led to a widespread search and tragic discovery. Mary's body was found brutally mutilated near the shore, sparking a media frenzy and public outrage. Several theories about her murder circulated, including accounts of her being seen with a gang of rough men and a well-dressed, dark-complexioned man resembling the officer she had been seen with before. Witnesses placed her at Hoboken on the day of her death, and conflicting reports emerged about her final hours, which brought about various leads, including items found near the crime scene. Mrs. Loss, a local innkeeper, later suggested Mary had died from a botched abortion, though this contradicted the coroner's report of foul play. The case remains unsolved, with suspects including the naval officer, her fiancé Daniel Payne, who later committed suicide, and even her former employer, John Anderson, Speculation swirled about the involvement of other men in a possible cover-up. The case even inspired Edgar Allan Poe's story, The Mystery of Marie Roget, the first fictional crime tale based on a real-life event, cementing the tragic mystery of Mary Rogers in literary history. Now let's pick it up there. It may not surprise you, or it may, that this conspiracy actually suggests that Mary was murdered by none other than Edgar Allan Poe himself. See, the short story contained many accurate details about the murder not known by the general public at the time, which of course begs the question, just how did he know this? But in researching this conspiracy, and from previously covering the topic, the case was so infamous at the time, and police procedures were so different, and because of that, many of the details were leaked to the press. So considering Poe was said to be obsessed with the case, and he scanned the papers every day for facts about it, then it's completely plausible that he took what was known about it, changed her name and the location the story took place, and his fictional account was done. His theories about what really happened were just that, guesses on the available evidence. The police at the time did even state that his theory was probably correct, although they did point out he never named a suspect. So where does this one come from? Strangely, there's not a lot about it, except for a couple of key things. First, goes back to that cigar shop where Mary quickly became the attention of many men in the surrounding area. These men included such famous names as James Fenimore Cooper, author of The Last of the Mohicans, Washington Irving, author of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, and of course, Edgar Allan Poe, who also dropped in to see her. Adding more speculation would come via a book written by author Irvin Wallace, best known for his heavily researched novels, and in a book called The Fabulous Originals, Lives of Extraordinary People Who Inspired Memorable Characters in Fiction. He would write that one of the top suspects was Edgar Allan Poe, and he would cite one very specific reason for this. According to him, during his research, he found that Poe had went and met John Anderson, the man who had opened the cigar shop and hired Mary. According to him, Poe began discussing Mary's murder with him while he was in the midst of researching for his fictionalized account of her murder. And I guess from this, he had told John all these details about it that no one else knew at the time, or at the very least, John didn't know about it. This is basically the only reference I can find for this conspiracy, and at best, it's a bit of a stretch. Although I was able to find other sources that stated that even at the time, there were strong rumors that John Anderson himself paid Edgar Allan Poe $5,000 to write the story in hopes that it would distract everyone from looking at him, because at the time, he was considered a suspect too, definitely to the public. John would even go to his deathbed, telling his loved ones that Mary's ghost had haunted him for decades. May 24th, 2004, Denver, Colorado. At the offices of Carter Douglas, an engineering consulting firm, employees noticed the absence of one of their key employees, a man named Oakey Kite, or better known as Al. As the hours wore on and he never showed up, nor bothered to call in, his coworkers and friends began to worry and decided to call and check on him. However, after several calls to him went unanswered, they decided to call his emergency contact, as this was not like Al at all, and they worried. The emergency contact would be his sister Barbara, and she would tell the office that she had not heard from Al that morning either, but unfortunately, she lived on the other side of the country in Virginia and could not drive to check on him, so she too just called Al over and over, to no avail. Now she was worried about him, and eventually, all she could do was call the Aora police to perform a welfare check. They responded late that afternoon, pulling into Al's driveway. Upon arriving, they found everything to be normal, so they got out and went up and knocked on the door, but no response. The officers started getting the suspicious feeling that something was off. They thought that maybe Al was having some kind of medical emergency, so they decided to enter the home. They walked in, and just like outside, found everything normal. After doing a sweep of the home and finding no sign of Al, they decided to walk down in the basement, and it's here they made an awful discovery. There he lay, body face down. He was deceased, but the worst part was the crime scene itself. It was incredibly gruesome. He had been tortured. There was blood on the walls and floor, Many of the hardened officers that had viewed the scene were taken aback and stated it was the worst they had ever seen. On the back of Al's head was a wound which indicated he had been struck from behind, most likely when he was walking down the basement steps in front of the killer. But it was here that his hands and feet were tied up behind his back and then tied together. From this point, Al would be tortured for at least hours, a torture that involved sharp instruments. Detectives came to the conclusion that he eventually died after being stabbed 22 times. So police would inform his family, and they begin the process of trying to track down who in the world could be responsible for such an awful murder. They wondered if Al had invited the man in, or if he had broke in and forced him into the basement, or maybe even snuck up on him somehow. But it didn't take long for police to find a suspect, and it wasn't a break-in, or anything like that. Instead, it was a little more dark. See, Al had lived alone in a 2-story townhouse, which had way more room than he needed, so he eventually ended up turning the basement into an apartment that he could rent out. And just months prior to this, the tenant that had so long lived in that apartment had decided to move out, leaving Al to search for a new tenant. He did this by putting an ad in local papers and waited. One of the first people to respond to the ad was a man who identified himself as Robert Cooper and wanted to move in as soon as possible. He was even willing to provide a security deposit and the first month's rent to make it happen. We know about this because Al would tell his girlfriend Linda about it. He also revealed this man had came from the East Coast to work at Wells Fargo. Unfortunately for Linda, she would only see the man once and made an excuse to leave, and she felt like he did not want her to see him at all. And even though she didn't get a great look at him, she did know he was dressed well, wearing nice pants and a suit coat. She also described him as being in his 40s, 5'8", 180 pounds with dark wavy hair, and most notable of all, he walked with a limp and had to use a cane. But as mentioned, this was a very brief encounter, and she could relay no more than that about the man. But thankfully, a few other people would contact police with information. A professor at the University of Colorado would come forward and stated that she owned property she was renting out, and a man matching the same exact description of this man, going by the name Robert, showed up to discuss the property with her. However, this man didn't have a limp nor a cane, but she did notice something else. He had an accent, and luckily, she was an expert in Eastern European languages and connected it to Romania. But it wasn't just her. Apparently this man had approached several renters in the days and weeks leading up to Al's untimely demise. At least 3 of these renters would describe him as having different characteristics though. Sometimes he had a different accent, sometimes his mannerisms were different. It was almost like he was playing a different character every time he met one of these potential landlords. This ultimately led to very different descriptions, like some who said he was in his mid-30s, while one said early 50s, although later on, police would state that this witness was most likely mistaken about that age and about him being on a cane. And there is somewhat of a contradiction there, because some sources say Linda also reported the man being on the cane, while other sources state she did not report that. And as far as any danger the man presented, only one woman recalled she got creeped out after watching him move to her home, because he stopped and studied every window little by little, which made her uneasy, and ultimately she did not rent to him. But other witnesses came forward, and these were neighbors of Al. One of these men would state that they tried to engage Robert in conversation and was completely ignored. Another neighbor, a female, stated she seen him on a nearby walking trail, and he stared at her as they passed but would not speak. But for the timeline and how that actually went, detectives are not sure. What is known is Al drove his girlfriend to the airport that Saturday, and when she landed around 3:30 p.m., she called him, and Al told her that him and a neighbor just fixed a pipe in the basement, and then Al and Linda said goodbye. And that was it until they found the body on Monday. In that time frame, no one else heard from him, so the attack happened sometime after 3:30 and sometime before that night. And what happened afterwards, a lot of that was left to conjecture, but some of it is known. Apparently the man did go up into the kitchen where he began to eat Al's food. He then took a shower in the master bathroom. He even slept in Al's bed and wore some of his clothing. Early the next morning, he left, which is known because of a neighbor. However, the man took the time to do a very thorough cleaning of the home, like super thorough. There was not one fingerprint found in the home, and bleach had been poured down the shower drain to destroy any forensic evidence. In addition, 6 to 12 knives were left in the plug sink and then bleach was poured in. There was also a drinking glass, a pen, a dishwasher scrubber, and Al's car keys. So there was almost zero in the way of real forensic evidence, but police were left with a motive at least. They believed that this almost had to be a crime of passion, citing the torture he had been put through. But there were issues with this. For one, Al didn't really have any enemies. Secondly, why would this person, who apparently had this much hate for Al, try to rent from so many other people? Detectives now felt the crime of passion motive could be dropped, so they speculated it was a robbery, since hey, there were a couple of things missing, mainly his vehicle and cell phone. But Al's truck would actually be found later that day, just a block and a half from the home. In his truck, they did find trace amounts of DNA that would later submit to a forensic database. They also searched Al's garbage can and found some evidence that provided some optimism to the detectives. Inside was a discarded rental application, which had been handwritten by this mysterious man, who put his name as Robert Cooper. Not only did he put that, but he also put his mailing address, which he actually said was his sister's address, and he also put his social security number and phone number. But, of course, when investigators began running down this info, they soon found that the address belonged to the University of Colorado's medical school campus, and the social security number was traced to a woman who had no connection to the case whatsoever, while the phone number was traced to a burner phone, one that had been turned on 30 days before this. Detectives then began to trace the phone, along with Al's phone, and they were surprised to learn that both of them were moving through the Denver area, and the police would eventually track them down, as they had been abandoned in an area where the homeless often hung around. Presumably, the killer knew they would be picked up and used by transients. They would recover the burner phone though, and began trying to find where it came from. They soon learned it had been purchased near the University of Colorado Medical School, the second connection to the school. They also found that the number had been used on several rental applications and had been used to call several potential renters, up to 100. They would now begin to focus their investigation on the University of Colorado and soon found that several advertisements had been placed on flyers at the Colorado's library, and some of these ads, and here's the important part, had been posted only in the library, nowhere else, not in the newspapers, not in ads. This was huge. Then, another lead breathed hope into the investigation. Looking over Al's financial records revealed that Al's ATM card had been used on the night of the murder, and when they found Al's pickup truck, it also had these ATM receipts inside. This led to the location of the ATM where the card had been used at a nearby Wells Fargo, the place the man was supposed to be employed. This ATM thankfully had a built-in camera, but unfortunately, the man known as Robert would hide his face with a ski mask while he made the withdrawal. You could only see part of the face. The man also wore gloves which hid any fingerprints. But instead of reinforcing their theory that this was a robbery, it actually ruled it out, because it was found that the man only took $1,000 from the bank account, in spite of the fact that Al had much more that he could have taken. And he had access to it all weekend, but still didn't try to get it, drawing the cash once, and that was it. After getting the money, the killer then took Al's vehicle back and dropped it off where it was found. He then took the keys back inside and dropped them off in the bleach with the other items and left. Police were now left with the most unsettling theory. Maybe this killer planned all of this out for one reason, just so he could torture and murder someone. Detectives also felt, because of the actions took, that he most likely killed before, and was probably a serial killer. They believed it was unlikely that he had been stalking Al or had picked him from the get-go. Instead, it seemed like he was taking a look at all the locations to see which would be the best to actually pull this off, and which victim would be the easiest to do it to. And since Al's girlfriend was out of town that week, it unfortunately meant Al made the best victim. And this is often where we see Israel Key's name pop up. He was 26 years old at that time, however, and puts him out of the age range of the description provided by witnesses. Although it's possible he did use a disguise, people that believe it was him often point to the method of his crimes, basically going anywhere and everywhere across the country to commit the murders. Often flying to an airport, getting a rental car, and then driving thousands of miles to pull it off. And they also point to the ATM footage, which shows the heavily hidden face, which bears an uncanny resemblance to Key's. But Keyes would be eliminated as a suspect due to the DNA recovered, which we will come back to. Detectives also suggested whoever this was from the East Coast, and really thought it was a good chance he came from New Jersey. They believed he did have some connection to the banking industry, specifically Wells Fargo, and he was familiar with the University of Colorado Hospital. They knew this because even though he had moved around the area while they were tracking both cell phones, they seen he spent a considerable amount of time near the hospital. Investigators were also convinced that he had a female relative in the area, and while they thought this, they never elaborated on. But one thing police found odd in all this was in 2004, it wasn't widely known that the police could track cell phone pinging locations, and after this man hung around the hospital for a while, he went and dropped the phones off near a transient encampment, which suggests he knew the police would track his cell phone, and he might be former law enforcement. But not only because of that, it was also because he seemed to be playing mind games with the police, and they started to theorize that maybe he had tried to become a police officer in the past and was rejected, or maybe he did become a police officer and eventually got fired, and they now believed he was toying with them because of that. But what if it wasn't that, or it wasn't a thrill kill? Well, in the decades since, detectives have kicked around a couple more theories, one being it may have been tied to Al's career, such as him being involved with large engineering projects, such as the Surrey nuclear plant and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories, and there might actually be something to this. In fact, there's a very similar unsolved murder that occurred just years before Al's, and it was during the time Al worked at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory in California that this other man also worked there, named Lee Hall. Lee was the lead designer for a project in which the goal was to achieve nuclear fusion, but it's Lee that would discover a flaw, that being a 5-degree difference regarding a laser's alignment, something that could cost millions to fix. And considering the project was already 5 years late, and $350 million in the hole, nobody listened. Until September of 1999, when the higher-ups realized that, hey, Lee and his team were right, we have to fix this, and it costed them $1 million to do so. And it worked out good for Lee, who received a substantial pay raise, but just a month after that, he didn't show up for work, and just like Al, his co-workers become concerned. They eventually drove to his home, and when they got there, they found the side gate to his home left open and the front door unlocked, which was unlike Lee. They found the TV on and Lee's glasses sitting in the kitchen, while Lee was lying face down in his bedroom floor. This too was a gruesome scene. He had been beaten and stabbed and left with an odd scratch on his face, possibly from a ring. There was nothing left at the scene though. No sign of a struggle, nothing. His death was eventually ruled a homicide that occurred at 1 a.m. because one neighbor heard a car at the home around that time, which was Lee's car. And just like Al, the car was found a block away. His wallet was found inside, and nothing had been stolen, except the keys were never found in this case. This murder has never been solved either, and some detectives believe the two could be connected. There's also the case of James Duckett, a man in Kentucky who was tortured and murdered just 4 years later in 2008. Both crimes were very similar, and the killer left, took James's truck to an ATM, got some cash, and then took the truck back and left it just a few miles away from James's home, just like in the case with Al. The only difference in this one is police have said, in James's case, something personal was stolen, but they have never revealed what that was. So, could all three of these cases be connected? That is still unknown. But as far as Al's case goes, in December of 2017, police used the DNA found at the crime scene to update their description of the suspect, which also confirmed that he was of Southeastern European ancestry, possibly from the Balkans. And within the past couple of years, they've even announced that they have identified relatives of his in Romania using genetic genealogy. There's a good possibility this one gets solved fairly soon, and it's going to be huge news when it happens. You may have read that oh-so-interesting factoid that 90% of Canada's population lives within 125 miles of the US border, and that might actually not surprise any of you, considering that a lot of Canada is not inhabitable. A big part of this is due to something called the Canadian Shield, a vast geological region that makes up nearly half of Canada. During the last ice age, glaciers swept across this part of the country, removing soil and leaving a pretty and hospitable landscape, making it incredibly difficult for agriculture, which historically is what led to settlements. But it's not only the rough land that puts you at a disadvantage, it's also that bone-chilling weather. That, of course, only gets worse when you move further north into the Arctic regions of Canada. But having said that, humans have found a way to live here in small numbers, particularly those peoples that we know as the Inuits, whose villages dot the vast barren landscapes. It's here our first mystery takes place. November 1930, fur trapper Joe LaBelle was traveling through what was then called the Northwest Territory, now known as Nunavut Territory, and he was on his way to hunt some beaver and caribou. On his trip, he would come across an Inuit village off the coast of Lake Anjakuni. Now, as mentioned, these villages were not rare to come across. In fact, the trappers and hunters that braved the harsh elements knew where these little communities were located and would often stop on their way and rest, where thankfully, the natives met them with open arms. In this village in particular, Joe had already visited before. Walking in exhausted, he made his way into the settlement, but on his way in, he immediately realized something was off, because Lake Anjakuni village was usually pretty busy, which in part was due to the 25 people that lived here. Joe would finally make his way into the frozen outpost and began walking around. He thought it very unusual and a tad eerie that no one was walking about or tending to business, but he did see smoke coming from some of the houses, and his hungry stomach could not wait any longer, so he decided to start checking on some of the houses and found no one inside. He thought next he would walk down to the fish market where someone was bound to be trading goods, yet not a soul was there. Although everything at the market looked normal and goods set around, he even seen rifles, sleds, and kayaks. He was dumbfounded, but just then, as he was standing there trying to figure out what was going on, he finally seen a fire in the distance, a small fire that seemed to have a cooking pot hoisted above. Joe thought, there they are, and began walking towards it, but on his way, he got a strange feeling. Something was not right, but he kept moving, and he made it to the fire, where he found a pot of meat cooking above it, yet no one was around. Joe continued his search, and nearby he found some unfinished clothing which had needles in it. It was then he concluded that the villagers, for some reason, had to leave suddenly. Even by this point though, Joe had not considered that something dire had happened, but that would change soon, because he got to wondering which way the villagers had went, because considering there was still fresh meat cooking above the fire, there had to be fresh footprints nearby. But after searching the whole village, he didn't find one human track. But what really freaked him out was when he found the dogs, which had not been barking, for good reason. They were still tied up and covered in snow, because they had died from starvation, which kinda went against everything else Joe seen that told him these villagers had all fled just recently. On top of this, Joe soon found some graves that had also been dug up, and whoever's remains had been buried there, presumably an ancestor of one of the villagers, had been removed. This was made even more odd by the fact that the ground was frozen, but this was finally enough to send Joe over the edge, and he rushed away from the village and quickly went towards the closest telegraph station he could find, where he then got a hold of the mounted police and reported what he had seen. About an hour later, they arrived and made their way to the village and did a walk around. They also did a search around the area and found nothing, although they did at one point reportedly see some strange lights above the horizon, which disappeared within a short amount of time. But these lights were not caused by a fire. Instead, they were bluish lights that seemed to pulsate, while at least one source stated that a trapper named Armand Laurent had been in the general area at the time, and he was tracked down by the mounted police, and he told them that him and his son had seen a cylindrical object that transformed into a bullet shape and then headed towards the lake. I take it this was supposed to be a UFO. Regardless, the mounted police looked over the scene and was just as puzzled as to what happened, but they were sure of one thing: this did not happen fairly recently. They estimated the Inuits had been gone for at least 2 months before Joe ever made it in, and that's basically it. the villagers were never found again, and it was never explained how these 25 or so people just up and vanished, or why, or has it been explained? Let's look at the origin of this story first. It was actually written about around the time of the incident on November 27th, 1930, by journalist Emmett Kelleher in an article for a newspaper in Danville, Virginia, of all places. Now, for whatever reason, it kinda just fell through the cracks. It was never really picked up by many publications, but over 30 years later, it was published in a book called Stranger Than Science. So right off the bat, it's kinda weird it didn't make bigger news, and that's led to the top theory that the whole thing was a fictional event. According to skeptics, there's way too many inconsistencies. First of all, the number of people at the village has changed in various tellings. For example, I gave the original number of 25, but variations since have cited a much higher number, even around 2,000 people, which doesn't make much sense at all. Likewise, the original story said only one grave had been dug up. Finally, the UFO part of the mystery was added decades later. And finally, there's just no evidence around the lake that any village was there. Furthermore, journalist Emmett Kelleher, who had written the story, had been accused even before this of writing exaggerated articles. And heck, even in this story of the missing village, he used a photo of a different village and claimed he was the one that supposedly vanished. So there's that. Likewise, the RCMP has officially stated the story was fabricated and marked the case closed. They even cited a large settlement in that area was highly unlikely. However, there are a few things that go against this for the skeptics. First of all, for years, the skeptical argument was this story didn't pop up in the 30s. Instead, it was recorded in that book, Stranger Than Science, in 1967, which falsely claimed that the story really happened in 1930, citing an alleged newspaper article. But the skeptics believed that was nothing more than a fictional short story written for that book, and that no such article was ever written. And they were convinced they were right, but they were proven wrong in this one, because the story was eventually traced down and proven to be from a very real newspaper in 1930, written by Emmett Kelleher, to which the skeptics then changed their argument and said, you know what, Emmett Kelleher made it up instead. But there's other things that could hint at it being real, like Joe LaBelle was a very real trapper that did travel to this very area, and he knew it very well. Now, skeptics have correctly pointed out that LaBelle is not in the records for having a trapping license at this point, but numerous trappers were working illegally out in this part of the country at that time. So the fact that LaBelle didn't have a trapping license means nothing. Although, I have to note, other than this one article, we have no documents by LaBelle that states these events did happen. But another possible clue to it being real is, about 155 miles north of the alleged Lake Anjikuni village, another Inuit village would end up playing home to a 10-year-old boy who had apparently wandered in just months after Lake Anjikuni village vanished. The boy was not from any of the local tribes and had presumably came from far away, and he was taken in by these people. This story was never followed up on, so his origin is not clear, but it's possible he may have belonged to the Lake Anjikuni village and made his way there. Another strange instance was that of an Inuit named Salmek, who was brought to a hospital via the Hudson Bay Railway. He was suffering from frozen legs. Investigators thought he might know what had happened to the village, so they found a translator and planned to question him, but he refused to speak about where he had came from or what had happened to him. So we know the main theory is that the whole thing was a hoax, but let's take a look at the other angle. What if it did happen? Then what are those theories? That's when you get to the more supernatural theories like time loops or reality glitch. Others cite that the lights seen in the sky, assuming they were really seen on that night, were of extraterrestrial origin and had something to do with the disappearance, while there is a conspiracy that the Canadian government had something to do with it, possibly forcing these people to move, or maybe it was the result of an experiment gone wrong, which might also suggest why the mounted police covered up the whole thing. A more down-to-earth theory suggests that the village was quickly abandoned due to an oncoming blizzard that was supposed to hit soon, which might explain why the dogs were buried under the snow. Another suggestion is that the food was running low, but this doesn't explain why they left meat cooking in the pot or why they didn't take any of their belongings. A more dark theory is that the Inuit had a run-in with some trappers who did not have good intentions, or maybe they got into a dispute with these trappers and were forced to leave the village at gunpoint and killed somewhere else. Of course, there was no evidence for this either. In 1995, a man who has chosen to remain anonymous was on vacation and sightseeing in Seven Chutes Park in La Naudière, Quebec. It was here that he would spend the day exploring the pine forest and waterfall, as well as walking around a rocky peak that looks down over the area. And it's there we come across our first cryptid mystery. As our unnamed man was walking along, he stopped to take some photos, as one might at this location. And after an uneventful hike, he went back to his vehicle and drove home. It was after returning that he began going over his photos that he noticed something odd. In one of them, there appeared to be a tall brown figure standing near some trees. This figure sort of looked like the fabled Bigfoot, although it seemed to have a baboon-like snout. The creature appeared to be staring right at our sightseer, which he thought was odd because he never seen anything while he was out there taking the photos. Even stranger, he noticed whatever this was appeared to be holding something. Many have suggested a white dog. The photographer was so stunned by what he seen that he allegedly went back to take more photos in the same spot, but this time he took along a friend, whom went and stood in the same exact spot that this alleged cryptid did. And then the man took more photos and compared the two. From that, he gathered that whatever this creature was, it had to be at least 8 foot tall. He based that on his friend, who was 6 foot tall and was barely noticeable due to the dense vegetation. Although, I don't think the photos of his friend ever made it online. Regardless, it's went down as one of the most credible and intriguing cryptid photos ever taken in Canada. And to this day, no one is sure exactly what was seen, although there are a few theories. For one, even the biggest Bigfoot proponents note that this thing doesn't fit the typical Sasquatch description, particularly the nose, and they suggest whatever it was did not belong to the Bigfoot family, which has led many to suggest something closer to that of a dogman. And interestingly, the indigenous tribes in Canada have actually long told stories about a cryptid said to inhabit the remote wilderness, and it's known as the Gugway. They are said to be 7 to 8 foot tall ape-like creatures with shaggy fur and an elongated head like a gorilla. By the early 1900s, reports by Europeans started popping up as well, in which they described it as a mix between a canine and an ape. So is this photo of a Gugway? That can probably be ruled out for 2 reasons. For one, the Gugway can be traced to the indigenous peoples living on the west coast of Canada, not here where our story takes place. Secondly, according to the lore, the Gugway are supposed to be extremely aggressive, and the creature in this photo apparently wasn't. The next weird question is, what exactly is he carrying? As mentioned, many people believe it's a dog being packed. If that's the case, then you would assume this is the creature's next meal. But many are skeptical and point to the obvious answers. The creature in the photo is nothing more than a bear, or perhaps even an escaped gorilla, or maybe nothing more than a pile of rocks, or a big tree stump, and pareidolia is making us see something that's not there. Others take it a step further and note how the man has never came forward and insisted to remain anonymous, which could heavily imply that it was nothing more than a hoax, stating that the person in the photo is carrying some kind of pink stuffed animal to add to the mystery. But I will leave it to you all. Is this really a cryptid or something else? September 4th, 2010, 25-year-old Rachel Bagnall and 34-year-old Jonathan Jeté were getting ready to depart on their 3-day hike to Valentine Lake, near Pemberton, British Columbia. The two had actually met at a climbing gym in Vancouver a few months prior, and since both were big on the outdoors and had a passion for adventure, they hit it off. and it was this Labor Day weekend that the two had planned to spend a romantic getaway before Rachel left to go finish her final year of medical school, and the two would be in a temporary long-distance relationship, so they wanted this last visit to be at a place they loved. It was a little bit before 7 a.m. when they left Vancouver, and they stopped at a Tim Hortons in Squamish for a coffee and hot chocolate at 7:42 a.m., and then drove through Whistler, Pemberton, and towards Birken. John would park the car on the service road, and from there, it would be a 5-hour hike to the heart-shaped Valentine Lake. The two then presumably got out and began their hike. That Tuesday, after the 3-day weekend, Rachel's sister was supposed to meet up with her, but when she didn't show up, she was immediately alarmed, but thought that maybe the two lovebirds had decided to spend an extra day together, and she decided to wait. However, by the following day, when Rachel still had not returned, she would call the RCMP to report that Rachel and Jonathan had still not returned. It would take a full 2 days after this for the Mounties to finally locate Jonathan's car left on this out-of-the-way Forest Service road. It's there they peeked in to see 2 Tim Hortons coffee cups sitting in the cup holders. Also lying inside was Jonathan's cell phone. They would open the door and do a more thorough search, and soon realized that the camping equipment was missing too. So it was obvious the couple had came here to camp, and presumably something had happened, and they may need rescuing. But there was an issue. As the search and rescue began looking over the area, they soon realized there was not one sign of any recent activity. And in a desolate location like this, you would think at least a footprint would be found, or any kind of evidence that 2 people had just tracked through this area. But nope, even when they widened the search from the car, there was not one sign that anyone had came through this area in a long time. Of course, by this point, it had been 5 days since the two had made it there, so maybe any evidence had been erased by the elements, but the searchers sure felt that the whole thing was odd. But eventually, they did come across what they thought would be a huge break in the search, a pair of women's sunglasses, which were found pretty close to the lake. However, when police put out a notification for this, a female hiker came forward and stated she had lost those glasses earlier that year, and police were back at square one. The search continued, and the Mounties actually put out a call for volunteers, and soon the area was swarming with rescue teams from around the region. But unfortunately, the search was hampered by rain, but helicopters would eventually go over. But after 10 days of searching, with more than 2,000 man-hours, not one clue was found. RCMP Staff Sergeant Steve LeClaire, who was put in charge of the investigation, would even tell David Pilates that they never even found any of the cookware or any of the old campsites the two might have used. They also brought in bloodhounds to the vehicle, and the dogs never picked up a scent, not even at the car. And maybe it was washed away with the elements, but the fact that the investigators mentioned it seems to suggest they found it odd as well. But it would get even stranger, because Steve LeClaire would also do an interview with a magazine about the disappearance, and it's here that he noted it's not unusual for people to get lost in the backcountry, especially in Whistler, the town nearby where this took place. But in every search he had led, the people were always found, except for this time, with Jonathan and Rachel. And it was even more strange that not one thing was found. There was also the account from a man named David Steers, who was the leader of the search team from Pemberton. He stated that if Jonathan and Rachel had gotten lost in the mountains or on the trail to Valentine Lake, they would have easily found their way back to civilization. Because of its location, there's just not really a way to get so completely lost that you can't find your way back. Because of this, he believed something had happened to the two. He just wasn't sure what. With the search seemingly going nowhere, both families would get together and hire professional mountain guides, one of these being a 3-time Mount Everest veteran, John Furneaux, along with alpine guide Patrick Delaney, and a very experienced local hiking guide, Eric Vizot. These 3 would begin searching crevices and other locations in the mountains that the normal searchers couldn't access, like some of the mountain slopes where Jonathan and Rachel could have fallen or even become trapped. But these professionals were stumped too, because their search, which encompassed 110 square miles, found no new clues. That would be it for a while. A few months would go by until the next tip came in, when a hiker claimed he had just heard the story about Rachel and Jonathan's disappearance, and after reading about the case, he realized he had been in the general area around that time and seen smoke rising from a heavily wooded cliff overlooking a creek and on the southern slopes of one of the peaks. Searchers would follow the tip up and go to the exact location given by this man, and again, found nothing. About a month after this, another man in the area, about 5 miles southwest of Valentine Lake, was out chopping wood when he seen crows, or some kind of scavenging birds, circling the same peak that the other hiker had called in about. Search and rescue waited for the snow to melt and went to the area, and again, the RCMP found nothing. In the years since, nothing has been found, although in 2018, shreds of men's clothing was found near a creek in the area, but were later determined to have not been Jonathan's. And that's pretty much it. There's not even a lot of theories. I mean, the obvious one is they had some kind of accident, but considering nothing, not one clue has ever surfaced, it makes it difficult to believe. I mean, this wasn't a search that took place years later. This was just 5 days later. There should have been something, and while it's possible the remains could have been taken by scavenging animals, the fact that the tent or cookware or any clothing has never been found is also odd, not to mention the fact that the searchers noted how it would be almost impossible to get lost and not find your way out, which pretty much rules out that they got disoriented and then died from the elements. There is the one big danger though of the crevices and slopes, but considering the family hired 3 professionals to search the area, and one of them being the very best that money can buy in John Furneaux, and these 3 found nothing that indicated the 2 had an accident in one of these areas. And it's worth noting, the 2 could totally avoid the dangerous areas anyways, as a large part of this location is open meadow that one could hike in flip-flops. Others suggest a possible bear attack, or maybe even a rock slide. According to David Pilates, the parents have stated they believe foul play may have been involved, and question if Jonathan and Rachel ever even parked the car at the service trail. This is also believed by a lot of online sleuths, who point to Jonathan leaving his cell phone behind as a clue that they did not voluntarily leave the car there. And detectives have checked their phone records, bank accounts, hacked their Facebook accounts, and went through their homes, and just haven't found anything that could indicate this. And over a decade later, and we are no closer to finding out what happened to them. May 10th, 1973, Kenora, Ontario. A tense situation would unfold around 2:30 p.m. when a heavily armed man would enter a branch of the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. The would-be robber was wearing a mask and carrying a rifle and had a pistol holstered. And while that may sound scary, that is not that abnormal. But there was one odd thing that set this robbery out as different than most, as the man was carrying a homemade bomb which had been built using 6 sticks of dynamite that he then stuffed into a shoulder bag. Most frighteningly, it contained a dead man's switch that was clasped in the man's teeth. He also brought along 3 duffel bags, which he told the teller to stuff them full of cash. He then told them to notify the police to supply him with a pickup truck to make his escape. As you might imagine, this woke up the sleepy little town of Kenora, and police responded quickly. But they had a plan, which they came up with on the spot. They would take the pickup truck to the bank as the man had requested, but instead of leaving it sitting outside waiting on him, an undercover officer posed as the random truck driver, and when he got to the bank, he walked in and handed the keys off to the robber, and the man fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. He told the truck driver / undercover officer he was going to use him as a hostage, which is what the police wanted all along. So he told him to grab one of the duffel bags of money and carry it out for him, walking in front of the suspect. And now the brave officer, Don Millard, did as told, and he slowly walked out of the bank in front of the robber just as they had drawn it up. The plan was going perfect so far, because they wanted this man to take up as much time as possible going to the truck so they could fire off a shot, and they didn't want to risk having a bank teller as a hostage. Although I do have to wonder, Did they not believe the man really had a bomb? Because Officer Millard was sure taking a huge risk. By this point, the news had spread all over town and the wider area, and the press was actually already on the site to film the robber's exit, along with hundreds of curious onlookers. This was now a very dangerous situation, but the police felt they had no choice but to make a move on it, and a marksman sitting in a cruiser across the street would pull the trigger, and the bullet struck the robber, killing him, and the man fell to the pavement, and the bomb detonated, obliterating the man. Crazily enough, the undercover officer, who was in front of the suspect carrying the duffel bag, was actually mostly shielded by the money he had been carrying, suffering only mild hearing loss. The police were initially raked over the coals for endangering the public, but after a review of the events, it was determined that they probably saved many lives by killing the man before he could get close enough to the crowd to possibly detonate. There's even some speculation that the man was going to trigger the bomb regardless, and at one point, he stopped and seemed like he was about to confront the police and the onlookers. Some even think he could have had a grudge against the bank, or maybe the town of Kenora. I mean, surely there were bigger towns with more money, but maybe this one was easier to escape. There was even the thought that it was politically motivated. However, others contend the bomb was indeed a deterrent that he never intended to use, and the man was just desperate due to financial reasons. But now, the gruesome task of identifying the man and notifying the next of kin began, and that's where the real mystery starts. For one, there wasn't much left of this guy. One of the witnesses would even state he had been blown to smithereens, and since he wore a mask, really just a balaclava, the entire time of the robbery, no one outside or inside the bank ever seen his face. Detectives did find a wallet that contained $176, handcuff keys, and a receipt from a nearby hotel. This gave them their first real lead, and they went to the location to learn the man had checked in on April 23rd, some 17 days prior, under the name Paul Higgins. They soon found his luggage, a yellow trunk that also had the name Paul Higgins on it. This too looked like it was brand new. So case closed, right? Well, no, because that was a fake name. Just like the address the man had given was also fake. But it was here at this hotel that he checked in on the 23rd, stayed 2 days, and boarded a bus for Winnipeg. In the meantime, he left the trunk in the hotel storage. He would return on May 5th, 5 days before the attempted robbery would take place. Where he was in those 5 days and what he was doing is still unknown to this day, although police speculate he went to Winnipeg to either return to a job or visit family, or possibly round up supplies to build the bomb. In either case, they believed he had been scoping out this bank for a while. But detectives did not give up on identifying him. They soon began trying to find this yellow trunk, which definitely stood out, and they soon learned that it was sold only at a Canadian department store chain called Eaton's. But that's as far as they got. They could never definitively say which one of the stores it was purchased at, and they were at a dead end again, until several witnesses came forward and claimed they had seen the man around town just days before the robbery, and they would describe him as being white with reddish brown hair and a beard, and in his 40s. He was about 5'6" to 5'8" and weighed about 170 pounds. This would lead to our only description and sketch of the man, as you can see here. The guns, meanwhile, were never linked to any other crimes, nor were they ever able to be traced to the owner. The dynamite as well could not be traced to any known purchase of explosives at the time, and since that stuff is tracked extremely close, detectives felt that the man had stolen the dynamite, possibly when he took the trip to Winnipeg. His accent did not stand out either, and his nationality, if he wasn't Canadian, could not be discerned either, although Canadian investigators looked into missing persons reports as far away as Ireland and Scotland because of his red hair, and that's pretty much it. To this day, nobody knows who this guy was. At one time, police believed they identified him squarely based on the fact that some man in Winnipeg had abandoned his truck there right before this happened, but this man was eventually tracked down and was living in France. The main theory now seems to be that whoever it was flew into Winnipeg for the weekend and didn't tell anyone. He then drove to Kenora to attempt to pull this off. Meanwhile, his family and friends, conceivably over 1,000 miles away, had no idea what had happened and reported him missing, but they didn't have that crucial detail that he left town to go to Winnipeg. And since the man used a fake name, which was much easier to do flying in the 70s, there's no record of this individual getting onto a flight. So basically, the missing persons report just hasn't been connected yet. There's also the question if someone had been helping him out, or even forcing him to do it. However, if that's the case, this person has never been located either. October 10th, 1927, New Zealand. The Otago Daily Times would release an article detailing some very odd ghostly encounters happening around the town of Waihi. And these stories were actually creepy enough that most of the town's residents started going inside their homes before dark and locking their doors, afraid of what was lurking outside. And at one point, it led to around 35 men armed with clubs patrolling the town looking for these ghastly spirits. So suffice to say, the town was on edge. But what was causing such alarm? Well, for that, there were numerous stories. One of the earlier ones told of a doctor driving to a patient's house late one night, since this was at the time when doctors would make house calls, and on his way, he saw a figure dressed as a ghost, just like you may have seen in the movies, and it was standing right there in the middle of the road, sorta in a dramatic kind of pose, like he was trying to make himself scarier. The doctor pulled his car up to where he stood, but the ghost darted off the side of the road into the bush. So the doctor got out and began looking for him, but whatever it was no longer in the bush. And actually, it was nowhere near at all, as the doctor could not find one sign that anyone had even been standing there. During that same week, a youth going home from a dance he had attended suddenly would see a white-robed figure running down a park, which he found odd since it was around 2 a.m. when this occurred. This kid ended up running home in fear and never got close enough to get a good description. A few days later, very early in the morning, at about 3:30 a.m., a woman would look outside to see the street lights being turned off for the day, and it was a few minutes after these lights were turned off that she noticed something on her porch. She got quiet and began watching this silhouette that she could not quite make out. That's when she seen the flash of an electric torch, which was followed by a hissing noise. All of a sudden, the door to her home was blown open by the wind, and an apparition came in and stood at her bedroom door for a few moments, just staring. She reported he was wearing a skull cap with white streaks and was wearing a dark suit. She knew she was not dreaming or suffering from sleep paralysis because she was awake when she heard the heavy wind blow the front door open. There were other occupants in the home at the time, but she was so afraid she couldn't even speak to alert them. There is no conclusion in this one, but I assume this ghostly figure just left her be. And that's pretty much it. Police did actually search around when all this was going on, but they stated they did not believe it was anything supernatural at all. And as far as theories go, there's basically only two. We'll start with the one from the police first. It was almost certainly nothing paranormal, and instead, the work of a prankster, or maybe multiple pranksters, using theatrical props like phosphorescent clothing, mask, and of course on the last one, using a blowtorch and or something else to make the mechanical hissing sound. The other theory, of course, is, well, it was something paranormal. The only real evidence for that is, the sightings kept popping up pretty persistently over this little time period, and in the case of the doctor, when he got out to search for this being, there was not one piece of evidence that anyone had even been in the area. So how did this person, presumably wearing a ghost costume, escape into the night so easily just by running into a bush? December 30th, 1957, Marshall's Heath, Hertfordshire, England. 17-year-old college student, Anne Noblet, was attending a dance at a local hall where she spent the evening with friends and in general just having a good time. Afterwards, the night ended with her saying goodbye to them and boarding a bus to go back home, where she lived with her parents and brother. Sadly, Anne would never reach home, and by 9 p.m., her parents, knowing something had to be wrong, soon called authorities and a search began. This search included police, locals, and 300 soldiers. Detectives immediately began trying to retrace her steps and soon found out about her boarding a bus the previous evening. Soon, they were able to run down several other witnesses who had spotted her, The key one being a Shirley Edwards, who around 6 p.m. seen Anne exiting the bus at a pub very close to her home. Apparently, this was the last official sighting of her. So police responded accordingly and brought in dogs to track her scent, and they found nothing. And that would continue to be the case for over a month, when on January 31st, 2 brothers out walking their dog in a local forest would come across her body. She was fully clothed and even had her glasses on, while her belongings were found nearby. The location set about 7 miles from where she was last seen getting off the bus. The police were obviously called, and detectives were soon on the scene, while Anne's body was taken away for an autopsy, where the coroner ruled that she had most likely been strangled, and more than likely, sexually violated. Now with all this, we already have enough for an intriguing and dark mystery, but there's another reason it actually made it to this iceberg. That's because, when Anne's body was discovered, she was frozen solid. And I don't mean because her body had been left out on a cold winter night. No, I mean she had been put in a freezer. Because of this, she would soon become known as the victim of the deep freeze murder. And for that exact reason, there was a lot of interest in this case, and a lot of pressure on law enforcement as well. Scotland Yard's murder squad was enlisted to try and solve the case, and they were soon able to come up with a likely theory. They believed that as far as the abduction went, that much was obvious. It happened sometime after she stepped off the bus and started making the short walk back to her home. In fact, at least one witness placed a middle-aged man in a black car in that area at the time of her disappearance. This vehicle and man were never found, although police thought it was possible she had been abducted by someone she knew. As far as for what happened afterwards, that picture was less clear, but police felt she was actually murdered shortly after she was taken, because food was found in her stomach, still undigested, that had came from a meal she had eaten earlier the day that she had vanished. After her death, she was then put into refrigeration where she was kept for a month until the suspect moved her out, and as mentioned, her body was found fully clothed, but detectives noticed something odd about that. The buttons on her undergarments had not been attached correctly, which led to them realizing she had been stripped and redressed. Even stranger was about 30 shillings which had been scattered around her body. No one is sure what that was supposed to mean, but it is possible it was left to show this was not a robbery-related murder. And why does that matter? Well, because of the Homicide Act of 1957, which stated there were only 5 categories where murder could be punishable by death. One of these was theft, and crazily enough, none of the other 4 categories would have led to the death penalty for this brutal crime that was committed on Anne. But going back to where her body was dumped, detectives noted there were no drag marks in the terrain, which meant this killer had transported the frozen body to the location and then carried it into the woods, suggesting this guy was pretty strong, considering the frozen remains were about 150 pounds. They were also able to determine, based on the plant growth under and around the body, that she had been placed there about 2 weeks prior. Police had little they could do. This was decades before the advancements of modern criminal forensics, so without any DNA or anything to speak of, they instead decided to basically check every refrigeration unit that they knew of within a 30-mile radius of the crime scene. This included factories, outbuildings, refrigerated vehicles, freezers on local farms, where again, nothing was ever found. And I know you may be thinking that that wasn't much of a plan, but back in those days, the type of refrigeration unit that would have been needed to keep a body froze were exceedingly rare. They would even end up interviewing a refrigeration expert that they would later label as a person of interest, along with several others, and crazily enough, the last person of interest interviewed came in February of 2024, although many people believe the real killer is long dead by now. And as far as suspects go, none of these have ever been publicly named, if there had ever been one. As far as the theories of what exactly happened, the most likely one is someone had been watching her for a while and knew her routine, meaning they had been stalking her, or possibly was even acquainted with her, while some think it would have been at least 2 people involved, citing the fact that she weighed 150 pounds and that may have not been easy to carry off into the woods alone. The second most likely scenario is that it was just a predator that just happened to stumble across her walking home alone and took advantage of the situation. and none of it was pre-planned. That would explain the black car that was seen in the vicinity. September 1st, 1969, Sheffield, Massachusetts. A 10-year-old boy named Thomas Reed was riding home with his family, which consisted of his younger brother, Matthew, mother, Nancy, and grandmother, when the family would run into what would become known as the Berkshire UFO incident. According to Thomas, as the family were crossing a bridge, they looked up into the sky to see a disc-shaped object hovering in the air. Thomas would actually describe it as a white orb that was bigger than a football field. The family, obviously terrified, continued driving down the road, but the lights seemed to follow them. That's when his brother would spot a second one to the right. This one was a round sphere, hovering silently over the nearby fields. The car was then surrounded by 3 objects, 2 spheres, and a disc, which formed a triangle, and the vehicle was engulfed in light, and they were taken aboard a UFO. A few minutes later, the entire family would wake up back in their car. The vehicle's lights were off along with the ignition, and his mother and grandmother mysteriously had switched seats. Although, according to him, they had lost 3 hours of time, and all they remembered was being in something like an enormous warehouse. It's here that Thomas was placed on a metal table and began to hear the frantic voices of his mother and brother. And while all that sounds crazy, Thomas did go on to take a lie detector test, which recorded he was telling the truth. But this was only the first of several strange encounters that would play out this day. Actually, 40 different residents reported sightings from that night. Not far from the Reed abduction, a 14-year-old girl named Melanie Kirchdorfer was going to the lake with her family when they began backing into a parking spot and a bright light engulfed their car. Everyone began to panic. Luckily though, the light left them alone and went away, but her father, despite Melanie's pleas, decided to chase it. The only thing she would remember after this was being levitated and ending up on a ship, while another witness, a Tom Warner, would claim to have seen Melanie on this same craft, even though she didn't see him. In fact, all she remembered was being in a room with several other children, and they all began to disappear one by one, and she was woke up later on where she sat at the lake by herself, and she was forced to walk home. Tom, on the other hand, remembered being laid down at the other end of the family's property. But speaking of this 10-year-old Tommy Warner, who, as you just seen, was also abducted, his experiences began when he was playing next door with some other kids, and he began hearing a voice inside his head telling him to go home now. And Tommy was a religious kid, and he believed it was God telling him or warning him to get out of there. So he took off running, only for Tommy's friends, or in some accounts, his babysitter, to see him vanish into thin air, and he did not reappear for 7 minutes, in which time he believed he was transported to a UFO where he then seen Melanie before he was beamed back down to the ground, while 42-year-old Jane Green would also claim on her drive home she had seen a huge bright light in front of her car. She stopped, along with numerous other drivers who seen the craft at eye level before it proceeded to fly off. This was 4 different encounters between people who had no connections, and it has went on to become an iconic part of this area. But there's one big issue with all this. Despite these alleged encounters, not one police report was filled out that night, nor did it appear in newspapers, although the local radio station did receive numerous calls. Unfortunately, none of these were recorded. The radio host, however, a Tom J, claimed that people called in telling him about seeing the UFOs, and then Tom himself called the police. To add more doubt to the claims, Thomas and Matthew, the 2 brothers from the most widely known encounter from this incident, had made similar claims years before this. Supposedly, the 2 were abducted into a UFO just 3 years prior to these events in 1966, while they were also abducted again in 1967 before being dropped off in their driveway. However, this is one of those bizarre ones where quite a few people actually believed something had happened that day, especially since there were allegedly 40 other reports of strange lights in the sky. But most people seem to think all the action with the unidentified aircraft and lights really comes down to the testing of military aircraft. Although the military has denied that they had anything in the area that night. Likewise, it still would not explain the abductions. Others speculate that maybe this was a real extraterrestrial encounter. And finally, it may be nothing more than mass hysteria. June 17th, 1934, Brighton, East Sussex, London, England. A man named William Vinicombe was about to board the local railway station when something caught his eye. He noticed sitting by itself was a plywood trunk, and seemingly the owner was nowhere to be found. This sorta intrigued him, so he wandered over to check it out. As he got closer and started to inspect it, he quickly got spooked after he smelled the awful scent of death. He immediately backed away and called the police, who dispatched an inspector named Robert Donaldson, who opened the trunk to find a grisly scene. It was the dismembered arms and torso of a woman. Police soon put the word out to other railway stations, and soon these stations were searched. And it didn't take long for the rest of the body to be found, because at King's Cross railway station, another suitcase was found, and this time it contained the legs to the torso that was found from the first scene. Unfortunately, the head was never found. Detectives obviously had no idea who this was, and soon the press ended up giving her the nickname, the girl with pretty feet, or for short, Pretty Feet, because it was thought whoever that this woman was, she must have been a dancer, because her remains were described as having beautiful dancer's feet. An autopsy was soon completed, and it was found that the woman was about 25 years old and 5 months pregnant. But that was far as police could get. They didn't know who this woman was, which made identifying a suspect that much more difficult. But Chief Inspector Donaldson had a pretty good idea at who may have been involved. According to his notes, he believed, due to the circumstances of the victim, she may have intended to get an abortion, and police actually knew about a doctor named Messiah, who was rumored to do abortions in the area. So the inspector put officers on his tail, and they watched him for a while. Eventually, one of the officers confronted him and asked him to go to town for questioning, and the doctor's response was kinda strange. Instead of going with this officer, he just took out a sheet of paper and wrote down a list of names and handed it over to the police. However, none of this was reported back to Inspector Donaldson, because the officers had actually been told not to confront the doctor. It wasn't until later, when this officer was reprimanded by a senior officer, did the news make it all the way back to Donaldson. Meanwhile, the doctor, who we still don't even have the full name of, would close his clinic and move to London, where he accidentally killed another woman in an abortion. But he was again able to avoid prosecution. But that's not even the craziest part of this mystery, because after police found the second trunk at King's Cross Railway, investigators began searching a wider area just to be safe. And on July 16th, at a residence home on Kemp Street, a third trunk was found. This time, it was the remains of a 42-year-old woman named Violet Kay, who had been killed by a blow to the head. Violet was a sex worker and dancer who had came to Brighton just recently with her younger lover, a 26-year-old Tony Mancini. And long story short, after Violet accused Tony of cheating, she vanished and was found later on in the trunk. Now there was a ton of evidence against Mancini, such as his neighbors complaining about an awful smell coming from a coffee table inside his home, and that coffee table was actually the trunk being used by Mancini as a table. He also gave false alibis, as well as boasting to some that he had given Violet the hiding of her life. He had also sent telegrams to people pretending to be Violet after her death. It should be an easy case, right? But Mancini's lawyer was a man named Norman Burkett, and he was a really good one. He basically used character assassination on Violet by attacking her life as a sex worker and being a heavy drinker. He contended she was murdered by another client or had simply fell down the steps, while Mancini, who had a criminal record, was scared he would be blamed and simply hid the body. In fact, he said he had actually found her body at somebody else's place. After a 5-day trial and a 2-hour deliberation, he was found not guilty. Now here's the craziest part of this mystery. Neither of these two cases were connected, yet 2 murdered, dismembered women were found in trunks around the same time and not far from each other, and no one was ever punished in either case. In regards to Mancini, he did confess on his deathbed in 1976 that he had killed Violet in self-defense after she tried to assault him with a hammer, which he wrestled away from her and threw it, hitting her in the head and killing her. But as far as the victim whose remains were found at the train station, she has never been identified, nor has her murderer. To this day, the main theory is still the doctor known as Messiah, but others wonder if it's possible that this woman may have been a sex worker as well, and was murdered by a client or partner in a moment of rage. Some even take the theory further and suggest a serial killer could have been involved. 1959, author Harold T. Wilkins would have a book published called Mysteries, Solved, and Unsolved, which you guessed covered numerous well-known and not so well-known unsolved mysteries. But it's one of these in particular that Harold would speak on from a more personal experience, which involved his help on a search for 3 missing children. According to Harold, it all began in June of 1906, when 3 kids, who he never names, a 10-year-old boy and his 2 sisters, 3 and 5 years old, simply vanished near a remote area known locally as 40 Acres, which sat near some locomotive engine sheds outside Gloucester, southwest England. The area was rural, of course, and there's not a lot of explanation from Wilkins as to where the children were last seen, or really much anything about them at all. But what he does record is the search. He would state that the area known as 40 Acres was combed extensively in a 3-day search by dozens of volunteers, which included some of the local railroad workers. They were particularly focused on the northeast corner of the acreage, which was bordered by tall elm trees, a thick hedgerow of thorns and brambles, and a deep ditch which separated the field from an adjacent cornfield. The searchers walked up and down this ditch line, inspecting very thoroughly, and checked any nearby place that could have been used to hide, or to hide a body. But in spite of this massive search, not one trace of the children were found. Before long, the story made headlines in all the major newspapers. This in turn caused donations to start pouring into the family's home. The father, who worked for the railway station as a guard, reportedly received so much money that additional staff had to be brought into the post office just to manage all of the mail coming in. But on the 4th day of the search, a huge break would come. And just at the time when everything seemed pretty dire, around 6 a.m. that morning, a man using a plow in a nearby cornfield noticed something unusual. He would go over and look over a hedge into a ditch, and there were the 3 children alive and sleeping. The farmer immediately alerted the police, and shortly after they made it there, he would go to the local newspaper, who had been promising a reward for anyone who could point investigators to where the children might be. But according to the police, this man did not deserve the reward, and told the newspaper not to give it to him, which they were happy not to do. According to the superintendent of the city police, a Nehemiah Philpott, not only did the farmer not deserve the money, but he couldn't prove that he didn't kidnap the children himself, only to try and claim the reward, one that he didn't know would be coming. However, this was a pretty tight community, and the plowman had a pretty good reputation. Plus, his employer, a local farmer, stated that the plowman had never been gone long enough to pull off such a crime. Regardless, he never got the reward money. But that's not exactly the mystery here. That is, what happened in those 3 days the kids had vanished? We don't know, because the case was largely forgotten about. That is, until shortly after World War II, when the boy who had vanished was now an adult, and he was actually tracked down by someone who was doing research on the strange case. And when they finally found the man and asked him, "What happened to you and your sisters during that time that you vanished and were found asleep in the ditch?" his reply was almost too difficult to believe. He stated he had no memory of what had happened. Now, was this a man trying to forget an awful experience? Or did he really just forget it? Or was he not aware of what even happened? And what about his sisters? Their accounts were never followed up on. Actually, that's a big problem with this story. Wilkins leaves everything so vague. But I did my due diligence and began digging through old English newspaper archives, and I found the case. Let me first say, Wilkins' memory was not that great. First off, he was not an older brother and 2 sisters. He was 2 brothers, a Jack and Charlie Vaughn. Secondly, it was not 1906, it was 1908. Likewise, the newspaper story also confirmed that a Charlie Faulkner, the plowman, did find them and did not get the reward. While finally the rest of the story is confirmed by the paper, in which it's recorded that the only explanation the 2 boys had was they had spent 2 or 3 nights in the field, and that was it. The 2 children never elaborated on what actually happened, but the official police detective's view was the boys got lost themselves and got so scared they collapsed. And then they just lay there without making an effort to find their way home. Although Wilkins pushed for a more supernatural theory, like teleportation, which Wilkins reasoned was why the brothers couldn't remember anything. Because according to Wilkins, amnesia sometimes accompanies unexplained phenomena. As far as the other theories go, it is possible once the boys got lost, they found a shed or barn nearby where they hid, and then later on, they found the spot in the ditch where they laid down. That would explain why the searchers missed them. Although, it doesn't really make sense why the boys would do that. In fact, it's almost impossible for these boys to have been anywhere near 40 acres due to the large search. So maybe Wilkins is right, and this one we can chalk up to unexplained phenomena. Gustav Batyany, a Hungarian nobleman, best known for immigrating to England as a young man and becoming a well-known owner and breeder of several thoroughbred racehorses, would donate his entire library to the Hungarian Academy of Sciences before leaving to England in 1838. And it's in this library our next mystery begins, because there is a very strange manuscript located here called Brahonk Codex. Much like the Voynich manuscript, this codex is full of text from an unknown language and writing system, as well as illustrations, whom no one has ever figured out the point of. The origin itself is even mysterious, although on Gustav's catalog of the library, there is a line which reads Hungarian prayers in 1 volume, size duodecimo, and the codex is actually that size, but that is the only information given in the catalog, so it's impossible to say for sure that this is the prayer book. However, taking a look at the codex itself, you wouldn't think it was a prayer book. It's 448 pages, which are 4.7 inches by 3.9 inches in size, with each page having 9 to 14 rows of symbols, which may include letters. Along with it is 87 illustrations, many of which show religious and military scenes. Some of the illustrations appear to show an environment where Christian, pagan, and Muslim religions all coexist. The number of symbols used is astoundingly high, with it being almost 10 times higher than any known alphabet, although most of the symbols are used with very little repetition, which suggests it's not even an alphabet. As far as the paper goes, tests have shown it was probably Venetian paper made in the early 16th century, but that doesn't tell us when this was written, and it's even possible that this paper was used to copy all this information from an original document that has since been lost. However, judging by the illustrations, most speculate that it was created sometime between 1500 and 1700, and that's pretty much it. And now we come to the mystery. What is the language, and what is it for? Well, none of that has been proven yet, although some have suggested that it is a very old Hungarian script, while others have suggested that it is a Dacian dialect of Vulgar Latin. Others, especially scholars in Hungary, think the whole thing is nothing more than a hoax. Modern-day researchers have fared no better, as some believe it's a really complicated cipher that is yet to be cracked, while others believe it is a constructed language, meaning it didn't evolve naturally and was created specifically for this document. But if it's not a hoax, it could be a legit religious text, which would explain all the illustrations, or it could be a legit lost language. 1965, author/reporter Jess Stern would write a book called Yoga, Youth, and Reincarnation, which detailed his experience along a 3-month study session of Hatha Yoga, one in which he went into with extreme skepticism and came out as a true believer. Hatha Yoga primarily focuses on posture and breath control to prepare your body and mind for deeper meditation practices. It's often seen as a type of beginner's yoga, and it's said to be able to help with problems of tension, weight control, sexuality, and various other issues. The book was a success and is still studied by many who are looking to get into yoga. But it's this book where our mystery begins, because in it, he would detail a woman named Marcia Moore, a 37-year-old writer, astrologer, and yoga teacher. In 1947, she married a man named Simons Roof, and the two would divorce in 1961 after having 3 children, but not before the family would take a 2-year trip to India where they studied Hindu and other esoteric religions, and had a great effect on Marcia. After her divorce from Simons, she would marry an additional 3 times before finally marrying an anesthesiologist in the late 70s named Howard Altunian. And this is where things become interesting, because along with her husband, she became a huge proponent of the drug ketamine, even publishing a book with her husband called Journey into the Bright World, which focused on the mind-expanding effects of ketamine. And if you don't know what that is, it's mostly used as an anesthetic, but it can also be used to treat pain, and in some cases, depression. It also makes a person feel detached from their body and surroundings, and of course, some people take it for that very reason, just so they can feel the hallucinogenic and dissociative effects. And in this book specifically, the two are writing about the possibilities of using ketamine in conjunction with psychotherapy to improve one's being and mental health. And I should note here that Howard was the one supplying them with ketamine that he got from his medical office. But after publishing the book and traveling around the country giving lectures on metaphysics, the two found a home in the Seattle suburbs surrounded by farmland, lakes, and forest. It's here she became a practitioner of past life regressions, a way of using hypnosis to recover memories from previous lifetimes, which could explain your current traits and talents. She had also claimed to have discovered a so-called portal that served to unlock future lives, alternate dimensions, and supernatural entities. She called this the Bright World, and the only way to get to it was, of course, using ketamine. And in January of 1979, coming off of writing the book that had taken so many years to finish, she got excited about a trip to a conference in Southern California to discuss past life regression. So around the new year, she made all her travel arrangements, prepared her speech, and loaded up her bags. And just as she was about to depart, she vanished. The call to police from her husband would actually go in at 4:38 a.m. on the following morning of January 15th, and the official report would read that she had left the home several hours prior to go to the movies and never came back, possibly suffering from amnesia or other mental disorder from the use of ketamine. He also let police know that she had threatened suicide before. The sheriff's department responded and began a search, finding nothing. Although they did think it was odd she would walk alone at night in freezing conditions, and her friends would later tell police that's something she would never do. Regardless, the sheriff's department did an extensive search over the following month, never finding a thing. The media ate it up too. Here is someone whose father was extremely rich and she was an heiress. See, her dad was Robert Moore, the founder of the Sheraton hotel chain, so that made many question, could she have been kidnapped? Or was this something to do with the occult, which is what her brother suggested? What made things worse was her husband Howard's public meltdown, along with the fact he took over Marcia's New Age newsletter, and he penned several over-the-top entries, many involving his meetings with psychics, but there's one in particular that would start a crazy theory. Howard would claim after visiting these psychics, he was contacted by a third party with a message from Marcia. In it, she stated, and get ready for this one, she was in the 4th dimension, a different form of lifestyle. She had dematerialized her physical matter by changing into the energy of light and transcended to a different level of being. Since there was no time there, she was not aware of how long she had been gone, but she was putting all this in her memory so she could write about it when she returned. She closed by saying, "Tell Howard I love him." Now I couldn't find out who the third party was that delivered this message to him, or if this was even a physical being, but after the message did reach him, his mental health began to decline, as he had been very much in love with Marcia. Unfortunately, the case went cold. There was just no sign of her, and the media circus didn't help, especially considering her family, who were very conservative and were put off by her obsession with New Age philosophies, kept their distance from the whole thing. But it would take 2 years to at least get somewhat of an answer, cause in a swamp behind a barn about 2 miles from their home, a skull was found. A skull that belonged to Marcia. Law enforcement was soon called, and a county search and rescue team came out and did one huge search, but they never found any additional body parts or bones. Soon, all they had to focus on was that skull, and interestingly, it did have a hole in it, but detectives determined that it was not a bullet hole because there was no bullet in the area, and instead just came from natural deterioration. Of course, Marcia's loved ones didn't really go for this. As mentioned previously, her brother, author Robin Moore, who thought the occult had something to do with it, only saw those beliefs reconfirmed, and he now believed she had been killed by witches or possibly a satanic cult. But the police never bought it, and over the years, the general belief is that Marcia died as the result of ketamine misadventure. One line of thought specifically claimed that she climbed a tree on this very cold winter night and shot herself up with all the ketamine she could find. She then either succumbed to the elements or even came down and was eventually killed by a bear or something like that. Regardless, there was no foul play and it was not mysterious, but instead a horrible accident. However, in spite of her husband Howard's claims that he was madly in love with her, he had started dating almost immediately after she vanished. And, according to some sources, he was the lead suspect. In fact, he was already being investigated for a series of sexual assaults before she had vanished, but police could never find any proof that he was involved with Marcia's death. Even after thoroughly searching the home and interrogating Howard many hours, they never come up with anything. Of course, for this one to be on here, we have to have a little bit of strangeness. On the Obscure series, there are no regular deaths or regular disappearances. So that brings us to one of the really bizarre theories in this case, which Howard claimed he received in a message, that she had dematerialized. Some of the New Age community believed, using all of her studies of the metaphysical world, she truly figured out a way to dematerialize and disappeared into the ether. Of course, that doesn't explain the partial skull she left behind, but apparently, this was not just some weak excuse by Howard to just try and throw people off, as Marcia had told people she was working on a way to dematerialize. It was also found in her writings on past life regression that she fantasized about jumping out in front of a truck just to see what existed on the other side. So I'll wrap this one up here. You guys tell me down below, what happened? Terrible accident brought on by way too much ketamine? Was she murdered? Or did she really dematerialize? January 9th, 1918, Norfolk, Virginia. The USS Cyclops would depart into the sea, taking along with it 10,000 tons of coal, which was taken to its destination of Rio de Janeiro. The ship and its crew would arrive close to 3 weeks later on January 28th. It's here they would stay for 2 weeks while cargo was being unloaded, and then 11,000 tons of manganese ore would be loaded back onto the ship to be taken to Baltimore. So with all the cargo loaded and unloaded, the 300 plus crew, along with the captain, George Worley, would depart on February 15th, with only one stop planned along the way, that of Bahia, Brazil, where the crew would land a few days later on February 20th. It's here the men would stay 2 days, presumably restocking some supplies and getting rest, and then departing again for the longest leg of the journey, which would be about 1,800 nautical miles, and would take them until March 13th to reach. However, on their way back, the crew and ship would stop at Barbados on March 3rd, something that was unplanned, because the water level was found to be over the load line, which of course meant the ship was overloaded. However, once they got to shore, an investigation found that everything had been loaded correctly and everything was secured properly, and they were given the okay to move on. They would do so the following day, heading back to Maryland. But when March 13th came and went with no sign of the ship, people began to fear the worst. News traveled much slower back then, but it only took a month for the American newspapers to start covering the story of the lost ship USS Cyclops, which they had only gotten information about due to the fact that the US Navy had made the announcement. Within 2 more months, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Roosevelt, would officially declare the ship lost with all of its crew. It was the largest loss of life in the US naval history that did not involve combat. Maybe. And of course, many of you listening will say it's pretty obvious what happened. The ship sunk due to carrying too much weight. And you might be right. But it's not that simple. There were a lot of strange things in this one that might indicate it was not the accident that it seemed. The first major line of speculation revolved around Captain Worley himself. See, one officer, a Conrad A. Nervig, had actually been on the Cyclops with Worley, and when the ship landed at Rio de Janeiro, he transferred off the ship and onto another. He would be 50 plus years later in 1969 when he would write about his time aboard the ship, which apparently was plagued with issues. Worley was described by Officer Nervig as gruff, indifferent, and eccentric. For example, he would sometimes make his rounds wearing just his long underwear and a hat. On top of that, he was not a very good navigator, which made him tend to be overcautious, hence why he may have thought the ship was overloaded when an investigation proved that it wasn't. But the worst part was, he was disliked by his men and officers. One moment in particular really drove a wedge between them, when an incident occurred that involved one of the engines starting up, causing the propeller blade to rotate. Unfortunately, one of the men were down in the water on a smaller boat, and the turbulence from the sudden movement knocked him overboard and he drowned. This caused the rest of the crew to become demoralized and hated Captain Worley, although it's not sure if he was the one totally at fault for it. But that would not matter, since things had already been tense because Worley often brutalized the men over the most trivial offenses, and that's not counting the berating and cursing of his officers, or even resorting to violence. He even chased a junior officer around the ship with a gun. Incompetence is one thing, but could there be more at play here? That brings us to the second theory involving Captain Worley, or should I say, Johann Friedrich Wichmann, who was born in Germany and had a pretty checkered past. See, once America entered World War I, they actually took the Cyclops, which was just another merchant ship at the time, and made it part of the US fleet, along with the men on board who were considered part of the Navy, and their task was to continue bringing the ore from Brazil to make munitions. And right around the same time, the German Navy was known to use submarines in the West Indies, and considering Captain Worley, or Johann, had immigrated to the US and worked his way up on merchant ships by bringing in illegal goods such as opium, he didn't have the best reputation. And because of the timing, he just happened to end up in charge of a US naval merchant ship, and this was in spite of the fact that he was widely seen as being pro-German. Heck, his only friends were Germans, or of German descent. Furthermore, many of them were open German sympathizers. In fact, one of the passengers on this ship was a US Consul General in Rio de Janeiro, who was widely hated back home because he was very pro-German. And that led many to speculate that he, along with Johann, had collaborated with Germany to hand over the ship, and whatever men would against this would end up silenced. There was even a telegram sent to the State Department from the consul in Barbados where the ship had made its unplanned stop, and the consul there stated that Captain Worley had requested more coal, saying he was low, but he found out later on that he had way more than enough coal to reach his destination, which of course raised suspicion that he may have been planning to take the ship much further away. In addition, he took on more meat, flour, and vegetables, but the consular noted he heard the men had hated him, along with rumors that the ship's engines were in poor condition. Regardless, he ended the telegram by saying he feared the ship suffered a worse fate than sinking, basically implying the Germans were now in possession of it. Of course, Germany even today denies they had anything to do with the fate of the USS Cyclops, and you would think by now they would have came clean if that was the case, which leads to the next theory, that the ship was carrying too much weight, and it split down the middle and sank almost immediately. This happened because the only officer on board with experience in storing manganese ore had been placed under arrest and was now confined to his room for having a disagreement with Worley. Instead, Worley gave somebody else the task, someone who had no experience in storage, and that man did it in such a way that it caused the ship's complete and utter collapse, which resulted in it sinking so fast that lifeboats could not be deployed. And it wouldn't be that much of a surprise, considering both of the Cyclops' sister ships, the Proteus and Nereus, vanished less than a year after they were sold back to civilian operators. In both cases, they were carrying heavy loads of metallic ore similar to that on the Cyclops, and they just vanished, most likely due to a catastrophic structural failure. However, some cite the telegram from Barbados in which the consul stated that Worley informed him of a bad engine on the ship. Some think that, along with the bad storm, that just brought the ship down and the men didn't have the time to deploy the lifeboats. There are smaller, less believed theories as well, such as the ship's ill-fated gamble to sail through the Bermuda Triangle, which of course is supposed to be cursed, or whatever, ended with it sinking due to unexplained phenomena. Or maybe due to a kraken pulling the ship under, or a mutiny which then saw Captain Worley killed and the ship scuttled somewhere and the men lived out their lives somewhere else. As far as the German theory goes, it is possible there was no working together between Worley and the Germans, and it's totally possible they just sunk the ship from a submarine. However, the German post-war records showed that there were no subs active in the area at the time, but with the sketchiness of Captain Worley and the backdrop of World War I, no theory has been generally accepted by the Navy or scholars, although most of them lean to it just sunk from a total collapse. But I'll ask you what you think. You can let me know in the comment section below. If I were to ask you, what was the first UFO abduction? A lot of you might bring up Betty and Barney Hill, or maybe those of you who have watched the Obscure series might even note the segment we did about old abductions that were said to have happened in the late 19th century. But could there be ones even older than that? That brings us to our story, which starts on November 15th, 1572, Kreisbuhl, Switzerland, at a farming village in the foothills of the Swiss Alps, when a 50-year-old farmer, Hans Buchmann, would wake up, put on his wool overcoat and mittens, get his walking stick, and exit the home. The poor family, which consisted of him and his wife and 2 teenage sons, always seemed to be in debt, as Hans had taken several loans to make ends meet, and he was desperate to get his head above water financially. And just by chance, this year's crop had done really well, and it, along with the money he had put back, was finally enough to pay off his debt. So on this unseasonably beautiful morning, one with no snow, he took off down the road to go the 4 miles to finally pay off his loans. The route, unfortunately for Hans, mostly went uphill and through forested terrain, and although this morning had started off as a beautiful day, the temperature was dropping. Actually, it had been dropping over the past few days, but at least he didn't have to deal with the snow at this point. What would happen next is pretty crazy, because this walk, which should have taken 2 hours each way, would keep Hans away from home for almost 3 months. And unfortunately for him, he never told his family exactly where he was going, maybe out of the shame of owing so much money. So where had he gone? That's where it gets interesting. It would be 2 weeks later when Hans would wake up with a splitting headache. He took a look around and seen he was curled up against a stone wall of an alleyway of some city unknown to him, and seemed very strange. He also immediately noticed he was dirty and scruffy. His hat, mittens, overcoat, and walking stick were all gone. Now he was wearing a ragged shirt and loose pants. He walked out into the street, asking everyone, "Where am I? What city is this?" But they all ignored him. I mean, I kinda get it, since he probably came off as an unkempt crazy person, or a drunk beggar, possibly from a different city. Now, as you may have noticed, I stated he had awoken 2 weeks later. But how did he know this? That is because Hans soon realized there were a lot of men, women, and children out on the street going somewhere. They seemed to be following the ringing of church bells to attend Mass. He soon put it together that it was St. Andrew's Day, which was 2 weeks after he had left. Now he was really confused. Finally, he seen a soldier, someone who looked like he had some authority, so he went to speak to him. Hans would say, "Sir, my name is Hans Buchmann. I was traveling to my native city of Sempach, but seem to have lost my way. What city is this?" Hans could not believe his ears when the soldier responded, "This is Milan. You are a long way from Sempach." And he wasn't kidding. It was about 160 miles away, about a week's worth of walking. How did he start off on a 2-mile walk to pay off a debt and end up on the other side of the Alps? He had no idea. Now, luckily for Hans, the soldier who had told him this could only speak to him because he was a foreign mercenary who had come to work from Milan and just happened to be Swiss. He, along with other mercenaries, helped get Hans back on his way home, which he finally reaches in February of 1573, some 3 months after he left. And he looked pretty bad. His head was swollen, he had lost all of his hair, and was basically unrecognizable. When he came back to his family, he was surprised to learn that his 2 teenage boys had set out on the same trail he had taken that day and looked everywhere for him, but all they found was his coat, hat, mittens, and walking stick, which were laying by the roadside at the edge of the forest outside of town. And when they actually went into town, only a few people had stated they had seen him and that he had stopped to have a drink at a tavern, but after that, there were no more sightings. They began to suspect that Hans's cousin, Klaus Bookman, who had feuded with the family for years, had murdered him, but he ended up being interrogated by authorities and had his property searched and obviously found no signs of Hans. The story was intriguing enough that the local chronicler, which were all over towns in Europe at that time, and the reason we have this account, would go to question Hans about what had happened that day. He would even be interrogated by a local magistrate who began to suspect some kind of foul play or a trick by Hans. Maybe it was all some kind of plot to frame his cousin Klaus. Now what's interesting here is we don't know exactly what the debt was over, but since he was spotted at that tavern, it's likely that he had a beer tab that had just gotten really out of control. But that's speculation. What is known is Hans stopped at the home of the man that he owed the money to, a man who owned another bar. But he was not there, which is how Hans ended up at another pub. It's at this point the story gets a little suspect, as Hans told the magistrate he didn't remember how much he had drunk, but it wasn't much. He then left the tavern a few hours later, right before sunset, and decided to go back home and pay his loan back at another time. And it's here, right on the forest trail on the outskirts of town, that he would hear a loud buzzing sound. He looked into the sky to see a bright light, while the buzzing sound began to increase and took on the noise of a swarm of bees, which engulfed him and started moving him towards the light into the sky. Hans recalled that was the last thing he remembered until he woke up 2 weeks later in Milan. The whole thing is strange and really matches up with descriptions of modern-day abductions. But what really happened? Well, let's start with the obvious. Was this the first recorded alien abduction ever? It seems very similar to what abductees report today, and it could also explain how he ended up in Milan with a swollen head and no hair, as well as a loss of time. Interestingly, the chronicler of this story had his own theory. He stated he believed Hans was kidnapped by a fairy, which was a very popular folklore explanation in those days. There's also been the proposal that Hans experienced a time slip or dimensional shift, which accounts for the missing time and his arrival in Milan. But let's get to the more mundane theories. It's possible his disorientation may point to some kind of psychotic episode, or even that he simply drank too much and for whatever reason ended up in Milan after going on a big bender, and then he needed a good excuse to tell everyone when he arrived back home, while the swelling in his head could have just been from an infection. Or if that buzzing sound had really been a bee nest, then it may have just been from stings, although I think both of those are a long shot. Finally, a very possible theory is hypothermia. The temperature had been dropping, and it's especially cold that time of the year in the Alps, and he may have not even realized how cold it was, especially if he was drunk. It could have explained why he discarded his coat and gloves, which people suffering from hypothermia tend to do. And then once he collapsed, somebody coming by could have seen him and taken him in and started nursing him back to health, possibly while they were on the road to Milan themselves. Maybe merchants who began to think that Hans was never going to wake up, so they just dumped him off in that alley in Milan and left him there. One night in 1969, Leary, Georgia, a man was preparing to give a speech at a meeting of a club when one of the guests would call for him to come over to a window and look outside. And the man, curious, walked over and looked, and there it was in the sky, a bright white object, almost as bright as the moon. It began moving towards them, but stopped and hovered over a line of pine trees in the distance. It's then this object began to change colors from white to blue, then red, then back to white, before it disappeared in the distance. And in what would seemingly just be another UFO story, this one stands out for one reason. The man that witnessed it, his name was Jimmy Carter, the future president of the United States. Now at the time this occurred, Carter was only a member of the Georgia State Senate, but he had declared his intent to run for governor of Georgia. And it wouldn't be until 4 years later, in 1973, that, after he was governor, he filed his official report, after the International UFO Bureau had heard the story and asked him to. In the report, Carter would state whatever he had seen was emitting the light by itself, and it wasn't the reflection of light off of something on the ground. Likewise, he did not think it was a solid object, suggesting he was intangible, maybe taking on a gaseous form, which is usually reported in ghost sightings. Carter would then state that it was also witnessed by around 10 to 12 people, and likewise, it remained viewable for about 10 to 12 minutes. And none of them could explain what it was they had just seen. Now, as you may have noticed, I did not list an exact date, and that's because that is a source of confusion. When Carter filed his report 4 years after the incident, he stated that it was in October of 1969, but when investigators began digging through the records of those club meetings, they soon realized that the meeting had taken place earlier that year, on January 6, 1969, not in October. Likewise, Carter had made a regular report of this meeting with the club, and he cited a date of January 6th. Yet, nowhere in that report does he ever mention that there was a UFO. So more than likely, Carter was mistaken, and the events did take place in January. So with that being squared away, what the heck did Carter and this other dozen people see? Well, once Carter began running for president, you know the media was going to run down every story possible, and that's what they did here. According to one source, they were able to trace down all the attendees at that meeting, some 7 years after the events, and called every one of them, and only one of them remembered seeing anything. That man's name was Fred Hart. He recalled it being a little blue light, or something like that, moving around in the sky. He suggested that it may have been a weather balloon, but he had actually forgotten all about it until they called him. All of the other attendees stated they could not remember, or if it did happen, he was viewed as insignificant. Now interestingly, Carter stated while he did file a UFO report, he only did so because technically it was unidentified, but he didn't think it was of extraterrestrial origin. And with his training in the Navy, he had a pretty good understanding of physics, and he did not think it was an alien craft. So with that, what did he see? Well, the earliest theory put forward came from ufologist Robert Schaefer, who suggested that what Carter really seen was the planet Venus. This will be backed up by other ufologists who began calculating exactly where Venus would have been in the sky on that very night. However, Carter himself would dispute this in 2007 in an interview with the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe podcast. He said he knew it wasn't Venus, as he was an amateur astronomer and had viewed Venus before. Furthermore, he said as a scientist, he did not believe it was an alien craft at all, and instead was probably some kind of military aircraft. He would go on to note that it did not make a sound like you would hear from a helicopter, although it sort of moved like one. He also stated he didn't believe aliens ever visited Earth and that he didn't know of any government cover-up. And he also shot down the long-held rumors that the CIA refused to give him information about UFOs. The same podcast would receive a letter from the Carter family in 2016, one they had received from someone else and they had just forwarded. Basically, it came from a man named Carl, who claimed that in the 1960s and 70s, he worked on an Air Force project that studied the upper atmosphere using releases of glowing chemical clouds launched by rockets in Florida. And in this project, they had to always launch them after sunset or before sunrise to be able to view them. He felt that this is what Carter had seen, as those clouds often glowed blue or green and then became red. They would also appear bright and about the size of the moon. Of course, this was just some random person that sent this letter to the Carter family, and none of this has been verified, but it's very possible this is the explanation. But it's worth pointing out, Carter pledged to tell the truth about UFOs once he became president, but after getting elected, he backed off, citing national security concerns. One could take this to mean that it had more to do with his secret weapons program, or possibly that he was told to hush about UFOs and aliens. In fact, there's this long-held story that the CIA informed Carter about the truth of UFOs and aliens, and he began to weep because it challenged his deep Christian faith. Of course, none of this can be verified either, and it's long been held as fiction. October 24th, 1961, Lincoln, Massachusetts. 31-year-old Joan Risch would go over next door to her neighbor, Barbara Baker, at about 2 p.m. It was here she brought her daughter, Lillian, over to play with Barbara's little boy, Douglas, on the swing set. Joan would then tell Lillian and Douglas that she would be right back and walked across the street back to her home. But after about an hour and a half, at around 3:40 p.m., Barbara would go outside and get Lillian and take her back home because she had to take her own children out to the store to pick up a few things. So she walked Lillian over to the yard and watched her go inside, and then went back into the home herself, grabbed her children, and drove off. She was only gone about 35 minutes when she pulled back up, and Lillian walked back over, as if she had been waiting on her. When Barbara checked on Lillian, she said, "Mommy is gone, and the kitchen is covered in red paint," which sounds pretty eerie. Barbara didn't know what to think, and so she walked back over to Joan's, and when she got to the door, she could hear Lillian's little baby brother, David, crying in his crib. She would slowly step in, and Lillian was right. Mostly, Joan was gone. But this wasn't red paint, which was all over the home. It was blood. She would immediately check on David, who was just crying because he needed a diaper change, and grab him and went out the door and went back home to call the police. And it didn't take long for them to arrive, as a Sergeant Mike McHugh was on site within 5 minutes. He observed blood smears over the walls and noted an overturned table, and the handset of a wall-mounted telephone ripped loose and thrown into a basket that had been set in the middle of the floor. For whatever reason, Sergeant McHugh immediately suspected suicide, and he began looking over the home, but when he could not find Joan's body, he decided to call for backup to search the surrounding area. Soon, this entire small town's police force was on the case, calling up hospitals looking for Joan. Barbara, meanwhile, was trying to locate Joan's husband, Martin, since he was nowhere to be found. And after calling his employer, she learned he was in New York on business. She finally got a hold of him, and he, of course, got on a flight back home. Meanwhile, investigators searched for more clues and soon found that the mail had not been taken in, along with the phone book opened up in the kitchen that was eerily on the page where emergency numbers could be written down, as 911 wouldn't a thing get. But in this spot, where she could have wrote the police and fire department's number, nothing had been written. Curiously, they also found an empty liquor bottle, which Martin would explain later on that him and Joan had drank the night before. But they found these empty beer bottles that Martin couldn't explain. Finally, a trench coat was found in the home that Joan had been seen wearing earlier, along with a pocketbook. But speaking of her wearing that trench coat earlier, what exactly had her day look like up until that point? For that, we have to go back to early that morning, when Joan awoke with Martin to get him ready for his flight, which departed out of New York at 8 a.m. After Martin had left to the airport, she woke the children up and made them breakfast. It was after this she took her baby David over to Barbara's house, while she ran Lillian to a dentist appointment. Then afterwards, she went to a department store. Now, as mentioned, the mail had been delivered, but not checked, so police tracked down the postman, and he relayed that Joan was not home when he dropped the mail off, but he didn't notice anything unusual at the time, which was confirmed by the milkman who also delivered around the same time and seen nothing unusual. It would be sometime after that, around 11:15 a.m., Joan would arrive at Barbara's house and pick up David and went back home. At about that time, a man showed up to collect Martin's suits to be taken to the dry cleaner, and this guy was eventually traced down, and he had also not seen anything unusual. Joan would make the kids lunch after this and put the baby down for a nap. At about 1 p.m., Barbara would bring her little boy Douglas over to play with Lillian. While she was watching them in the yard, she seen Joan come out and prune some plants. And this is where we come back to the beginning of the story, when Joan took Lillian and Barbara's kid back across the street and told them she would be right back. Now this is where things would get strange, because there seems to have been some kind of confusion between the two parents. Because 15 minutes after Joan took the children back over to Barbara's yard and walked back, Barbara would record that she looked out across the street to see Joan wearing a trench coat and moving quickly up her driveway with her arms extended out, carrying something red from her car towards the garage. Barbara thought she was playing a game with the children, like she was chasing them, but unbeknownst to Barbara, both kids were in her backyard playing on the swing set, and from where they were at, they could not see what was going on either. But after seeing Joan run up her driveway at 2:15 p.m., it would be at 3:40 p.m. when she would finally realize that the kids were in her yard playing. And that's when she walked Lillian back over and let her go in the home, and then she went to the store herself and came back, and Lillian ran out, and then she found the bloody scene. What happened in that time is the mystery. Because unfortunately for Barbara, the only thing she had seen was Joan taking something from her car to her garage with her arms extended. But there was one other key witness to all this. Another little girl named Virginia Keene, who was also next door neighbors. Apparently, when she had gotten off the school bus and began walking home, she seen a car in the neighborhood she had never seen before. She said it was dirty and had two colors, one being blue, and stated it might have been a car made by General Motors. So logically, investigators began to ask other neighbors about this vehicle, and that's when another resident confirmed her sighting. And in fact, this neighbor had spotted the car just 5 minutes after Virginia, and this neighbor said, from their viewpoint, this car pulled up and stopped to let another car out of the driveway, but he wasn't sure which driveway, but it was either the driveway of Joan or of the Keenes family. But since Virginia was right there, she, along with her mother, clarified that there was no car in their driveway at the time, thus meaning someone backed out of Joan's driveway in front of this car and left. So pretty strange, huh? But that's really only the beginning. As they began to interview other neighbors, they found more sightings. About 30 minutes after Barbara had seen Joan running in the driveway, in which she thought she was playing with the kids, another witness seen a woman wearing clothes similar to what Joan had been seen wearing. And what's crazy is she had a bandana over her head, which tied to her chin. She seemed to be wandering around, and she looked unkempt. She also appeared as if she was cold. And then, 30 minutes later, this same similar dressed woman was seen with blood running down her legs and was walking north up the highway. Again, the woman was reported to be disoriented, but this time, she was also seen cradling something at her stomach. And finally, an hour later, the woman was spotted again and again, described in similar circumstances. Meanwhile, police were also trying to find this vehicle that the neighbors had seen. And remember that milkman? Yeah, he actually ended up having some good information. When he had dropped off the milk to Joan's house about 5 days earlier, a car fitting that description was parked there. There would also be two more important sightings of that vehicle. One when a witness saw a man get out of a car around 4:15 p.m. to cut some branches from a few trees and stuff them in his vehicle. This was around the same area and time that the confused woman was seen walking around. Likewise, there was another sighting of a man in a similar vehicle around the same area and time that the woman was first reported seen wandering around. So detectives had a very weird and concerning trail to follow. But at least the crime scene would give a lot of clues, right? Well, not really. First of all, there was a lot of blood, but there was no way for investigators to determine what had happened. Was she shot, stabbed, or something else? They just couldn't tell. They did note that there was blood on the phone, so she may have tried to call emergency services. They also found bloody fingerprints, but had none of Joan's to compare them with. They also seen paper that had been used to wipe up blood, possibly from someone's hand, as well as some baby clothing which had been used to try and clean up. Most notably, a pair of coveralls had been used and appeared to have been pressed into the floor, possibly by a body which had laid there for some time. Now interestingly, looking over the blood in the kitchen, investigators determined it actually was the scene of someone who had gotten injured and was trying to prop themselves up while they staggered around the room. Although they couldn't rule out that it was the scene of a brutal struggle, this leaned more to an accident. But going against this was blood drops on the stairs, and in the master bedroom, and in the children's bedroom. It also ran out of the kitchen and into the driveway, where it ended at Joan's car, which was still sitting there. And there was blood in 3 separate places. One at the right fender, one at the left side of the hood near the windshield, and one at the very center of the trunk. Detectives, just as I am, were very confused. But they would not be given any breaks, because they couldn't determine how this started or where it ended. Because of all the blood, it may have started upstairs, in the kitchen, or maybe even in the driveway. And as far as her leaving, did she go under her own power, have help, or taken by force? Well, they did bring in dogs to track the scent, and they could only find her scent running back and forth between her and Barbara's house. And considering her car was still in the driveway, and Joan was not around, did someone pick her up? It was possible, but what about all those witnesses seeing a woman walking around? That was it. Investigators couldn't rule out that she just walked off injured. Now here's where things would get very interesting. Despite this widespread scene of blood, which was spread from the driveway to the kitchen and 2 bedrooms, there was not much blood. Actually, only half a pint. Nowhere near close to life-threatening. In fact, when you donate blood, they take about 1 pint, which suggested Joan's injuries were not as bad as first expected. This only got more intriguing when a local reporter covering the case soon went to the local library to do some research on similar cases, and that's when she checked out a book about the disappearance of one of Brigham Young's wives, which was odd because when she looked at the signatures to see who all had checked out that book, Joan's name was there, as she had just checked it out a month prior. Then, she found a book called Into Thin Air, about a woman who left blood smears and a towel behind and then vanished. And that book had also been checked out by Joan recently. Soon, a group of volunteers began looking through the records and discovered Joan had taken out 25 books that summer, which mostly had to do with murders and missing people. Now, it seemed that she may have staged the entire thing, but no one was for sure, and while the reporter speculated she did all this to escape a life that she was not happy with, Joan's friends would dispute it, claiming she was very happy as a housewife and a mom and would never abandon her family. This has led some to suggest she suffered an injury in the home and became disoriented. This would match up with the sightings of the woman seen walking around the area. It's even possible she was walking around confused and fell into a hole along the highway, as there had been a lot of construction going on that summer, and it's possible she just ended up being buried accidentally during all the excavation. Martin, for his part, would not do many interviews on the subject, although the few times he did, he always speculated that Joan was alive and had amnesia or a mental breakdown and could not remember how to get home. However, there are those that still believe, actually the majority, that she was abducted, for a few different reasons. For one, she had just taken her daughter and Barbara's boy over to Barbara's home and did not notify her that she was leaving the kids there. There was also no signs of a struggle outside the home, and the kids were left unharmed, but investigators could never find any enemies or anyone they thought would be involved. Likewise, why abduct her after such a bloody scene that seemingly required this person to stick around and try to clean it up? Wouldn't it have just been much simpler to have left her there? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Which brings us to the next theory: a stalker. Someone that had been observing her for days and took her by surprise. Maybe someone that had even scoped the house out while she was gone, but no one's seen anything of that nature, other than that one car that was driving around that no one recognized. And of course, that doesn't explain all those sightings. Others have suggested that it was a botched abortion, or maybe she was having an affair and got pregnant, which led to a violent reaction from the other man. Or maybe she wanted an abortion and he didn't, or maybe they both did and it ended up going bad. But there's zero evidence for this. There wasn't even any rumors of the sort, and it seems like she would have at least told one person in her life that she was pregnant if that was the case. And also, you would think she wouldn't try to pull this off while her daughter Lillian was right across the road playing and knew she could return within a few minutes. This is one of the most confusing cases we've ever covered, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Did Joan plot her own disappearance? Or was this an accident? Or something sinister? Let me know down below. July 13th, 2012, Evansdale, Iowa. 2 young cousins, 8-year-old Elizabeth Collins and 10-year-old Lyric Cook Morrissey, would be taken over to their grandmother's house to spend a little time with her. It was by all measures a beautiful sunny day. Because of that, the two decided to go on a bike ride. It would be around noon when they departed from the home of their grandmother and took off up the road towards a nearby lake. About 1.5 miles away, this place was known widely in the area as a location where locals got together to fish, swim, and boat. and it's here the girls would be spotted by some of the other people in town. However, their grandmother expected them back within an hour, but as time wore on and they didn't show up, she got worried. Was this 2 girls that had simply lost track of time, or something else? Well, their grandmother actually didn't waste any time. She began calling friends and family to see if the girls had showed up there. And it wasn't a bad idea, as this was a really small town of 5,000 people, and she figured more than likely they went to a friend's or family member's house. But that didn't happen. And now, the Wider family knew that these girls had been gone for over 2.5 hours, and they didn't wait any longer. They called the police, and the police took it seriously right off the bat, and they responded with a search that began looking over a wider area. This included a few parks and schools, where it was thought the girls may have went to play. Nothing was found right away though, but later that evening, the girls' bikes were finally located, along with Elizabeth's purse, where they sat at the corner of a lake. However, the girls were nowhere to be found, nor was there any trace of what had happened to them. Obviously, there was a possibility that the 2 could have fell in the lake, and the police would search all around it for signs of that, but found nothing. And although many felt that they probably fell in, some were unconvinced. Actually, there's no bigger sign of that belief than the fact that the FBI joined the search. They would eventually send their divers down into the lake in an effort to try and rule out that the girls had fell in, and the divers found nothing. Afterwards, there was an attempt to drain the lake, which came up a little bit short. What they were able to drain revealed nothing. Now detectives were stuck. Did these girls fall in the lake and had simply not been located yet, or something more sinister? No one knew. Even bringing out cadaver dogs and performing aerial searches with infrared gave no clues. The search remained intense over the next couple of weeks. When the first break came, that's when they found a surveillance video which showed the girls less than a block away from their grandmother's house at 12:11 p.m. Although there were no other clues on the video, police were now at least confident of their timeline. However, the case would soon go cold. It was like these 2 had vanished into thin air, and I'm sure it really hurt the families, but what came next was even more heartbreaking, because about 5 months later, some hunters were out in the local forest when they came across 2 bodies that would eventually end up being identified as Elizabeth and Lyric. And the crazy part was, they were 25 miles away from where they had went missing. So how did they get here? That would be the key question to all of this, because this area where they were at saw very few people, especially during the summer. Now in fall, that's a different story. That's when deer hunters come out, while in the spring, often brought people out to search for mushrooms. Otherwise, there was hardly anybody ever here in the summer or winter. And what makes it even more odd is the spot these girls were located at in this forest seemed to be pretty remote. Like, the hunters usually didn't even go to this spot, so the fact that they stumbled over it was a miracle. So that fact alone pretty quickly suggested to investigators that if the girls were tricked or forced into going to this location by someone, he was almost assuredly a local. While someone passing through couldn't be completely ruled out, it was very unlikely. So in this small town of 5,000 people, where should law enforcement look? The obvious answer always starts with the ones closest to the victims, and in this case, the family were easy targets. Mainly Lyric's father, Dan Morrissey. He was not a suspect, but that's only because he was already in prison on meth charges, and for assaulting Lyric's mother, whom eventually divorced him. And the rumor swirled that Dan owed somebody a lot of money due to the drug trade, and since Dan had not paid, and could not since he was in prison, well, he had to be punished by doing something to his daughter and niece, something Dan has repeatedly denied, and he's probably telling the truth, because the FBI looked in a different direction. They instead believed it had nothing to do with drugs, and was more than likely a local who was a predator. Actually, the case is hauntingly similar to that of the Delphi murders, 2 young girls engaged in a harmless activity like biking in a small, quiet Midwestern town, and the investigators actually believed that the motives in both cases were pretty much the same. Although, in the case of Elizabeth and Lyric, the bodies were not discovered until about a half a year later. A criminal profile was created by the FBI, which suggested the suspect possibly attempted abducting before, and he may have also changed his appearance after the murders. And just like with the Delphi murders, the cause of death is being kept secret until they can find the killer. It's been over a decade now, and the task force has followed up on over 2,000 leads, and if these have ever amounted to anything, they've never disclosed it. There's also been 2 men that have even confessed, and were investigated and ruled out. And as far as suspects go, none have ever been publicly named. Heck, there's not even any persons of interest, although online sleuths are convinced that a felon named Michael Clunder, who was a scumbag that had abducted 2 girls in Dayton just a year later before ultimately killing one and then himself, was responsible. But law enforcement have ruled him out and can conclusively put him far enough away at the time of the crime that there was no way he could have done it. And the most likely theory now is some random predator who is hiding in plain sight and has still not been identified is the responsible party. And it's just possible this person was involved in some kind of local industry which put him out in the remote area, say like a logger or maybe a farmer, and he used that knowledge of this location to hide the remains. Lesser believed theories include someone passing through town and took advantage of the situation and fled immediately, although this one seems unlikely considering the remoteness of where the bodies were located, and it would have taken a lot of planning. If you have seen the previous video, you are already aware of the Olmec civilization and its alleged connection to ancient Egyptians, and it's actually a pretty common theme among pre-Columbian contact theorists that the Olmec must have had contact with some other culture who influenced them somehow. One of these revolves around the Chinese refugees who fled at the end of the Shang dynasty in 1200 BC. These refugees would basically vanish, and there's no record of where they went. But coincidentally, or maybe not, right around the same time these people left China is the same time that the Olmec civilization popped up in Mesoamerica. This serves as the basis of the theory that the Chinese and Olmec had contact. Although I was not able to find a starting point for this theory, it's been discussed since at least the 1960s by various historians, and it's not just the so-called crackpot ones either. Even Betty Meggers, the archaeologist best known for her work in South America and was considered influential by the Smithsonian for all of her research, even theorized that the Olmecs originated due to the Shang Chinese influences. But like some of you may be thinking, nice theory, but surely it involves more than the fall of the Shang dynasty and the pop-up of the Olmec happening around the same time, right? Well, there is at least one other thing, which was found in La Venta, a famous pre-Columbian archaeological site of the Olmecs in present-day Tabasco, Mexico. Here at this civic/ceremonial center, you can find a pyramid as well as those famous colossal heads we discussed a few times now. But the thing found here that relates to our claim is the La Venta Celts, not the Celtic peoples. A Celt is a long, thin prehistoric stone or bronze tool, sorta like an axe or adze. Some of these have been recovered at La Venta and have found to have inscriptions on them. And according to Mike Shue, author of The Origin of the Olmec Civilization, the characters of these Celts are Chinese characters. In fact, 146 of the symbols studied showed the characters were 100% identical. Mike argued that these tools, in addition to Olmec pottery, which had similar markings, are comparable to Chinese oracle bone writing, the oldest form of written Chinese. Not to mention, the word in Maya for chicken is qi or chi, while the word for chicken in Chinese is chi. He also drew comparisons to the significance of jade to both cultures of the Olmec and Chinese, as well as both cultures knowing the position of true north, and their parallels in religion, astronomy, and art, including statues with Asian features and shared deity motifs. He also compared several items found at the archaeological site with ancient Chinese items. I was even able to find at least one source that discussed Chinese DNA in the Maya of Yucatan and indigenous people of Navarrete, Mexico. Of course, that DNA could have came much later, but there are other genetic links, like Chihuahuas may be linked to Chinese miniature dogs, as well as the Chinese rose was allegedly already on Mexico's west coast when the Spanish arrived, while a Chinese junk ship, believed to have sunk in 1423, was found near the Philippines in 1993, containing artifacts from Mexico, such as grinding stones for corn made of volcanic stone found only in Mexico and South America. And as mentioned several times before, most of the natives in South America had legends of ships that arrived predating Europeans. But did the Chinese actually visit South America before Europeans? And are these inscriptions actually ancient Chinese characters? Is it possible to compare the meanings of these Olmec characters to the corresponding Chinese characters to see if they have the same meaning? See, that's the big issue. The ancient Olmec script has not been decoded, well, at least officially. The Isthmian script was first said to have been partially deciphered in 1993, but just over a decade later, their claims became heavily disputed by many scholars, and to this day, it is still officially undeciphered. And in ways, that makes it easier for the so-called fringe theories to connect this writing to many other ancient ones, because we have no idea what it's saying. We don't even know if the Isthmian script is even a writing system that represents a spoken language, or if it's some kind of proto-writing system used by early Neolithic peoples, consisting of visible marks communicating limited information. In addition, there is a lack of archaeological evidence of any direct connection between the Olmec and Shang cultures, and it's only made more complicated by the fact that the Olmec culture is still relatively poorly understood. Not to mention the big key: why were there no horses and no wheels when the Europeans arrived? Surely the ancient Chinese would have left them with that technology.